I believe we're live again. This is Speed at the bottom of the helix. Now we have the owner of City Classics, producing realistic miniature buildings and accessories for model railroaders since 1989. This gentleman has to attend every big model railroad show just so the podcast crew from A Modeler's Life know where to take their group photo. Please teach us some tips on modeling streets, Mr. Jim Sacco.
Okay, we on?
Good to go.
Okay, thanks everyone for joining me. As Gert said, this clinic's going to be on an easy way to model city streets. At least I think it's easy. It's a way I stumbled upon by accident about 10 or 12 years ago. But there's also a lot of tips that apply to making modeling city streets, regardless of which method you use. But so we'll go through the different methods briefly. Then I'll cover my method, and hopefully there'll be a lot of other useful tips along the way. So this is a PowerPoint presentation because there's too much information to present in a live hands-on clinic. So we'll just start the program if I can figure out how to do it here, right? Sorry. And why are we not? Oh, here it is. Wait, sorry.
Take your time.
It was there 1 second ago. Hang on. For some reason now it's not showing up.
The Adobe file is open.
Yes. I mean, I could,
Share application doesn't find it.
could I close it and start it again?
You could.
Okay, sorry for the, okay, it shows up and then it disappears again. No.
Here's your screen. So I would stop sharing that
Okay. You want to go back to share, right?
and share and pick application.
But you're not seeing it, right?
Not yet.
Okay. It shows up for a second and then it disappears. Let's try this again. I'm sorry about this. Oh boy. What am I doing wrong this time? I'm sorry for the delay, folks. How many different ways are there to open it?
You could make the PDF full screen and then share your screen.
There it is. Okay. Now, do we have it?
We can see it.
Is it full screen?
There's a border around it, but that's okay.
Okay, so we're ready to go?
You can go.
Okay. So this is called Easy City Streets using Sintra and some helpful hints on modeling streets. Just like I said, we're going to go through it pretty quickly. But generally, an easy way to make a street is to paint a piece of wood or a sheet of plastic gray. And you've often seen it in articles. People say, well, I spray painted a sheet of styrene and to make my street. But the trouble is when you look at real streets, they're not real smooth and they're not always one shade of gray. There's another street, for example. So my question has always been, why don't we spend as much time on our streets as we do on our models? And is there an easy way to make realistic looking streets? Well, there's many different ways to model urban streets. There's not really any best way because every method has its good and its bad points. Some common methods are plaster or a similar material, hydrocal or Durham's rock putty, whatever you prefer. There's also sheet styrene or cardstock. And you have modular street systems, some of which are molded in plastic, some are printed on foam. But for example, though, to me, there's some difficulties in modeling city streets with plaster. They can look really, really nice, but it can be very messy to work with. It can be time consuming, as I'll show you in a minute. You have to work quickly before the plaster dries. If weight's a concern, it can start to get very heavy, especially if it's on a portable layout. And it has the potential to turn out badly, especially if you have street trackage and turnouts. If you get plaster into them, then you have a real mess on your hands. Or even if you just don't get it smoothed out nicely before it dries. For example, this is a street I made on an HO module in another lifetime. As you can see, I set up some form work using strip wood, and I poured little sections at a time. There's a better view of it. Now, this took me forever because I scribed in Belgian blocks, which is sort of like the equivalent of square cobblestones in the area I live, which is Pittsburgh. And it took forever to scribe all of these blocks. Now, here it doesn't look too good. When it was done, I was very happy with how it turned out. I couldn't have been more pleased. All the blocks were scribed. It turned out smooth. I did the sidewalks the same way. But honestly, I won't live long enough to ever do that again. So there has to be an easier way to make city streets. But what about other methods, such as foam board and foam core? Well, they can warp if your layout is anywhere where there's any humidity, or maybe if they get wet while you're doing scenicking, applying diluted glue or a matte medium. So that's the drawback of that, if it's a material that can absorb moisture. And also, modular street systems are nice, but they're not flexible enough for many modelers because not every modeler is modeling every street on a 90-degree grid. And I think they're usually on the wide side, the streets. Now, you can use styrene, but as we said at the outset, it's awfully smooth and it can be difficult to scribe. Again, we've all seen articles where someone said, I use sheets of styrene painted gray for my streets. But really, like any good model though, it just takes more effort than spray painting a piece of plastic gray to achieve really realistic results. So we're going to look at a different method that I think is easier and less messy than using plaster. It's more realistic, I think, than styrene if done properly. It's relatively inexpensive, and it's more flexible than modular streets. And it's also something I discovered by accident one day because I had an old plastic sign that I cut up and started using for something. And you'll see why the sign part is important in just a couple minutes here. Okay, you're saying, well, what is it? Well, it's something called Sintra. Okay, be clear, it's not this guy. He's Sinatra, but we're talking about Sintra. So you don't want to go into the store and ask for Sinatra, or they'll give you a record album. Okay, so you're saying, well, what is Sintra? Are you ready? It's a plastic that's commonly used by sign makers, like the sign you see on the left, often used in trade show exhibits or in store point of purchase displays. Now, you're wondering, why Sintra? Well, because it's a lightweight yet rigid board of moderately expanded closed cell polyvinyl chloride extruded in a homogeneous sheet with a low gloss matte finish. There, that tells you everything you need to know, right? No, not really. You're saying, well, what does that mean? Well, what it means is under magnification, you can't see it with your naked eye. Sintra has a foam-like quality. That makes it lighter than solid plastics. Well, basically, when they produce it somehow, microscopic bubbles are introduced into the sheet of plastic of Sintra. So that's what makes it perfect for signs and displays. It's so much lighter than a solid piece of plexiglass or styrene. Now, weight may be a consideration in some instances. It really is for sign makers, But for us, there's a better reason to use Sintra. And just to be clear, it's also called expanded PVC. And we'll cover that in just a minute too. But in our case, the foam-like quality has another more important feature that most sign makers and display makers pay no attention to. Because it has these microscopic bubbles, it's relatively soft, which means you can easily scribe and impress details into it. Now, just to be clear, Sintra looks and feels like any other sheet plastic, except that it's softer. If I was to hand you a piece of sheet styrene and a piece of white Sintra or PVC, you probably would not be able to tell the difference. We're not talking about something like styrofoam or foam core. That's totally different. It's sheet plastic. But the softness makes it perfect for scribing in cracks, concrete joints, bricks, and other street details. Because if you've ever scribed styrene with a knife, you've probably seen that when you do it, it raises ribs on either side of your groove. You're sort of like displacing the material. Then you have to sand or cut or file those ribs off because it just doesn't look very good. But with Sintra or expanded PVC, it's soft, and so it doesn't create those raised ribs because you're actually pressing into the detail. You're pressing the detail into it. Really, it's soft enough that you really don't need a sharp knife to scribe Sintra. You could do it with something like a butter knife if you press hard enough. And we'll cover that too. Now, what about if you want to reproduce common sites found on concrete streets, like chipping, cracking, or spalling, where the top layer of cement starts to crumble away and you see the aggregate underneath? Now, how would you do it if you were using plaster? Well, plaster you could chip and crack and you could achieve it. Styrene, not so much because it's pretty hard. And the same with poster board. How would you chip and crack paper? You don't really. But with Sintra, it's easy. All you need are some highly specialized tools. I have my own, and and what I do is you can use them to press in little divots and chips and potholes and break broken sections of concrete very easily. I call my tools rocks. That's all you need. A couple rocks that you can hold in your hand. And here you can see what I mean. You can just bang away on your plastic and put divots in it and chips. And it's perfect for doing broken concrete. There's a few more. Okay, we're going to skip this one because that's actually a handout model I pass out in clinics in person. Also, because Sintra is fairly soft, you can cut openings very easily with a chisel point blade, really any blade. If you want to put in manholes, grates, different things, you can just press it right through the plastic. You don't have to scribe it and break it and file it. Now, are there any drawbacks to it? Because no method is perfect. Well, it's just sheet plastic. So you probably couldn't use it to do extremely old or very crooked streets, like these streets on George Selio's layout that twist and turn up a hill, because it is sheet plastic and it's just not that flexible. But if you're modeling city streets like this part of his layout, I think it's the perfect material to use. So what we're going to do first is go through some steps in making city streets using Sintra. But first, one of the most important points is obtaining the material. So just to explain a little bit, Sintra comes in a variety of thicknesses and colors. The largest variety of thicknesses is in white. The colors only come in 1 or 2 thicknesses, and they're on the pretty thick, stiff side. You can see there's some samples. And I really wish the color Sintra would come in a wider variety of sheets because they have a perfect light tan that's a perfect shade of old concrete, different shades of gray, but they're pretty thick. And also they're very hard to find and they're more expensive. Whereas the white, you can see it steps down. It comes in a very thick piece, almost like a board, all the way down to 1 millimeter. For me, it doesn't really matter what scale I should say, but for me, 2 millimeters seems to work well for streets. In HO scale, I found the 1 millimeter thickness works well for sidewalks. And it would probably work well for N scale because they don't make it any thinner than 1 millimeter. But again, these thicknesses are usually only available in white. Now, Sintra is a trade name, but some companies or some distributors go use the name Comatex, Comacell, Celtec, or simply expanded PVC. I just use Sintra because it was the most common at the time when I did this clinic. Okay, so probably saying now, well, where do I get it? Well, the easiest place is a sign shop. You can use Google to find one, unless you know of one that's near you in your area. Most sign shops I've just found have boxes of scrap material because they're always cutting signs to different shapes depending on what the customer wants. So they have strips and pieces, scraps all over the place. Some of them will be happy to give you your scraps if they know you're not going to be going into competition with them. I don't know why, but some sign makers are paranoid about that. Others may just charge you a token amount for leftovers. Really, I think this is the best way to find some, because if you get their scraps, you'll get a variety of shapes, thicknesses, maybe even colors that you can play and experiment with to see which ones you like the best. Now, what if you want large sheets? Well, again, some sign shops may be willing to sell it to you or order what you want for a small markup. For the best prices, though, you'll likely have to go to a plastics distributor. Unfortunately, though, most suppliers of plastics seem to focus more on industrial type plastics, like the ones at the bottom: Delrin, nylon, Teflon, ABS, plexiglass, and a bunch of other fancy names that I can't spell. But Sintra, on the other hand, is used more in the field of graphic arts and displays. So you're more likely to find Sintra, or expanded PVC, at suppliers who cater to graphic arts. And they're often listed under sign equipment and supplies or screen printing supplies. Now, sometimes you'll find one that won't sell to you if you don't have a sign shop or a sign store, but others will. You just don't know what you'll find. Thankfully, though, there are some that will sell directly to consumers, which is good for us as model railroaders. Some of them will even roll it up if you're getting the thinner sheets and ship it to you via UPS. One of the ones I've used, sometimes my local plastic supplier will have Sintra in stock, sometimes it won't. But I've used this company, United States Plastic Corporation, and they're in Lima, Ohio. And they'll roll it up and ship it to you. And just to be clear, that's Lima, Ohio, not Lima. If you order it from Lima, you'll be ordering it from Peru, and your shipping will be really high. You don't want that. So finding a source is the first step. And another thing, too, which I noticed the other day, if you go on and Google expanded PVC or Sintra, some of the first names that will come up are the sponsored ads. Don't go to them because they're misleading and they will charge you an arm and a leg. You really want just a basic plastic supplier or sign shop supplier. And just to give you an idea, you really shouldn't pay more than between $20 to $30 for a 4x8 sheet. It's not that expensive. Anybody else that charges you more than that is ripping you off. Okay, so now let's say we have our material and we want to make our streets. Now, many of these suggestions, as I said at the beginning, are applicable to any method. But the first thing you want to do is prepare your subbase to support your streets. Any rigid material will work: plywood, masonite, homosote. Now, if you're just putting your streets on a flat tabletop, like a 4x8 sheet of plywood, you don't have to worry. Your sub base is there. But if you're having different grades, then things become a little more involved. You have to build up some type of support for your street, and it needs to be rigid. You can see this is a picture of the last layout I built and how I used thin plywood to support the track and where the streets were going to go, the cookie cutter style. Now, you could, if you're going to use blue foam, you don't want to just hack away at it because this plastic is not that much of a support. It's not that self-supporting, I should say. But you can use the foam if you cut it to a reasonably close profile where you want your street. The next step is decide on your street width. Now, this is an important step, regardless of what method you use to make your streets. And we're going to stop for a minute to discuss this, sort of go off on a tangent, because I think this is actually maybe one of the most important points of the whole clinic. If you're at any internet news groups, you may have seen that maybe once every 2 months or so, on the more popular forums, someone will come on and say, how wide should I make my streets and roads? And someone invariably, invariably replies by giving the width of actual roads. Well, civil engineering standards say that a street should be blah, 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 wide. Well, my answer to that is no. I don't actually really pound on my desk because then I knock everything off. But here's why I say no. The hobby of model railroading is about making compromises and selective compression. Because we're all, most of us, except for very few, are limited by the amount of room we have. So our towns are closer together than real towns. Our trains are shorter than most prototype trains. Our trees are often smaller than real ones. Our towns are generally smaller than actual towns, and most of our structures are smaller than real ones. So instead of making everything the same size as the prototype, we try to make our layouts so that they look right to our eyes, given the amount of space that most of us have to use. So to accomplish that, as the slide says, many items on a layout are compressed, or need to be compressed. For example, if you compare most real prototype buildings to models, like as in storefronts, the models are usually 2 to 3 times shorter than prototype buildings. Now, we may not notice this because when we look at actual buildings, we're looking at them from ground level. Most of us are not flying around in helicopters. But this is what I mean. Look at this aerial photograph, and you can see where the arrow is pointing. Look how deep these narrow buildings are. They're really pretty deep. They are almost the whole depth of the block, right? But yet, if you look at the depth of most model kits, whether it's design preservation, small town city classics, or Walthers, they're almost always shortened to maybe as you can see there. Very rarely does anyone model a small building that's that deep, unless you're modeling a very specific prototype. So what happens is, then, if you want to model a typical 2-lane street with curbside parking, and you make it to the prototypical width, now this might be slightly exaggerated, but basically this is what you'll wind up with. And don't forget, if you're making it to prototype width, then the parking lanes actually have to be a little bit wider because you need space to open doors. So you wind up with a really wide street. So if you want to model more than one street in a town, can you see the problem? It's like you're modeling airport runways, not city streets. So what can we do about that? Well, again, notice the ratio of buildings to streets. The streets do not overpower the scene. But see, that's what would happen if we used a prototype with model buildings. you have more street than you do buildings. So what you can do is maybe eliminate one row of parked vehicles to start to bring stuff, your scene or your street, closer to scale. But really, it's not until you eliminate all the parked vehicles, in some cases, does the street width start to look right with smaller size buildings. So that means it doesn't really matter how wide prototype streets are. We should make our streets whatever width looks right on our layout or to our eyes. Another thing too, if you're modeling your streets perpendicular to where you're viewing, like say you're viewing from where that yellow arrow is, you can cheat even further, because when you're looking across the street at a 90-degree angle, like that car, sometimes you can't even really tell how wide the street is. So sometimes you can cheat and make them even narrower, but we'll see that in a slide coming up. So really, we could spend hours discussing actual civil engineering standards and prototype street widths, but ultimately, like it says, it comes down to what looks right on your own layout. So don't be intimidated by anyone that insists street widths must follow prototypes. And look at this. If you're modeling an older city, there's a good chance that most of the streets were built before any standards even existed. Look at this street not far from where I live. This street could never be built today. Yet some people would probably say it's not prototypical, but there it is. Look how close the streetcar tracks are to the curb. If you took one step off the curb, you would be creamed. There's no room for a safety zone. There's no room at all for cars to get around streetcars. And look at the stoops or the steps, whatever you want to call it, that stick out onto the curb, how narrow the sidewalks are. So really, if you're modeling an older city, there's no right or wrong. That's the same thing with George Selio's in this scene of his layout. I forget if this is Franklin or South Manchester. I always get them confused. I think it's, so I'm sure someone will tell me afterward. But if you ever seen his layout in person, as it goes up the hill, the streets get narrower and narrower. And it's more of an illusion because you can't really see the streets at that point, but it works. But he couldn't model this scene if he used prototype street widths. So there's a case for not using it. And the same rule applies to sidewalks too along your streets. If you're going to have a building that's foreshortened, like most of our models are, why would you want to have a big prototype with sidewalk out front? Actually, too, many cities, there's no one on the sidewalk in this shot, but this is a very busy area. And yet, look, there is very narrow sidewalks. So I think you just would want to compress your sidewalk width the way you would your streets. And same with this one, this area here. Now, this is a residential street, but it breaks every rule in the book. The porches, the steps, the pole. You can't even get between the pole and that railing on the front right. So again, there's no right and wrong. Again, this shot here, look how narrow these sidewalks are. And this is actually in the town of Waukesha, not too far from where Kalmbach is located. So sometimes it's about what looks right to your eye rather than using prototypical dimensions. So, okay, now we'll get back to making the streets. So once your length and width are decided, there are a few other things you want to take into consideration. One is to allow extra material to support your sidewalks. Because when we start putting down sheet styrene or whatever we're putting down to make our streets, we're elevating the street of the surface of the roadway. So that means everything else that needs to be elevated, our sidewalks and our buildings. So before you just start cutting away at your sheet to make your street, you may want to make it a little wider so that it extends under your sidewalk. That way it saves you from wasting material if you plan ahead. Otherwise, you're going to have to use something underneath to support your sidewalks. So a lot of time can be saved by planning where your buildings are going to sit. And I'm probably going to repeat this about 6 times, so please forgive me, but this is very important. Actually, it says it's very important. It's very important that we have some idea of where our streets are going to go. Even if it's just some rough guidelines drawn on our tabletop, sub-base, foam, it doesn't have to be elaborate. It could just be a pencil line or two, or a crayon. It doesn't really matter. But it gives us some idea of how we want to cut our material. Another thing too, again, if we're going to raise up our street height and sidewalk, our buildings need to be raised. So as you can see, there's going to be a space under them. So there's a couple things you can do there. You may want to extend your sidewalk so that it goes under your building. And then you can just support that with some strips of scrap here and there. Or you may want to make your sidewalk serve as a base to support 3 or 4 buildings at one time. So it helps to do a little bit of planning before you start doing your cutting. Otherwise, if you don't, you're going to have to use a filler piece of some sort, such as masonite or foam, plywood, foam core, or something to support all your buildings. Now, that method doesn't work too good if you're modeling streets on a slope, because we don't want all of our buildings to look like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. So in that case, you may need to make beveled little pads to support your building. Or what I've done was instead made pads, little square pads that went all the way down to the tabletop. And that worked pretty well for me. And they were little blocks of wood or pieces of foam, gator board, whatever. But you just want to make sure there's no gaps between your base and your sidewalk. You can even put some facing there as it shows, maybe different stone or brick. And you want to make sure they're deep enough so that you don't have gaps between the sidewalk and your little block. Now, there's one final consideration before cutting your material. You want to try to, if you can, make the joints where they'll be least obvious. Maybe where there's going to be a construction joint, like in the middle of the street, maybe at an intersection, at a grade crossing. If you do that, your joints will be really well hidden. Now, if we're making a number of streets, it's going to be difficult to know exactly where every joint is going to be and how large to precisely cut each piece of plastic. There's going to be some trial and error. And so it's likely we'll end up doing a few sections at a time too. Not everything's going to be cut perfectly way in advance. But again, it's just important that we have some idea where our streets are going to go. Now, once all that boring preparation is done, you can start cutting your pieces of plastic for your street. Again, we just need some pre-planning so that we don't waste all this material that we just ordered. Now, one thing is you can't score and snap Sintra because it's softer than styrene. If you try to score it and snap it, you'll get a very jagged edge. You have to cut all the way through. Now, the good news is it's easy because it's relatively soft. Any sharp knife will work. An X-Acto type hobby knife, utility knife, one of the snap-off type blade knives, a razor blade. I actually have found a utility knife or those snap-off knives work best. An X-Acto type blade, like the number 11 blade, usually the tip breaks off and then you've ruined it. So, utility knives are a little bit sturdier. For really thick sheets, I don't know that we would be using it, but like for when they make trade show exhibits and displays, they actually use a power saw. And there's certain recommendations that the manufacturers make for that if you want to use. But you may like it enough that you may want to make other things out of it. So you can use some thick sheets. So the first thing is we want to cut our material to size. We want to try to keep the pieces to a manageable length. We don't want them like 5 feet long because we're going to have to glue it and paint them. And you don't want to feel like you're holding like a snake in your hands, flopping all over the place. I would say maybe try to keep them down to 2 or 3 feet in length if you can. Now, once your pieces are cut, then you can start to have some fun, because that's when we turn our sheet of Sintra into a street. The main tool I have found that works the best as a scriber. There's all different types of scribers. You can get them at a hardware store, at train shows, hobby dealers, whatever. Those are some of the ones I've used. The one thing is, though, you don't want to cut into the Sintra. It's not like styrene where we're cutting into it. You want to press the lines into it. So you don't want something that's too sharp. I've actually rounded the tip of some of my scribers a little bit, because if it's too sharp, it will snag and tear your material. So you want it a little bit rounded so that you can press the detail in. Really, anything hard will do, but you want something that will give you some accuracy. I mean, you could actually use your thumbnail in some cases, but that's not going to give you nice straight lines. So what I usually do is start by finding the middle of a strip and scribing a line down the center. Then I mark off, like I said, and scribe the joint lines. I'm trying to make the spacing close to the width of the slab. In other words, you want to try to have your concrete slabs pretty close to square. And if you Google, look up concrete construction, you'll find that the most common spacing of joints is generally around 15 feet, scale feet. And so anything in that range, 10 to 15 looks good. I think what I read is some big modern streets and super highways may use 20 feet, but I think that most of us are not modeling super highways. So what I've done is once I scribe the line down the middle, then I use some type of a ruler or a piece of wood and a plastic triangle and scribe the joint lines at 90 degrees. Once that's done, then we can get creative. Although, one more caveat. So it helps to examine some real streets before you begin, and here's why. If you look at real concrete streets, most of the cracking is at the joints where water gets in and freezes in it, or heavy loads make and chip and crack on the joints, as you can see here. You can see this street. Every joint cracked to pieces. Another thing is, too, if you look at concrete streets, because concrete is very hard and brittle, the cracks almost always go from one edge of a slab to the other. A crack does just not start in the middle and run to the edge. No, it's brittle. So it helps to really look at some concrete pack, and then more little cracks develop along the main crack. Another thing is, like I showed earlier, spalling starts where the concrete starts to crumble away. And you can do that with your scriber and your rock by just banging away at it and drawing a lot of random little cracks. Another thing you'll see sometimes is, too, some sections have been cut away and replaced, like where those arrows are. There's been some patches that are put in, and sometimes they're different colors, but that comes up later. But not everything has to be perfectly square. You can even scribe actual patterns into the Sintra, like I did a little section of a brick street here. This is actually the base of a little model I made. It's the PVC or Sintra that was scribed before I painted it. And that gives you some idea of what your street would look like. Actually, you can see this little diorama finished and painted in the June issue of Railroad Model Craftsman, if you get it. And you can see how much nicer it looks. This is also the time, too, if you want to cut in openings for manholes and sewers or other details. Now, some of these, though, are etched brass parts, and you glue them on the surface, so you don't really have to do much there. Now, up until now, we focused more on modeling concrete streets, but these techniques work just as well to duplicate asphalt streets and for brick, cobblestone, and Belgian block. All you have to do is look at a couple asphalt streets and see how they crack. Asphalt streets will just crack anywhere from almost no rhyme or reason, and you can easily do that with your Sintra. You can see some examples of cracks in asphalt. They start in the middle. Unlike concrete, they start in the middle of nowhere and run to nowhere. Or sometimes you'll notice that they crack, the asphalt streets crack almost exactly where they were put down over concrete street, and they crack exactly where the joints were in the concrete. Like here, you can see how perfectly spaced the cracks are. There's a typical pothole in asphalt too, that you could press in with a rock or something else and scribe a bunch of little lines around it. There's another pothole. We're going to skip that one because we don't have time to cover that. But you may want to do the same thing with sections of your sidewalk, because in some areas, sidewalks are old and crumbly and uneven. You may even want to try to cut some of the sections apart to make them look sunken in or raised, whatever. Again, you may want to make one large base piece to provide a base for your structures. Now, our next piece, once our pieces are cut, the next step is painting. Of course, we want to make sure they're clean and dry since we've been handling them. Again, we could spend the rest of the day discussing painting preferences, our favorite brand of paint, an airbrush versus spray paint, our favorite colors for concrete, room lighting. There's just so many variables, and we don't have the time for that. So I'm just going to briefly describe the method I've used, and you can describe how much or how little of you find useful. It could range from all to none. But what you'll need if you follow my method is 3 or 4 slightly different shades of gray. Since I really dislike using an airbrush, I just pick up any cheap cans of gray spray paint from the dollar store, a hardware store, big box store. Almost every paint company has their own shade of primer, but they're all slightly different. One of my favorite colors, though, for a base coat is Tester's Flat Light Aircraft Gray. I think that's a good base coat. You know what? We're going to skip that one. There used to be some model paints called aged concrete or old concrete. I don't think they're made anymore, and those work fine. But really, there's no such thing as the perfect color of concrete, old or new. If you're modeling old concrete streets, warm grays are probably better since they're a little more on the brownish side, whereas new concrete and most gray spray paints are cool gray. And this is what I mean, warm gray versus cool gray. And because I want the easiest method possible, I usually use the cheap spray paint, and that ends up being more of a cool gray. Although now, more companies like Rust-Oleum are making designer color spray paints, and you may find some nice ones that are in a light warm gray that'll work. But basically, again, so to get started, you spray your street a light gray for the base color. Then you mask off some squares and spray other shades at random. Spray one color, let it dry, and do another until your street looks like this. And of course, you want to do 2 or 3 squares at a time, or some singles. You just want to be as random as you can, and you still want to allow, though, a lot of your base color to show through. And you can see there's an example of the street on my layout. And I was pretty happy with how it turned out. And you can see here too, how this one scene, look how many different shades of gray there are. So there's no right and wrong. Some are more brown, some are more gray. Again, with this, we don't have time to count all the different shades of gray between the asphalt patches, the concrete patches, the sidewalks, the street. And what you want to do is spray the same random colors on your sidewalk. Now, unless you have an industrial sized paint booth, spray outside. Don't kill yourself. Another thing you may want to do is add tar lines using black paint or markers. This can be time consuming. And I've noticed there's some communities that seal all the cracks and joints in their street. Other communities don't seal any. So it's just up to you. One thing you want to be careful of, though, is if you can use a black marker like a Sharpie, but if you give your street an alcohol wash to bring out the cracks, it may make it run. I found that to be the case. So black paint usually works better. You may also want to represent some random squares to represent asphalt patches. Again, there's a street that I just painted some of the cracks gray. I don't know if you've ever seen this book called Building City Scenery by John Pryke. This book, well, not only is it a great book, but John modeled, and I think it's still available by Combo. I'm sure you could find it. He modeled probably some of the most realistic city streets I have ever seen. You can see there's just a little sample of it. And in his book, he explains how he did it. There's just one small catch. He used cardstock to do that beautiful modeling. And he told me in later years, it absorbed moisture and all warped. So that's one reason why I say, if you're going to put all that work in, don't use something that's going to warp and absorb moisture that easily and get ruined. There's another street from another layout of ours. And you can see I just mixed up the colors as randomly as I could. Just real quickly here, this is a gas station I did many years ago, where it's a piece of masonite on the left, painted gray, and I drew some pencil lines. And it was okay, but look how much neater it looked once on the one on the right, when I scribed the lines in with Sintra and then varied the colors here and there. So I think it really makes a difference if you spend some time on your modeling. Now, just real quickly, the next step is gluing your street in place. You're likely going to be gluing it to something that's a dissimilar material, such as plywood, masonite, foam. Now, some of the manufacturers say you can use a solvent or neoprene-based adhesive. I think probably something like liquid nails or another strong adhesive. Sintra does not seem to be affected by solvents the way styrene does. But here's a problem I ran into. When I tried it, I found that the caulking was too thick and it created an uneven surface, like you can see in the picture. I prefer something that has more liquidity, if I even pronounce that word right. I prefer to use weld bond or tacky glue because you don't have to worry about it reacting with painted surfaces. It can be wiped off with water while it's damp if you smear any. And if you never use these glues, they look like ordinary white glue, like Elmer's glue, but they stick better. They'll stick to almost anything and they remain flexible. Whereas Elmer's glue gets hard and just has no strength if you're gluing it to plastic. There's what they look like here. Weld bond, you can find in most hardware stores, probably in Home Depot, Lowe's, Menards. Tacky glue can be found at any craft store, Walmart in their craft department, almost any place that sells any scrapbooking, anything. And I think they're almost the same thing, except the tacky glue is even cheaper. Okay. Just real quickly, too, when you're ready, you just want to go back and forth, get your glue all over your sheet to glue it down to your sub base. And what you need to do then is put some heavy objects on top. The thing I use that works the best is old Walther's catalogs, if you have any. They're heavy, they're thick, they're flexible. If you put that weight on it, it helps spread the glue out and gives you a good bond. One thing you want to be really careful of, though, is you want to use either push pins or masking tape, something to hold your street in place while the glue dries. Because if you don't, you'll come back later and find out that your street hydroplaned a ½ an inch away from where you put it. And I promise you this will happen. So you want to use some temporary method to hold your street in place. Then you want to glue your sidewalks in place. And again, use weights to keep them. You could use, some folks might like maybe to form a crown in their street, and you could put a strip of styrene or strip wood under it. The only problem with that is, to me, if you have intersections and you have a street crown coming in from different angles, it could be very difficult to get a good joint between all the different pieces. So then after your glue is dry, I apply a wash of alcohol, water, and India ink. There's no right formula. I would say you just don't want to make it too dark. You rather make light applications. You could spray it on however you want to apply it, brush it on, but you want to blot up the puddles. You just don't want to suck it up out of the cracks like using a paper towel. You could wipe it off using your finger. But once you do this, this step will really show the detail more in your street once it dries. One thing I've tried recently that actually I like the best is using a Q-tip. That way you can apply it on each square of the street separately. And when you're doing that, then you get different varieties. Maybe you apply 2 or 3 coats on one square, one on not as much on another, and it varies the look between all of your concrete slabs. And by doing it in a small section at a time like that with a Q-tip, it prevents it from pooling up too much and just drying and leaving puddles. Again, once you do that, it darkens the cracks a little bit and brings out your detail. I never tried this, but I've often wondered if maybe even adding a little bit of brown paint or ink to the mix would help give it more of a brownish look at old concrete. So the final step, because we're running out of time, is adding streaks down the middle of your street to simulate wear, oil stains, anything that makes streets have that dark streak down the middle. Some modelers prefer an airbrush, but powdered chalks work well. You just want to use a wide, soft brush. You want to start with a color that's not too dark and build it up gradually. Brush long, even, light strokes. It doesn't have to be perfect because if you put some vehicles down, they're going to cover up some of your work. But take a look at real streets like this. You know, we probably don't notice it, but there's streaks going right down the middle of almost every street. There's a little sample I did. You can see I just brushed some long streaks of chalk. Finally, then there's street markings. You know, I don't really have a great answer for this. Some folks use striping tape. Some in the past maybe use dry transfer striping, but almost nobody makes that anymore. Masking seems to work really well. I've seen some really, really nice streets and highways where someone masked it off and brushed or airbrushed the stripes, but it's time consuming. What I've done on some of my streets, just because I'm lazy, I guess, I use some colored pencils, not the real hard type like that your teacher would mark up tests with years ago, but artist pencils like Stabilo pencils or Prismacolor that are soft because they're made for writing on hard surfaces. And like you can see here, not the greatest, but I just drew a yellow line down the middle. And for me, it simulated a faded line. You know what? A friend of mine, Neil Shore, this is his layout, and I don't remember why I have this slide in here, so we'll skip it. Just remember, not all lines are straight. Your work doesn't have to be perfect. And then really, your final step is to add details, maybe little bits of trash or litter, whatever you want to add. And, oh, by the way, and then your street's done. By the way, too, these were sent to me by a couple, Deb and Don Lynch, and they used the Sintra method that I was talking about and adding the streaks down the middle of the street, painting slabs, different colors. And they were really happy with it. And I thought it turned out very nice. So to give you an idea of how simple it is, there's another street. So at that point, your street's done. And again, it's not that this isn't the definitive word on painting or weathering. It's just mainly an introduction to Sintra, what it is and its usefulness to modelers. And then after that, the rest is up to you. So I hope you found some useful information here.
Wow, that was a mouthful. Jim, we're going to ask you to answer the questions in Facebook, please, because there's quite a few. The only big question is, would you be willing to share your slides?
Well, I've been trying to write an article for Railroad Model Craftsman, and so I really wanted to use them with that. But if anyone would like to email me through cityclassics.biz, I have a written description that I'll be happy to share all the information with.
Thank you very, very much. So please take a deep breath because I don't think you breathed the whole time. That was really, really awesome.
Well, I hope folks found something useful in it.
I'm sure they did.
And thanks for having me and for viewing.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. Hey everyone, we're back again. Hopefully everyone's catching up with the stream there. We just did a little bit of a changeover as we do our shift handover. Hopefully everyone's picking up on the new stuff, and we are joined by Mr. Perry and Speed to get the next session kicked off. But Speed had a question for me.
Yeah, I noticed over the last few weeks that these shirts that the Modeler's Life made, I couldn't get the thing straight. And when I leaned over like this, I noticed there's something on your ear. What is that?
Oh, my drop bear. This is Shane, my drop bear, who he was carrying an Australian flag, but he now carries the flag of Australian cricket, otherwise known as the Great Sandpaper Flag. So if everyone can see, he has his sandpaper flag. Our Shane is going to keep up the Aussie side of of things while our Aussies have a nap.
Well, our next clinician is a prolific scratch builder and working hard towards his MMR. He models old scale as well as in narrow gauge, and is building a layout in his house in South Carolina. Welcome to Mr. Scott Perry.
Thanks, Pete. Welcome to the Deep South, South Carolina, Fort Mill, just south of Charlotte. I'm in the Carolina Southern Division of the Mideast region of the NMRA. And today we're going to talk a little bit about scratch building. I get a lot of questions about it, and it's one of my passions in the hobby. So glad to share with you. A lot of people ask me, start off, why would you even scratch build? One of the main reasons for scratch building is to get a structure or some bridge or whatever that really reflects the prototype that you're modeling. I tend to be a more prototypical modeler. I like to build real things that exist. A lot of people like it for the challenge of being able to produce something with your own hands. A lot of people think that scratch building is a time saver and a money saver. Craftsman kits can be very expensive. It's not unlikely to be $400, $500 for a Craftsman kit. It's not always the cheapest thing, but it can be less expensive. It just depends on what you're building. And then a lot of people have taken interest in the NMRA Achievement Program, which I also do. Building models for the structures. You have to build quite a few of them and scratch build several. You need to draw plans, you need to take photos. There's a lot of work that has to be done. And it's all about building your skill level, learning more, doing more. I've learned a lot with the NMRA Achievement Program. I've been a judge for many, many years. I've evaluated models, and I've had my own models evaluated, some here just lately. I've got quite a few more that I've got to finish up here. You'll see some of them today. But I've thought that contests and the NMRA Achievement Program have done wonders to get real honest feedback, ideas, and have somebody point out some of my mistakes so that I can correct them and do better. So there's a lot of reasons for doing scratch building, but it is an enjoyable part of the hobby. Creating is kind of what we do. We build miniature worlds, and to build something, I'm proud of it when I build it, and I want to show it to other people. And I found that the vast unwashed masses love miniatures, and they love to see a beautiful scratch built building of something they recognize. The next one, how to get started. One of the best things that I think that you can do is build a Craftsman kit. This is a fine scale miniatures kit. For some of us, these are collectibles, so you don't open them, but I like to build them. This one is the logging repair shed. You can get it for $100 to $150 on eBay. They're still available. But the good thing about these are they have amazing instructions, and they really are scratch building. So in this particular kit, George Celios gives us, he's the creator of these, he's retired now, but he gives us these amazing instruction sheets with photos, diagrams, and complete detail, all the tricks for building a successful model. You also get things in the kits, and it's not just fine scale miniatures. There's many of these. I build Foscale, I build 2 or 3 other different bar mills. I built one of his kits the other day. So you get these fine templates that you can use to build board by board construction. You get all the wood and everything that you need, and some of this has to be cut, some of it doesn't. And then the true gold, the miniature castings, the details that really, really make it pop. And the instructions teach you how to paint these successfully so that your model looks as realistic as possible. This is a great way to get started. And once you've built 1 or 2 of these, scratch building is a very, very easy step up. Another thing to do, there's several ways to learn about scratch building. One of the things that I recommend more than anything is a copy of Bob Walker's book on scratch building for model railroaders. This is available from White River Publishing. It's still in print. It's about $25, and it'll be the best $25 you ever spent. As you can tell, the cover of mine is ripped. The pages are glued together and torn. But in the pages, Bob goes piece by piece and shows you everything about how to build different structures, how to cut, what tools you need, a little bit of everything. Even resin, how to resin cast and make molds. So this is a priceless book. Pick up a copy, teach you most everything you need to know. The other is to build. Literally, the more you build, the more you scratch build, the better you're going to get. Start small, build small things, and then work your way up. One of the other clinics that I teach is the Bull Chute Clinic. And I've taught this in 3 different regions now. It's a very simple project. It takes about 6 to 7 hours, but we start with just pieces of lumber. We stain them, we cut them, we have plans, and we build a very, very simple bull chute. This is for loading cattle onto a stock car. Start with simple things like this. Build them in multiple scales if you like to try different scales. Which scale you build in really doesn't matter. There's some unique things if you go down into the smaller scales, some very unique things if you start going into the larger scales, like 7.5 inch gauge. But all of these can be built. This same model can be scaled up and built in any size that you want. So get started with a few projects like this. Here's another one then. I built this one just the other night. It's just a small trestle bridge that goes over a creek, and I'll use this on my layout. I built the bents by hand, which is this part right here. I built the bents. I put in the nut and bolt, or the bolt and washer castings. I hand laid the track, and it's a very, very small piece. And these little things like this, you can build in an evening or 2. And if you don't build them to your satisfaction, you toss them in the trash can, you start over, build it again. The other thing, you've got the NMRA. So the NMRA website, you can find a wealth of talent. There are master model railroaders that have got a wide variety of skills over the hobby. You'll find other people that specialize in different things. If you have a problem, ask. If you've got a problem putting corners of a building together, ask others and see what they do. I have found that model railroaders are some of the most wonderful people in the world. I was talking with Gordy last night about the very thing and our experiences at different NMRA events and that type thing. I've never seen a model railroader that wouldn't help me or wouldn't show me their layout if I ask. So just ask the question. You'll find out that they're very, very helpful. And then the NMRA, the internet is full of information. YouTube has amazing amounts of videos that you can see on almost any topic and any scale. So I'm in O scale, I model O in 30, but I also build models for other people in N scale and G and pretty much anything else. So I've modeled S, I modeled N and N in 3. So I built a little bit in everything, and building in different scales helps build your abilities as well. So let's talk about tools. You won't find a scratch builder that's not a tool junkie. I'm the worst. Tools are heroin to me. If I swung the camera around back, you'd see 2 fully stocked workbenches full of everything in the world. I use 10% of the tools. You don't need a lot of tools to scratch build. I'll give you a demonstration. This is my travel toolkit. This is what I take on vacation, or if I'm on a longer work assignment. I can be stationed at a factory for many weeks. So I'll go and take this with me in my checked luggage, and I'll build models in the evening. And this is all I need. There's different angles and squaring devices, measuring stuff, a little bit of everything. But I can build most anything I want with just a few tools that are in this case. So you don't have to get started with a lot of tools. Now, as you get better and as you get more interested in it, you may want to buy some special tools. So I like to build in wood. I tend to do that more, but just because of the era that I model in. I model in the 1900, right around 1901. I generally get tools that help me build quality, and I buy quality tools to do that. Especially your basic tools, don't skimp. Buy the best you can get. I know sometimes that some of the companies that sell miniature tools, the prices are very expensive, but those tools are specially picked and usually very durable. I have many tools that are still here that I use that I had when I was 15 to 16 years old starting in scratch building. I also have tools that I've made. Things like this. This is a fixture or a jig that I use to make the trusses for this little model. So this is a model of it's going to be a doctor's office when I get through. It will have a full interior, but you can see all the trusses are there. Now, to build a truss is not that problematic, but to build about 14 of them that are all the same size, all exactly the same angles. There's several angles that have to be cut on this. And then the little precision knockout that's got to be there so the center beam can be put in can be quite problematic. So what I did was I created a jig out of plastic. So if I build in wood, I make a plastic jig so they don't glue together. Made with scrap pieces of plastic. I will get this built and then reproduce the trusses rapidly. And then I keep this in case I want to build a similar building sometime. While I've got the model here, you can also see internally that all the walls are built board by board. And then I have on the workbench over there all of the detail parts to put in there, including the doctor, the nurse, the patient, the desk, and the table for the patient to sit on. So all of that will be in this as well. And then this will be entered to the NMRA Achievement Program so that I can get evaluated and get my points for a scratch built structure. So other tools like the computer. I use a computer quite often. Software for a CAD system. I draw a lot of my own drawings. I'm not great at it, but I can do well enough that I can get the general outline of the building. I also use other tools. Alexa, what is 10 feet divided by 87?
10 feet divided by 87 is 1.379 inches.
1.379 inches. So Alexa will actually do scaling for me. And I can do this while I'm doing the work and building without having to stop, pick up a calculator, and figure out what a dimension is. So think about your electronics that you use. I use cameras heavily. There's nothing that will tell you that something is wrong faster than a digital photograph. So take your time and use the camera and take pictures of what you built, and then blow them up and look at the details. If you want to see a fingerprint smudge on a building, it will show it. A little bit of glue on a window, the camera will pick it up. So it's a great way to fine tune your skills. A lot of folks ask me, where do I get my ideas from? I tend to model specific prototypes. So right now I'm modeling the Lancaster and Chester Railroad in South Carolina. At one time in the 1900s, it was, or before 1900, it was narrow gauge. So I'm modeling 1901 when the narrow gauge was just getting ready to start changing over to standard gauge. So I have research that shows the buildings, that shows the structures, that shows the bridges, everything that I need to do to model. So when you model the prototype, it's very, very easy to find prototypical photos and things to build. Some people like creative. They like that sometimes as well. That comes mostly for me from photographs. A lot of them I take myself. I actually go out, and when I travel, now with a cell phone, I've got a camera with me all the time. So I can stop and take a photo of an unusual building. Some Sunday afternoons, I will literally go out, pack a lunch, grab my cameras, and go find buildings by the railroad and take photographs of them, and I store them in my computer. Oftentimes, I'll share them on, there's one group that's called Begging to be Modeled, and you can find a lot of unusual prototype buildings photos on that. And then on my website, I'll often post those photos. My website is the Model Railroaders Notebook /blogspot.com. So you can go there or type in Scott Perry, the Model Railroaders Notebook, and it'll pop up. And you'll find photos after photos after photos of prototypes that you can use. Sometimes I know what I want to build, but I'm not real sure about it. One example is I wanted an engine house, but I wanted an open air engine house. And I wasn't really sure what it would look like, and I didn't have a prototype. And my friend Brooks Stover writes articles on his S-scale layout, which is just absolutely amazing. It's a work of art. And I saw that he had an open air warehouse, a pole barn type engine house. So I just wrote him. And I said, look, I'd like to build that. Is there a prototype? So he goes, yeah, sure. So he sends me a photograph of this really cool open air engine house. And I'm like, yep, that's exactly what I'm wanting, Brooks. Can you send me the drawings, or do you have any dimensions? Oh, yes, Scott, I've got them. A friend of mine went by there and drew them. So I have a complete set of drawings. They're rough, so they're not to scale, but I have all the dimensions on there, so I know what I'm building. So the next thing I do is I sit down at the CAD system. I use Third Planet for my CAD and for my layout design stuff. I do some layout design work on the side, but I designed my own engine house with the little side building. The actual prototype has this too, but it's not this big. So I've got a little warehouse slash building house on the side. So here is the model that's under construction. I've still got a little ways to go, but it's starting already to look like the prototype. On this side, you can see where the shop is about to go. All of this is board by board construction, and the complete interior of this operation will be detailed. So I've got probably another 2.5 months before I wrap this one up. This one will be a centerpiece on my layout. And I've had a lot of fun building this. Building in O-scale is a lot of fun. It's a little more challenging because the wood is thicker, but the scope of it, the size of it is a lot more fun. So that's one way that I get ideas. Another is just sheer need. I needed a water tower. But O-scale water towers, when you look at the real size of them, they're enormous. They're very, very big. And with O and 30, the engines don't need that much water. They're going to be smaller. If you've looked at any kind of narrow gauge, most everything is kind of scaled down to size. So what I did was I went on the internet and I just started looking for prototype photos, drawings, that kind of thing. And I put an amalgam of these together to build the Lancaster and Chester water tower. This is built completely from scratch. The only parts that were purchased were some old pulleys that were from an old ship model that I had, and some bolt and washer castings that are put on here. Everything else was pretty much made with these. This is a box of wooden coffee stir sticks. For $4.50, you get an entire box of 20-foot long O-scale planks. They're already rough and weathered for you. They're ready to go. And I build a lot of things with these. And this box, I still haven't hardly made a dent in it. And I built about 5 models with it already. So all of the roofing shingles are made with that. This is dyed with black stain. That's shoe dye and alcohol. This is painted with both paints and Dr. Ben's weathering powders. It's a combination of both. The bands, the steel bands, are actually fishing line from my rod and reel. The spout was made from a plastic drinking straw. All of this was pretty much except these 12 by 12 timbers. That is 1/4-inch basswood stock from a local hobby shop. All of this cost about $4.90. If you bought this as a kit, it would be $45, $50 or more. So it can be cheaper sometimes, but the tools I used to build this probably cost $200. So saying that it's cheaper is not always the right thing, but one of the things I like to do is when you're scratch building is to build with what you have. So in a little bit, we'll talk about that some more. Now on my layout, I had an ash pit, and I'll show you that in a little bit, but I built an ash pit and I needed something to get the ashes up out of the ash pit. So I went and looked for a little crane. I found this drawing and the photos that came along with it for a little hoist. So in a couple of evenings, I sat down and using wood out of my collection and some spare parts, I built a model of this hoist. Now, I've got it anchored right now because it's moving around. So when I get it to the layout, this will be moved in solder, very thin solder. The plumbing here is from scrap parts out of a plastic scrap bin that I keep. The shovel is from Best, I think it's Best Railroading or something like that. Bollinger Eddingly or something. Best, if you look it up. That's where I got the shovel and the bucket. And the rest of the stuff is made out of parts or nut and bolt castings from Tichy Train Group. So you don't need to spend a whole lot, and you don't need to plan a whole lot either. I got that drawing. I started immediately putting it together. And off and on about 3 nights or so, it was done and complete. And it'll look great on the layout. So none of these projects, the water tower is a little tougher because you've got angle cuts, you've got round objects, and then you've got an octagonal roof. Now, that's a little bit trickier, but you'll see plans for that and instruction for that in that Scratch Building for Model Railroader book that I showed you by Bob Walker. Other ideas I get from books. I have a lot of books on railroading. I like logging. I like the older steam, the smaller short line type railroad stuff. So I have lots of books on those. I borrow books from friends. I trade things with them. So I'm always looking at photos and getting ideas. And when I see those, I copy them or photo them and put them into my computer. And I keep it backed up, but I keep all the files. My friend Pat Turner's out there in NMRA land. I bounce ideas off of him and other people. So there's lots of different places to get ideas. One other one that I like, that I highly recommend, especially if you're getting started, is this book. This is by Pat Harriman, and it's Early Wood Structures and Stone Structures. And it is nothing but a book of small buildings. Pat is a wonderfully talented architect, and the photographs in this book are just amazing. And it's all kinds of small buildings that make for just fantastic projects. So if you're looking to get started, one of the things I recommend is a book like this, where you've got a lot of little structures that you can build. You can do it with a minimal amount of expense and wood and parts. And you can do these sometimes in a couple of days. It doesn't take a lot of evenings to put one of these out. One of the best ways, and I try to teach this, and I teach a class on it sometimes too, is to build 3 of the same thing. Pick out one of these little cabins or one of these little buildings and plan to build it 3 times. Now, don't build them all together at the same time. Build one and finish it. So the very first kit, start off and build it as good as you possibly can. Try to get your corners tight, your roof at the right angle. Try to keep glue and strings off of the model, or glue spots. Try to put the windows in nice and clear without any fingerprints, those kind of things. Do the best you can on the first model, and then take your digital photographs all the way around the building and start looking for problems. Look and see if the fit of the walls is accurate. Look and see if you have gaps. Look and see what things about that model make you feel like that takes away from the model. When you've done that and you've made a list of those things, go back and build that model again. Take your time. Try to not do all the things that you had written down. Try to add more detail to the building. Try to finish it much, much nicer. Pay more attention to your painting, to your staining, to your weathering. And then when you've done that, again, take a set of photos, but get a model railroading friend to have a look at them this time. And again, go through and write down exactly what you could do to do better. You can also take it and have an NMRA evaluation. Call your local NMRA Achievement Program manager or director and have them come out and review it, or take it to a contest and have it evaluated, and get professional critique on it about what you could do better. Next time, build it a 3rd time. This time, try to build it for a contest quality model. Put more detail into it, put more time into it, make a little change to it, and somehow change the roof line, add another chimney, do something a little bit different to it, and add more detail again, and make it very, very unique. By the time you do that 3rd one, you have developed a lot of new skills already. And it's amazing what the difference will be from model 1 to model 3. This summer, my daughter and I, she's 10 years old, she wants to learn scratch building. She and I have been building models together for quite a while. So I'm going to put her through this very program. We're going to do the exact same thing. And eventually I'll post these photos so everybody can see them. The next thing about scale model railroading and building structures like this and scratch building is actually developing the skills. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about cutting. No, I'm not going to cut you, but what I am going to do is move the camera just a little. So we can get a look here at the workspace. If you're going to cut, most all of us will use the hobby knife. We've all got an X-Acto, an Excel, or some other kind of hobby knife. And when we use it, we go to cut, and we generally just make a cut like this, and there, we've made our cut. Now, a couple of problems with this. One, this blade is not sharp. If it was sharp, I would have cut through that like that. So what we're going to do, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to buy and keep a box of blades. Buying one or two is not a good thing. As a rule, every time I sit down to my workbench, the first thing I do is replace my hobby knife blade, or I at least do it frequently. And we'll put this new one in. Now, when I put the blade in, it's always going to be coated in a light coating of oil. You may not see it, you may not feel it. Let me put my glasses on here. It's the only bad thing about being an older model railroader. So we put this in, and the first thing I want to do is take some paper or whatever, I'm off the side on a piece of paper, and I wipe off the oil, and I get that out of the way. So now we come back to cut, and the cut goes right through, and it even goes into my cutting mat. Now, when I press down like that, I am more cutting and I'm more breaking the board than cutting it. And I leave what's called a curve. So when I cut, I'm not cutting straight down and getting two halves. I'm peeling away the board. And on the board, now I'm going to have two slightly slanted sides on either board. So that's not real good when you're trying to put these two back together. So what I want to do when I cut, I actually want to slice. Use the power of the blade. Now, normally I'd have a little metal piece here guiding my blade so I get a nice accurate cut, but I want you to see what I'm doing. But I made 3 passes, and now I have a much, much cleaner cut. But still, even with an X-Acto knife, I'm not quite getting the cut that I want. You may not be able to see, but I've still got some rough edges and things right here because this blade is still fairly thick and not really as sharp as like maybe a scalpel. So more often than not, if I'm making a cut like this, I'm using a single edge razor blade. Now the ones I use are stainless steel. They're not the regular carbon steel blades. So they're thinner and they have a little more edge on them. They're a little bit sharper. So that didn't quite go through. So 2 cuts. Now that edge, you probably can't see it too well, but it is razor sharp. It's nice and clean. There's no fur or anything on the edges. So slowly but surely, I'm cutting a little bit more precise. And that's what scratch building is all about, continuous improvement. You're always building your skills. You're always getting better. Now, you can stop with tools just like that and build beautiful models, no problem. But when you start building something like a trestle can have 1,500 boards in it or more, and each one cut with an angle. So what I do is I start looking for tools that can replicate the same cuts. So this is the Northwest Shortline chopper. You can get it from Northwest Shortline. Micromark has a version of this, and it is another razor blade cutter. It's got a blade right here. And what you do is you can put it in. If I want to cut a 1-inch board, I put it to the 1-inch side and press down and boom, I've got a cut. Now, this one, even though it's got a new blade in it, has left a little bit of a shard there and whatever. So I might have to take a piece of sandpaper and sand them off. But that's another way to do it. And this tool is right around $50, I think. So in an effort to constantly get better, to get more accurate and more accurate, I use one of these. Now, these are out of production, but this is called the caliber cutter. And what it does, if you can see here, it moves the razor blade in a slicing method. Instead of coming down and breaking the board, it's using the blade's ability to slice. So when I put this on, I can set the stop to where I want it and then slice through the board. And I've got an old blade on that one, so it didn't cut all the way through. So always change your blades. Do what I say and not what I do. But it will slice it, and I can create specific ones off and on and on that way. Now, this isn't available, but there is one that's coming out. So I heard that I'm about to get a prototype of one of these to test. And it's of the similar thing. These haven't been made for like 20 years, but this new one's coming out and it moves at angles and it's much, much easier to use. So when that comes out, I'll give you a review of that one as well. The latest thing that I've been playing with, there we go. This is the Ultimation Sander. I bought mine from Fast Tracks, and I just got it recently. And what it does is it precision cuts and or sands a board to the proper angle and the proper length. So what I've done is I've cut a board right here, just a simple square, and I've set up this tool. This is called the repeater. I've set up this repeater to put this in and make this precision piece. And what we do here is we just put it in. Now this is not a power tool. It's manually cranked. That sounds crazy, especially for the price tag, which is about, I think with the repeater, I paid almost $300 for this. And I thought it myself at the time that I was absolutely crazy for buying this until I actually used it. The crank allows you to put the right amount of pressure and speed on the wood so that it doesn't fracture or crash or break or burn. And then you start sanding. As you sand, this part moves in and controls. I'm doing this backwards, so it's a little harder for me because I'm left-handed. And I would normally crank with my right. But I would crank this, and it slowly mills the board down to a proper angle and a proper length. So when you get done with it, I'm not going to crank it because it'd take a while, but you can already see I'm getting a nice angle here, and it'll come down, it will crank the right angle and the right length all at the same time. So this is real handy when you're building something like this. Each one of these bents has two angles, one on either side of the board. So when you're trying to do this, I'll actually cut a length. Now this is a wooden dowel. This is not the lighter basswood that I'm using. So cutting these is much, much more difficult. So what I'll do is I'll cut several of these that are a little bit long. I'll put them on this with a precision angle. I'll sand off one end till the angle is nice and clear, flip the board around, sand the other angle, and now I've got these two angles here. And it's hard to see because this is a very dark model. This is all creosote and everything in the bottom of a swamp. But when you look at it real up close, you can see that the angles hit the top and bottom of the bent perfectly. It's the most amazing thing in the world. So if you want to make a lot of trestles and a lot of precision type angle cuts, this is the perfect thing. When I showed you the engine house just a minute ago, it was covered with these type things. So this is a very expensive tool, as is the caliber cutter. That's a $250 device, even if you can find it. But when you're doing mass production or building large things like an enormous trestle, it saves a lot of time and gives you a lot more precision than just hand cutting. So it really just depends on what you like to build and how much you're going to build. All right, let's talk about materials for a little bit. I'm going to set the camera back to about where it was. So I keep a supply of materials all the time. I build in both wood and plastic and metal, so I keep supplies of all of them. Behind me here is a huge bin full of wood and plastic. So I buy my wood strips. Mostly I get them from Mount Albert through Fast Tracks, but I'll also get them from other suppliers as well. Northeastern is out there and a couple of others. And I'll buy them in bulk. So I buy a large quantity and I'll buy like some every month. I also purchase scribe sheet wood, clapboard, scribe siding for like boxcars or freight cars, that kind of thing. And I keep a supply of these all the time. Now, normally you'd have some time to order them or whatever, but I was very thankful when the COVID outbreak hit, because I have a fully stocked hobby shop here and I don't have to run out. I can plan and build something right now and I don't have to scrounge around for parts. What I usually do is I keep a supply of all the building materials, but I don't keep the detail parts. And I order those specifically for the model. So I don't keep tons of those. I do have some boxes of them, but like crates and normal things that would be out. But I'll always order those specially. Plastic, I keep sheets of styrene. Every time I go to the hobby shop, I pick up a couple of packs. You know, you spend a little $10 more, whatever, it helps the hobby shop. And I slowly build up a collection. So right now I could build you almost anything you wanted if you gave me a phone call. Not that I'm building professionally anymore. The detail parts, probably of all the things scratch building, the thing I like doing least is painting detail parts. I generally wait till the very last minute and I do it begrudgingly, usually in front of the TV. But I'll take the parts and I'll put a primer coat on these. This is Rust-Oleum's 2X paint, and I'll spray them real good. If I have a lot of parts, I'll airbrush them. I'll take one of the airbrush base coats and I'll airbrush them all because I get a lot more detail that way. But I'll take these and then I glue them onto a little cork so that I can handle them better and paint them. I will also, I don't know if you can see this or not, this is very, very tiny. This is a bench vise in O scale that's got 2 different paint colors on it. I use a pair of positive grip tweezers, and these are kind of heavy and they've got a wood grip on them so that it's easy to hold, and I'll paint with these as well. Here's another one. This is a potbelly stove that's going to go in the doctor's office that I'm just painting black. So I paint all of these usually at a large bunch of them at a time, 24 to 50 detail parts at a time. I'll paint all the greens, I'll paint all the silvers, I'll paint all the blacks all at one time, and usually over a week. Some of the other things that I like to use as building materials are these. These are from Dr. Ben's Scale Consortium. They're called baby building blocks. They come in multiple colors. I don't know if you can see those there, but they come in multiple colors and they're little blocks, just little squares. They're different size and they're wonderful for building things out of, especially things like this. This is my ash pit. This is going to go on the layout, and I just basically took a base of plaster and started stacking the bricks up till I got what I wanted, the stairs and everything else. And then the rusty metal is all made with either brass or plastic bars. And this is all apart and not detail or not totally weathered yet, because I won't do that until it's actually installed in the model or into the benchwork, because this goes below ground. So once that's in, then I'll put the final touches and coating and details on it. So that's another way to do those. I also keep supplies of detail parts. So this is my Tichy part box. Every time I order something from Tichy Train Group, I'll order 5 or 6 more things as well and keep a stock. I've also bought a couple of full sets of just miscellaneous parts. Like for $80, you can get a bag full of assortment. So I have those in here as well. And I've got everything from doors and windows to nut and bolt castings to eye bolts to small parts for a crane, a little bit of everything. And I just keep building these. Every once in a while, if I go to you remember when we used to go to train shows? I used to buy a handful of these parts. I can usually get them on sale. And I just keep building a supply. I have boxes full of these and Grant Line parts and also laser cut parts. I'm building more and more with laser cut windows and doors. I love them. It gives much more variety, a lot more depth to it, and they're easier to paint. So pick yourself up some of these, slowly build your collection, and you'll find that scratch building is much, much easier. Speed, how am I doing on time? Well, that's good. I can't hear you. You're too far away. You need to come over here.
It's so deep in the helix, sound takes a while to get out.
How am I doing on time?
You are right out of time because we have some questions for you.
Very good. All right, I'll stop there. Let's shoot.
I don't, sometimes we have to be careful that we don't know if it's an inside question or inside joke, but someone wants to know what happened to the Hog Railroad.
What happened to the what?
The HOGRR.
So the Hog Railroad, that was the Heart of Georgia Railroad. That was a railroad that I designed for a friend. I've been designing railroads for years. I've got several, I've got over 100 that I've designed for people that have been built. And I did the Heart of Georgia Railroad for my friend Steve Berkheimer as his very first railroad. And we were looking at 4x8s, and I absolutely couldn't stand it. It looked small, the curves were small, and nothing really worked. It wasn't a layout. So the Hog is an actual inside pit operated layout that's about 8x10. And it's designed for operations and for viewing only one section of the railroad at a time. So the railroad seems much larger. The original one is owned by somebody in Georgia. It was won as a raffle layout. And so it's in somebody else's hands. But I have a file of over 100 Hog-inspired railroads that people have built. It's been very, very popular. I was working on a book for it, but I never have finished it. But one day I will.
So what is your railroad called?
My railroad is the Lancaster and Chester Railroad. It's a 90-mile railroad here in South Carolina. It's one of the oldest single-owned railroad companies in the United States. It's been owned by the same company since before 1900. It was a narrow gauge railroad up until 1901, and is still it's a standard gauge railroad now, of course, but it's a modern short line railroad that is very advanced, and it has a lot of chemical traffic, paper mills, and other things on the railroad. So it's been a very, very interesting railroad to study.
So I get a sense of operations will be.
Yes, we'll definitely be doing operations. It's going to be a while before it's built because I'm scratch building everything, including hand laying the track. I don't use the templates. I think the jigs. I think they're too confining. So I build everything free-handed onto the layout. So it's going to be quite a while before it's done, but I should have the first 8-foot section done probably by Christmas.
Cool. Do you mind holding those two books up again and tell us the titles?
The first one is Scratch Building for Model Railroads by Bob Walker. You can get this at White River Publishing. That's the Railroad Model Craftsman people, and the Owen 30 annual people for us Owen 30 guys. But you can get that from White River, and it's about $25, and they have them in stock. I checked before I got onto the program. Bob Walker also has another project book called 21 Projects, and it's how to piece by piece scratch build 21 different structures. And I have that one too, and it's amazing as well.
Cool.
The other one is Early Wood Frame and Stone Structures. This is by Pat Harriman, and this is available on Model Railroad Hobbyist magazine. That's the online magazine by PDF download. I bought mine many, many years ago when it first came out. This is like actually book number 7, signed by Pat. But this is a fantastic book for ideas for scratch building. I highly, highly recommend it. And it's like $19. It'll be the best $19 you ever spent.
Someone found one on Amazon for $800. Maybe it was signed on every page.
That's possibly. I've seen a few of those, but the like mine was signed too. But the you can get the PDF download, and it works just fine.
Okay, a few modeling questions. Will you put inside walls in the doctor's office?
So they're going to be left open. And what happened was the mill needed a doctor. They had some plant injuries. The mill was running at full capacity at 1900, and they were having injuries, and they realized that for such a large facility with 1,000 employees coming in night and day, that they really needed a doctor. So the craftsman for the company built a doctor's office real quick to attract a doctor. So the inside walls won't be finished off because it was built very, very quickly, but we'll put all the interior details in and finish that one up here shortly.
Cool. How do you determine the height and length of a building from a picture?
There's a couple of different ways. If I'm lucky and taking the pictures myself, I carry what's called a story pole, which is our 2 5-foot lengths of pipe, 2-inch pipe that are put together to make a 10-foot long pole. And every section of the pole is divided off by a foot. 1 foot is black, 1 foot is white. And I put that up by the building so that I can scale from that. Cool. If I don't have that, and it's an older building, then I use the doors and the windows to figure out the average size. So, you can tell roughly how big a freight door is on a station, or the station doors. And I'll scale from those. If it's a rail car, I'll use the wheels.
Okay. Something to scale with.
Mm-hmm.
Someone has trouble cutting in a straight line. Any suggestions on how to make that better?
Yes. Always show if you can. I use 3 or 4 different things for cutting straight lines. There it is. And my hero, Bob Walker, told me this in his book. This is a scale rule. It's either the mascot version or one of the others. And I have glued a wooden board down the middle. I tend to use the O side more. So what I do, I put my fingers behind this to protect them, and then I will cut along this edge. So I've got a nice steel straight edge to cut along, and I get a pretty good shot. Now, if it's a larger board, I actually have a miniature table saw. I have the Micromark tilt arbor table saw. And you think, oh my gosh, that's $300 something. I mean, it's outrageous. And I was married at the time, and I had to do a lot of chores and everything to get permission to finally buy it. It has been one of the best tools I've ever bought, and I use it all the time. I'm amazed at how often I use it. I also use different squares and rectangles. I even use some of the other normal tools that you would use for construction. There are quite a few different things, but put your work down and cut safely. Always think safety. I was here playing with these. I didn't have my safety glasses on, but I do wear them. I was scratch building or Stanley and track and got a spike into my eye and got an infection.
Ouch.
So I'm real big about always having glasses or some kind of safety thing on my face.
So I see the next guy already showed up. Before you go, can you just tell us how we can get to your blog? And then I want to say thank you very, very much for your time.
My pleasure.
Learn something new.
So I'm Scott Perry. You can get me on Facebook. I'm easy to friend. Send me a friend request. I'm glad to help you. And I often post whatever I'm working on my Facebook page. So things like the water tower and all, you can see all the construction photos from beginning to end. So all them are on there. And then my blog is the Model Railroaders Notebook /blogspot.com. And you can search for Scott Perry, the Model Railroaders Notebook. It's been around since 1998. And it was first a website and then a blog. And you can find layout plans, drawings, and model production photos and help. Feel free to reach out to me anytime with a question.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Safe. Hi there. Our next presenter is retired Dean and Professor of Biology, recently moved from Florida to New Hampshire, and is in the process of rebuilding his ON30 layout, set up for the northern New Mexico where he was born. He is the manager of the NMRA's Modeling with the Masters program and also has a seat on the board of directors. We welcome MMR 525, Mr. Jim Gore.
Oh, hello, everybody. I'm not going to let you look at my ugly mug too long, so I'm going to tell you a story about building Grandpa's gas station. And I don't mean a gas station called Grandpa's gas station. I'm talking about my grandpa's gas station. And if I can get this to work right, I hope you see it. There we go. It's sort of a lesson in prototype research, a little bit CAD design, and cardstock, which I enjoy building with considerably, and a thing called GIMP, and the memories of a 6-year-old boy. So let me start off by saying how I got there. And this is not Grandpa's gas station. This is a place in Como, Colorado called the Diamond Bar. And the first time I saw a picture of the Diamond Bar on I guess it was Google or something like that, there was a sign underneath that said, "A church in Como, Colorado." And I thought that was kind of unusual because I know that this place was a bar, hence the name Diamond Bar. And it was at one time also a house of ill repute. And it was kind of funny to hear it called a church. But at any rate, about 10 years ago or so, Clever Models, one of the cardstock kit manufacturers, had a contest and said, build us something brand new and original. And if you win, we'll build a kit for you. So I decided I would build the Diamond Bar. Now, fortunately, there was a book called Colorado Railroad Structures, and in there was actual line drawings for the Diamond Bar. There's the Diamond Bar. You can barely see you can see the diamond, but there's a bar across here also, hence like the old name, the Diamond Bar. Now, the Clever Models provides a whole set of textures, as they call them, of printed material, CAD designed, and one of the best is this one right here. It's called the Complete High Resolution Texture Collection. They don't sell them on CDs anymore. They sell them on thumb drives, but I've had mine for, gosh, at least 10 years anyway. And in there was a texture that I could use to build the outside of the Diamond Bar, just some O-scale clapboard. There's the O-scale standing seam roof, and there's the double hung windows. As you can see, cardstock modeling requires that you do a lot of layering. As a matter of fact, it's the layering of cardstock images on top of other cardstock images that gives it its dimensionality. So, for example, this O-scale standing seam, I print twice. Once to create the template to build the roof, and then once to cut out each and every individual seam and overlay it on the same one that was the base cardstock. And you can see the windows, for example, are actually built of about 6 or 7 layers, and if you glaze it, it's 8 or 9 layers. So ultimately, over a period of about 3 or 4 months of evenings, I built the Diamond Bar as it was when it was a bar and brothel, if you will. And you can see here, it's a little bit easier. This is the Diamond Bar, and it looks a little bit church-like, I suppose. Ultimately, this became a service station in the 1920s into the 1930s before it was abandoned at Como. So it's a pretty easy medium to work with, and you can add all the kinds of details that you can add to any other kind of a structure, despite the fact that it's built out of cardstock. You can see the individual standing seams, for example. You can install material like chimneys and things like that gooseneck lanterns, everything else. And of course, there's the backside with the various sorts of things that most people don't want to see anyway. Well, I was fortunate enough to have won the contest, and so they said, what do you want us to make? And I said, well, design me Grandpa's gas station. And the designer at that time, Tom Michnikovsky, said, well, send pictures. Tell me all about the prototype. Tell me all you can, and I'll try and design it. So I started sending him a few pictures. Now, my grandfather's gas station was built in Emporium, Pennsylvania. It was actually built very early in the 1930s, but this is a picture of Emporium, Pennsylvania in 1948. It's at that time, it had a population of 2,400. Just to show you how much this town has grown, I looked at the last census, is now 2,500. So it's not grown very much. This is the Pennsylvania Railway as it goes as a branch. It's the Driftwood branch. That's the Cinemahoning River. This is the Driftwood branch of the Cinemahoning River. Down the road, this direction is the town of Driftwood. My grandfather had a small gas station there also. I've seen the one in Driftwood built several times on several HO layouts because he had pictures of it on calendars. The only industry of import in Emporium is right there. That's the Sylvania plant. It did something important during World War II. That's all I know. I don't know what they made other than vacuum tubes. But I'm not really interested in the Sylvania plant. That's the one lone spur off the Pennsy there. I'm interested instead in that little tiny structure down there. That's Grandpa's gas station, the Gore service station. My grandfather built that in the 1930s. It didn't quite look like that then. This is about 1946. It looked, and he sent to me, before he died, a whole bunch of insurance photographs that were taken to give to the insurance company that insured his gas station. So there were several different views of the gas station, and I used those and sent those off to the designer Tom Michnikovsky to build me this gas station. It existed in various forms. You'll see through the pictures that the sign that says Gore gas station migrates all over the place, depending upon the year, different sizes and kinds of pumps depending upon the year. Here it is a little bit earlier in its existence, and you see the Gore service station sign has moved across to a different roof. Here it is before the service bays were built. Very different kinds of pumps and things like that, but it's still the same old place. Brick roads, interestingly enough. This is Main Street going down through Emporium, Woodland Avenue this direction, and even the base of the gas station was brick. The Gore service station there, again, the signs migrated around. I'd love to see some models of this old style pump, but I don't have them. So I had to buy something a little more modern when I installed mine. So I thought, well, I'm going to get this thing right away and I'm going to build it. It turns out that it took about 5 years later and it still wasn't even close. And so I wrote to my friend Tom and I said, Tom, these are famous last words. Just send me what you have and I'll figure out the rest. So about I'd say a week later, I got this single file. And I looked at that and I said, what the heck is that? And he said, well, it's all of the layers on a single file. And I said, well, how do I separate them? And he said, well, it's simple. You just put it on your Photoshop program and you separate them out. You separate out the various layers and print them out. I don't own Photoshop. When I discovered how much Photoshop costs, I know I didn't want to order or own Photoshop, but I did find out something about something called GIMP. GIMP is the GNU image manipulation program. It's freeware, at least when I bought it, it's freeware. I checked a couple of days ago, and I think it now costs $4. But it's essentially a freeware version of Photoshop. And fortunately for me, it has a very shallow learning curve, at least for my purposes, and I was able to separate out the layers relatively quickly. There's the sidewall of the garage, for example, and there's that mobile sign that you can cut out and superimpose on top of this one to give it some dimensionality. You have to remake those windows. I printed this out about 4 or 5 times to get all of the layers to make a 3-dimensional window. There's the opening of the service bay. I cut this out a couple of times so that I could cut each and every letter out and superimpose it on top of those. For those who think that it's cardstock means it's simple, I always tell people, as a computer modeler during my academic career, we used to have a sign in our lab that said, computer modeling is fast, efficient, and accurate. Pick any two. And that's exactly the same for cardstock modeling. If you want to do it well, you have to treat it as if it's a craftsman type structure or a scratch built structure. Here's, for example, the framing around the doors. That has to be superimposed. There's the other side of the service bay. And eventually I looked at these and I thought I have absolutely no idea what those are. And so eventually I cut them away, and pretty much about a quarter of the Grandpa's gas station, building Grandpa's gas station, I had to do myself because the photographs didn't help the designer very much, it turns out. There's the bathroom door. Unfortunately, the door ultimately went here, not where it was printed on this particular version. And you start off. Now, one of the things that people worry about cardstock model is structural integrity. And so the layering actually builds structural integrity. The other thing that cardstock modeling needs to consider, and I know quite a few cardstock modelers, but very few of them do interiors. So I did this just to demonstrate that you can do an interior. You can find a texture that looks like an interior wall with wainscoting and everything else. And in this case, about 2 or 3 layers of material to look like a tiled floor. Those old checkerboard tiles that you used to see back in the 50s and the 60s. These tabs with the red dots on them are gluing tabs. And you can either create them yourselves. Sometimes the models will have them built in. These will ultimately support the roof, for example. But I'm worried about the interior right now. This is a pretty typical interior. This is the interior as I remember it, as about a 7-year-old boy. I do remember, for example, the Coca-Cola machine. I remember the gum dispenser. I remember the candy dispenser. And one thing that I discovered later on was that my grandfather loved a good 5-cent cigar. And so he didn't have a cigarette machine, but he had a cigar machine that dispensed about 6 or 7 different brands of cigars. So there's somebody in there sort of wiping his brow because it's a hot day in Pennsylvania. There's a service counter and everything else. All those good things that you want to see in the interior of a gas station. This is the door off to the office, which is back here. The bathroom is back there. That's the ladies' bathroom. The men's bathroom is inside. And we won't get into why that occurs. Roofing is the same type of procedure. Here's the external roofing with this very strange looking shingle pattern. There's an undercoating or an understory like that, so that you have an underlayment that fits upon, so that then it becomes thicker and thicker. I use 110-pound cardstock, and 2 or 3 layers makes it a fairly solid structure, even though you've got an interior for it to go over. Here, for example, is one of the supporting roofs. You have 2 or 3 layers. Here's that thing all cut out eventually. You paint the edges of this white material with some kind of an acrylic paint or something like that. It gets glued on top of that, again, to give it some dimensionality. So there's the office. And you start adding details and things like that. I know that it looks a little warped here. I have no idea why it looks like that, because on the original or the model itself, it's not warped. But nevertheless, here's the office, and you can see inside some of the detail in there. It's illuminated with an LED, so people can look and see that it's illuminated. I also added a screen door because during the summer, the main door was only opened for at the beginning of the day and the end of the day. You went into this office through that screen door. Again, it's a cardstock piece with a piece of screening behind it to make it look like a screen door. Now we get to the building of the open bay or the garage. This was kind of an interesting part because I had no idea what the other side looked like. I must admit I had to sort of make that up based on what I could see of the photographs. This picture was taken in 1945, 1946, and you can see after the war, after the end of World War II, not a whole lot of brand new cars were on the scene, at least in the little farming town of Emporium, Pennsylvania. There are a lot of old cars from the 30s, a few early 40s cars, but mostly stuff that had to survive through the times of rationing in World War II. So there's the side of the garage. It's got 3 windows and things like that. Now those windows have some good structural integrity because, as I said, they are about 7 or 8 or 9 layers. This windowsill is 3 layers, for example. The top sill is 3 layers, for example. The windows are 2 or 3 layers. So it adds some structural integrity there, but there's not much integrity there. And again, I wanted an interior. So I needed some interior material. So I searched through my CD file, and it turns out there's something called O-scale studs and plywood. So if I cut that out and put that on the inside, I've added some structural integrity. And if you want some real structural integrity, take all of these little 2x4s, because that's what they are, and actually overlay wood 2x4s on top of them that you've stained or painted an appropriate color so that it looks something like that. So now you've got a wall that has some real structural integrity, some wood, you've got tar paper, you've got the windows, and it makes a pretty strong and firm wall. So there's the other side, and that's the only picture I have. And so I know that there is a short part of the building here. I thought at first that was a tall part of the building with a brick chimney there. It turns out that's the house behind or across the street. That's not the part of this structure. So that's a little bit of investigating you have to do too. Here is the air pump. It took me a while to figure out what that is. So we'll go on. Clapboard siding, little white clapboard siding. Again, with the 2x4s all framed in. And there you start putting this thing together. These doors, unfortunately, they don't roll up and down. I had thought about trying to make them roll up and down, but ultimately I decided I'd allow it to look something like that, with one door down and one door as if it were open all the way, because you're going to fill the bay with something else. But you see that the integrity of the wall remains pretty good. I lived in Florida and I had these things on my layout for as much as 15 years, never warped or anything else, as long as you've got a good air-conditioned space. There's the back side. That is a piece of 40 thousandths sheet styrene to make the floor, because I wanted to spray paint it a good solid concrete gray color. And so the structure sits on top of that styrene floor. This part of the shop was a welding shop, I discovered later on. But you start putting the interior material into this floor. Again, my grandfather at that time did not have a lift. So if you are old enough like me to remember what it was like, you didn't have a lift underneath here if you wanted to change oil. In fact, there was a pit underneath. You walked down the stairs, they drove the car in over the pit. Sometimes you couldn't even get out of the pit, but you stood in the pit and did all the oil changes and things like that from underneath the pit. My grandfather finally got a lift about 1958, 1959. Until then, there was this service pit, and then there was other material here. You can tell that this is long before OSHA, because here's a gas station with barrels of oil. being heated by a coal stove, which never would happen today. There's oxyacetylene there, never happened today. Stacks of tires, things like that. Here's a good old interior of a good old gas station. Of course, you got to have a few risque calendars and things like that on the wall. There it is in that direction. You can see that it's easy to work with. Cardstock is easy to work with. I had a friend ask me once, well, why don't you just use wood? And I said, well, it seems to me that cardstock is made out of wood. It's just pulped and pressed and made into a different form of wood. At any rate, here it is. If you really want to go to the effort, you could actually cut and overlay all of these clapboards to give it additional dimensionality. Usually good shading by CAD design, you don't need to do that. And again, of course, LED lit interiors and a little circuit. I can't even remember where I bought the circuit from to show the welder inside. And you can see the brick base, and that is cardstock as well. Cardstock printed by CAD Design. And then you start searching old photos, looking for details, where I can find them to make it look as exactly like the old gas station as my grandfather had it. Now that dapper young fellow there isn't really a detail I put in. That's my father. As he was about to go off to Pennsylvania State College, it wasn't Penn State University then, Pennsylvania State College, where he majored in engineering, a very strange engineering degree at the time called I can't remember, something anyway. It was nuclear engineering, and he was whisked away and sent off to a place called Los Alamos, New Mexico, to become part of the Manhattan Engineering District, which is where I was born then, in northern New Mexico. The things that I was interested in, though, was the signs, kerosene for sale, Coca-Cola, Goodyear tires, things like that. Those are cans of kerosenes in display, the downspout. So that's what I was interested in. Those were things that I wanted to put onto my model of the gas station. Oops, going the wrong direction here. So there's the Gore service station, and I started looking at these things in front. What else do I need? Well, there are stacks of kerosene. There are tires. Have to put some display tires out there. These pump islands had racks of oil and things like that. One of the things that bothered me for a while was that. It took me a long time to figure out what that was. At first, I thought that was somebody sitting on a chair, their head in their hands. And it took me about a year to figure out that those are oil pumps. And so eventually I had to put some oil pumps into the gas station. So, oil pumps. Of course, as a 6-year-old, 7-year-old kid, what I was interested in was that at the gas station, because in that glass counter, my grandfather had a contract with Topps baseball cards, and he sold baseball cards 5 cents. Now, they had penny cards also, or penny packs also, 1 pack for a penny, and you got 1 card and 1 piece of the world's worst bubble gum. If you spent 5 cents, you got 5 cards and only 1 piece of that terrible bubble gum. So I usually tried to save up my pennies so I could get 1 pack at 5 cents. Now, I was lucky enough to get 4 of those. For those of you who might happen to know about baseball cards, that's the 1952 Mickey Mantle rookie card. And about 8 months ago, one of those sold for $1.4 million to a collector. I will say that I had 4 of them. One of them I turned into my tuition at the University of Colorado. So maybe it's worth it, maybe it isn't, but at any rate, that's what I was interested in my grandfather's gas station. Not much else until I decided I wanted to build a version of it. But there's tires and there's oil can racks and things like that. All kinds of details to see. Now there's the gas station pretty much as it was put together. This part here, I had absolutely no idea what it was. We couldn't tell from the pictures. By the way, this is reversed now on the model. People have given me a hard time about that. My grandfather actually put it up the wrong way the first time. But at any rate, this is actually a corridor so that you can walk between the office and the service bay without having to get too terribly cold during the winter. Tires again, lots and lots of tires. Somebody looking at a motorcycle over there, and there are those oil pumps. So yep, there are oil pumps there. And here's an old, oh, I believe that's an old Triumph or a BMW. At any rate, there are those oil pumps. And so here's more or less the finished version. And you can see some of the details, some of the old type style cars and things like that. Something that a lot of people, particularly young people, ask me is, what is this piece of wire that's laced around the gas station? Well, if you're my age, you know exactly what it's for, because when people drove in, it's just simply a wire inside of a tube. When you crossed across it with your tire, it rang a bell inside the station, because this is back in the days before self-service. This is when there was a nice attendant in a uniform who came out, checked your water, changed your oil, and filled your gas up. Now, the price of gas back then, for those of you who might wonder, was 22 cents a gallon. Yeah, it was pretty expensive back then. So at any rate, there are all kinds of details to be put in there. There's the side of it. This car is actually a Russian car. This is this is a Gaz, but it's actually based on a license from Chevrolet. It's a Chevy. So at any rate, the only source of water was a well outside. So if they wanted to fill up, for example, this tire tank, they had to take it out in a great big oil can, in a big water can, things like that. There's a 1952 white gas dispenser. I had to put that in. There are the two tanks down below. There's that air pump on a stand, and a couple of gentlemen who are about to fill the tanks with 2 grades of gas. Only 2, regular and ethyl. People always think that's kind of funny. Why was it called ethyl? Well, if you're a chemist, you know it's tetraethyl lead. Tetraethyl lead gave this an octane of about 93, 94. Regular had an octane of about 91. This is an old Revell kit, by the way. I think I paid on eBay about $5, $6 for it, and had it sitting on the shelves for years, waiting for an appropriate time to put it on my layout. And there's the gas station sign that sat at the corner of Main Street and Woodland Avenue. This was kind of an interesting sign, because I looked at that mobile gas station sign and I saw a couple of words there that I didn't understand. SOCONY-vacuum. And looking at the sign and having learned French in high school and at university, I thought, maybe that's a French word, Socony, or something like that. What the heck is Socony? Well, I found out with a little simple search through eBay or through Google. That stands for the Standard Oil Company of New York. That's not French at all. And vacuum is the vacuum oil company makers of Gargoyle machine oil. Gargoyle machine oil was a mobile oil product, and so they sold Gargoyle machine oil and various grades of oil for the automobile. Well, that's how the gas station looked until 1956. Then the crash occurred, and this has got nothing to do with the stock market. This has to do with the layout of the town of Emporium. Again, the gas station is right there. This is Main Street, heading down towards the Cinemahoning River, down towards Driftwood this way. Main Street crosses the Driftwood branch and goes this direction towards the town of St. Mary's. This is Woodland Avenue. My grandfather's house is right here. Here's the gas station. if you go across the town or go across the street coming from St. Mary's, you go across this bridge and you have to make a choice. You either turn slightly right and go down Main Street, or turn slightly left and go down Woodland Avenue. At about 11 o'clock in the evening in July of 1956, two gentlemen who, as my father said, had a little bit too much medicine, went straight forward and right into the gas pumps at the gas station. And I was visiting my grandfather at the time. I got to be the first person to run around the corner of the gas station and watch 2 or 3 gas pumps go up in flames, and then fed right into the gas tanks under the gas station, and a gas station went up in flames. That's why there's lots of insurance pictures of the old gas station, because by the time it got rebuilt in 1958, it looked like that. The old Art Deco gas station of the late 1950s, early 1960s. I put this picture in also to mention some other details. There's a white picket fence and actually a shrub sort of hedge along the back of the gas station. My grandmother didn't want to watch the gas station from her house, so she also planted some very large pine trees also to sort of obscure the picture of the gas station. So I had to include those on the model as well. So I see I've taken about 10 minutes early, and actually I'm done. That's how I built Grandpa's gas station. If you have questions about cardstock modeling or anything else, this is my ON30 layout. Bits and pieces as it gets transferred up to New Hampshire here. I'll rebuild my layout in about another year or so. So,
Ready for some questions?
ready for some questions, Speed.
So first one was, is this all done in HO or O scale?
O scale. You can do it in HO. It's a matter of printing out. Now, this particular company, Clever Models, prints out all of their plans or all of their models in O scale. But all you have to do is tell your printer to print it out in 48/87 scale, and it's HO.
Nice. Someone wants to know, what did you use for the screen on that door?
Oh, interestingly enough, I used a set of my wife's old stockings and simply stretched them taut so that you could actually see the weave. And I stretched them over a frame. I spray painted them with some fixative. It was Krylon matte finish, I think, and then spray painted it a gray color. And when you took it off the frame, it didn't snap back because the fixative caused it not to snap back. And then I just glued it onto the frame.
Cool. I've also noticed that some more expensive tea bags comes with the similar texture.
Correct.
You can use.
That's a good idea.
Now, you showed a bunch of things that they exhibited on the outside of the gas station.
Uh-huh.
Some boxes and wheels and tires. Did they have to put that back every night on the inside?
They did indeed. They marched them all back inside the either the office or into the service bay, locked it all up, and went home. These were in the days when gas stations were not open 24 hours. This opened at about 7 in the morning, closed up about 8 o'clock in the evening.
In the big explosion, was anybody hurt?
Well, the two fellows who hit the gas station or hit the pumps did not survive.
Oh, no.
But other than that, everything else was fine. It was just a big burning fire for about 5 or 6 hours while the local fire department tried to put it out.
Oh, no. Have you ever considered adding a real bell to the wire that you put on the perimeter?
Actually, I have, and I've discovered that somewhere, I've got it written down somewhere else, there's actually a manufacturer who has a sound effect of that bell. I suppose I could have put a real bell in there too, but I think I like the electronic sound effect better.
There's a double question here. What do you use to cut your cardstock with, and what kind of adhesive do you use
Okay.
to glue it together?
I use a good old number 11 blade, a very tight one, a very sharp one. My rule of thumb is that I go through one blade per side of building. So I have plenty of blades at hand when I start building a cardstock model. If you build with, or if you cut with a number 11 blade, for example, it will dull pretty quickly. Paper is not very forgiving, as opposed to, say, flesh, which is pretty forgiving if you've ever cut yourself with a number 11 blade. But paper is not very forgiving, and so it blunts very quickly. And so I use a number 11 blade. To the adhesive I use actually a combination of adhesives depending upon the surface. I usually use a medium viscosity CA glue. And I must admit I'm a cheap SOB, so I don't use expensive CA glue. I use Gorilla. The Gorilla medium viscosity. It's the cheapest around and it works just fine. And you can use Zip Kicker on it. Zip Kicker won't cause the dies to run or anything like that. And then sometimes if it's a much larger surface, I use Rocket Card Glue, which is manufactured in the UK, but you can buy it off of Amazon. And it sets almost a little bit faster than CA does. It sets very quickly, but it's an acrylic glue. And there's not a lot of water in it, so it doesn't cause the dies to run either.
Oh, okay. Someone's asking, is the red-white flooring in the door in the back of the office actually flooring, or it just look the way it is?
It just looks that way. It was printed that way with the office.
Oh, okay.
So it was printed that way with a bit of a shadow to make it look like there was some depth. But it's one-dimensional as far as the print goes. But if you see it from 2 or 3 inches, if you're looking through the window, it looks like a regular old door going into another office.
Yeah. So over on YouTube, there's a few more questions as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is the garage portion of the building the current location of the spot? Someone's probably asking if where the garage was, if it's part of the spot.
Yes, it is. The garage still exists, but it's of course this old new Art Deco building now, and it's a single unit, as these Art Deco buildings were, not these two separate structures. Unfortunately, the only picture I have of that, the new building, you can't see it very well, but it's a single unit structure.
Okay. And do you have any pre-1875 model buildings?
I do on my layout, yes. I have a lot of structures that are, say, false front buildings and things like that on my layout because it's Western U.S., Southwestern U.S. And so, yeah, you can build false front structures. Takes a little bit of extra folding and fitting because you have to build a very long, thin box to make the false front. But yes, you can make false front structures also.
Larry wants to know, what is the number of cleaver, plywood, and studs?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't know exactly what that number is. I can probably back through this pretty quickly and find it. It is, get down there. No, gotta back up. There it is. It is TO-STD-05A. And if you know about Clever Models, their website, you can buy each one of these textures individually. I think they're probably about $1 or $1.50 a piece. And once it's sent to you as a PDF, and you own it forever.
Oh, okay.
And you can print as many as you want, as many times as you want, once you own that particular piece of texture.
And Mike wants to know, where did you get the O-scale gas pumps?
Oh, Well, actually, I went to a 148th, 143rd metal automobile manufacturer. I've forgotten the name of the company at the time. At any rate, there are several different manufacturers who manufactures collectors' automobiles, and the collector automobiles may cost $40, $50 a piece. I don't buy those, but they do have some gas pumps for sale, and they're about $10 a pair. They're not exactly cheap, but that's where I got them from. I've forgotten the name of the manufacturer off the top of my head, but there are several manufacturers that have them, and they sell collectors, 148th, 125th, 143rd type automobiles.
In all scales.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any trouble with the interior illumination glowing through the cardstock walls?
No, actually, if you have at least 2 layers of cardstock, and one of them is a dark layer, for example, you can illuminate it and it won't go through the wall. Now, a single layer of cardstock, it will. And so you have to be careful to back your wall with at least a dark layer of cardstock, and it won't, even 2 layers, it won't go through the cardstock wall.
So you don't paint them black on the inside?
No, not at all.
Someone wants to know, because they don't know about this video going on YouTube yet, but they want to know if you have other videos on YouTube.
I do not. I'm not a big social media YouTube kind of person, I must admit. When I've got time off, even though I'm retired, I don't have a lot of time. When I have time off, I'd rather spend it at the workbench. So I really don't spend a lot of time putting videos together and things like that. Unfortunately, that's my railroad. And on that Facebook page, if you scroll back far enough, I have a number of tutorials on building various cardstock structures. But that's as close as I can get. I don't do any YouTubes, I'm afraid to say.
Okay, so I'll save my question for last. But since we have quite a few more minutes left, would you mind telling us about modeling with the masters? Maybe how it came about,
Sure.
or how it's still run?
About 20, gosh, probably close to 25 years ago, a guy by the name of Clark Kooning, a Canadian, came up with the idea of a class for any member of the NMRA to attend. And at the time, it was held in Chattanooga. And you would pay, at the time, about 25 years ago, was a pretty good chunk of money, about $1,500.
Wow.
And I think maybe it was $1,000. At any rate, you would go to Chattanooga, and it was a 2-day, 3-day session. There was a banquet and everything else, and they had instructors there, and they would do about a half a dozen projects and things like that. And they thought, well, maybe we'll sell, a half a dozen or so memberships, if you will, or recruits to the Modeling with the Masters program. And it turns out that they filled it within about a month.
Wow.
And they ran it that way a couple of years, and then Clark suggested it be held at the National Convention. And ultimately, it is now held at the National Convention. It runs 4 days. We start on a Monday morning usually. And we go from about 7 in the morning till 11 o'clock at night, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday until Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday until noon. So you have 3 or 4 long days. You can sign up for individual sessions. We have 4 instructors usually, and those 4 instructors take turns directing or leading the discussion and giving a demonstration on how to construct everything from cardstock models to scratch building with styrene, scratch building certain structures with wood, how to make scenery. Right now, we've got a team taught one that Peter Youngblood and I do on building roads and making roadside details. Clark Kooning is still an instructor. Clark passed the mantle of manager over to me a couple of years ago. And so, but Clark is still an instructor, and he does one, for example, on DPM models, how to build and detail and paint DPM models. We have one on, at any rate, we have a whole series of them, and they rotate. Each topic is offered for 2 years or 2 national conventions, and then a new instructor comes along, or a new instructor comes up, or the same old instructors come up with new topics to run 2 more years. And I can't think off the top of my head what we've got planned for Santa Clara right now, but it's essentially what would have been in St. Louis had St. Louis not been canceled. So it'll be in the Santa Clara National instead.
Cool. Now, is it still expensive?
Well, each session will cost you about $45. This is outside of registration for the meeting and your hotel costs and everything else.
Right.
When it originally started off, that was a flat rate that paid for your room, all your meals, and everything else. Now it's per session kind of thing. So it's around $45 is what we charge per person to take these lessons, and the class sizes are limited to about 24 persons. And we have a room cordoned off and all equipped with tables and all the material that's needed. You're paying for the material. You're not paying us. We don't get paid to instruct you or anything else. We do it out of the goodness of our heart and our enthusiasm for model railroad modeling and things like that. And we get, we get just satisfaction out of it. We don't get paid. You pay for the materials.
Really, really nice. Okay, so my last question is,
Mm-hmm.
you still have 3 of those baseball cards left, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you going to do with the $3 million?
Well, they're not graded as essentially mint and extra fine, so they wouldn't go for that $3 million. I have no idea. I'll probably will them to some of my offspring, I guess. I don't know. I always held them in reserve in case somebody winds up wanting to go to a very expensive university that I can't afford. But they're all out and on their own, and they're doing quite well. So I have no idea what I'll do with those cards.
Well, Jim, thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you. I enjoyed it.
It was really interesting and a bit of history as well.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Okay, I think it's live again. This is Pete from the bottom of the helix. It's going to look a little weird because I have to look up to read you what Frank has all done in his life. He's been a model railroader since 1966, life member of the NMRI since 1981, and a former member of the Yosemite Shortline Modeler Club. At home, he models Twain Harte and Sonora Pass Railroad, as you can read about in the November-December of 2010 edition of the Gazette. With Mike Blumenstad, he built an HO layout for the NMRI display at the California State Railroad Museum. Please welcome the PCR Vice President, MMR 514, Mr. Frank Markovich.
Hi, everybody. Clinic today is going to be detailing wood structures. I presented this a number of times. There are a lot of slides I'm going to go through. I won't read every word, but you see my email down there. And if you go to frankmarkovich.com after this, I will post it within a couple hours. He's read everything about me.
I am married in the Gazette. There's a picture of my layout that was in the Gazette. And here's a couple pictures of the museum project. It's in a garage. It hasn't been installed yet because of the COVID-19. Everything was commercial except ground cover was sifted dirt. And Mike Blumenstadt and I built it. All the structures were from Woodland Scenics. It was supposed to show that an average modeler could build a really good looking operational layout. There it is from one end. It was built so that the last section shows the various stages. Goals for the clinic show you some prototype wood, old and new, both interior and exterior, a variety of rolling stock and structures, and examples of the above. And then I'll talk about techniques, logical treatments, and beyond that, methods to speed things up and keep costs down, how to simply apply grain detail, paint, peeling paint, weathering, the silver gray look, interior woods, effects, rotten wood, yes, it does rot, bleached wood, weathering of stained wood, different than painted. Some things that attack wood, don't forget mold plants, rust, dented wood, broken wood, and doing it all safely. Most of what I learned was from others, 95%. And real wood doesn't just weather over time. There are dents, discolorations. I backed into our garage door, so there's a dent from that. I'll have to fix that. Effects from water, wind, cracks, splits, even animals, fungus. I'd like to thank Mick Greenberg, great modeler, and Colin Emerson, both close friends. Colin has passed, but it taught me a lot of what I know. I watch every video I can, and I read as many books as I can on the topic. In all cases, there are at least 2 references for what I've done. Most is done before assembly, some things you can't do till after. And I found what works for me. You may find other things that work for you. The most important thing really is to have fun. The first step you should do is study the prototype. Mick, Colin, and I used to go out and take lots of pictures, particularly along the coast in California, old beat up structures. Make notes. You can use other reference such as books, photographs, videos. I use the internet an awful lot now. Eyewitnesses, if you can find them, because sometimes they can fill you in. I model up in the Sierras in the Tuolumne area, and some of the buildings are so beat up you can't tell how they actually looked when they were new. But I found people who do know. That can be a hobby in itself. I modeled Twain Harte and Sonora Pass, which is a takeoff of West Side lumber, and you notice weathering over time. Sometimes I won't do heavy weathering for structures, but I might other times. So this first picture I'm going to talk about is dispatcher's office. This photo was taken about a year after West Side and Cherry Valley shut down. They were a tourist road, short-lived, but you can see the peeling paint. And right down here, you can see how at the bottom is weathered more than the top of the building. Here's my favorite locomotive, shade number 15. And if you look at the wood down here on the steps and the bunk, you can see how rough cut it is. And then look at the fence. It's a rough cut fence, and you can see weathering. You can see grain detail. I don't know how much you can see online, but if you download my presentation, and the building, how it has in the Sierras, you get this dark, almost black weathering over time of wood that's outdoors. Here's a West Side snowplow. I built like 4 of these, 2 from scratch. And you can even see the grain on here. Now this plow burned last year, and they're rebuilding it at the Nevada County Narrow Gauge Museum. but the hardware all made it, but the wood was just trash. This is good because you can see a lot of different textures here, and not just of wood, but even of the metal. Look at this, just all rotted here. You can really go to far extremes. If you actually did this on a model, it might be too much. People think you were exaggerating. Here's indoor. Again, this was a car shop at West Side Lumber, interior. And there's a few things you can see. You can see that sometimes the baps came off, and you can see how the weathering came through the walls on the side, and different discolors. This was a few years after West Side itself shut down. There's exterior of that. And again, look at this black, okay? And the various shades. This has stain on it, but these originally had stain, but it's no longer there. There's another shop, but look at the water tank up here, and look at the weathering, the white from the minerals seeping through and bleaching. You can get that with stains, and even I've even used bleach and then put it under a light. Make notes, write everything down. That's really important. I have books of notes. Real wood. I've tried to make other materials look like real wood with mixed results. I've got a couple of flat cars by Foothill Models that are resin, and I've made them look like real wood, but it took twice as long as if I had real wood. The effects just are difficult to accomplish with other materials. I also find it fun to work with real wood. Maybe I would have been a carpenter 100 years ago. Lots of choices now, and I'm going to give examples of them. You have strip wood, scribe wood, coffee stirrers. One of the guys in the Yosemite Short Line built all these structures with coffee stirrers from different coffee shops, sheet woods, and you can use different types of wood. I've even cut my own because you may want to have a wood that you can't buy. Redwood strips are hard to get, but you can cut them. Real wood also takes stains well. I know you can do this with various plastics I have, but it's not the same look. And then one of the things for castings, such as windows and doors, I always paint them first with a raw wood color, then continue from there. Flow quill, cyan gray is a good choice, but there's pale wood. Basically, to get a 3D effect, you want to see some depth in the wood. And because of the modeling, you have to exaggerate a little bit. Model logging, and most of those are where there was snow in the winter. And then the other thing, it's fun to add as much as to a model, as long as it isn't totally overdone. You should look at times to some of Chuck Doan's stuff to get an idea of how far you can go. Stuff's beautiful. Here's some examples. The Yosemite Short Line, and you'll see some of the boardings aren't even fairly even, not perfect. Wood is worn in many places. It brings a flat car to life. There's a flat car, and you can see the grain detail. You can see the individual boards. I like board by board usually, but you can also see the grain detail. This was built missing. You can do a lot of ways of knot holes. You can use a old soldering iron or wood burning. I like detail. This is scribed wood. It really, now obviously the doors and windows are board by board. To try it, I will do it because it's easy to break them. There's a pickup. You put it on this. show, and I have broken windows. Here's a caboose, number 4. I've built, this is HO. You can see the variation in color. And one of the reasons that I did this was I took a picture of the real caboose a long time ago. I honestly don't remember what year it was. And that's how the wood looked on the side. This is all, in this case, it's scribe wood, but I really worked it. Next thing, here's some models by Mick Greenberg to show some peeling. And he uses the, or he used the rubber cement pickup. A close-up of a window. Okay. Now, one of the things I did a number of years ago, I made a sheet where I took wood and both strip wood and scribe wood, and I made a chart of the various things I did. I almost always start with a gray wash, a stain. And if you can get, there's a number of examples of light stain. Stain, really the first one works best if it's a some sort of alcohol or base, something other than acrylics. I used to use the flow quill driftwood, which you can't get anymore. I will confess I have 2 quart cans still. I started with 4, I'm down to 2, and I still use those. So here's different examples of peeling paint. Here's some rotten, look at the bottom. The boards are, I just worked it really a lot. This is sort of fun. You can do it while you're watching TV or listening. I listen a lot to books on tape, and I'll work the wood then. And then questions before you start, even with a kit. I do more scratch building than kits, but even with a kit, you need to ask, is it new or old? Is it in disrepair? How long has it been in service? Has it been taken care of? The era, makes a big difference what era it was. If it's before the 1900, there's certain types of things. And in fact, the framing is different. Lots of times, instead of 18-inch center, it's 24. Location, I'm in California in the foothills. The climate, well, the climate where I'm at is cold and snow in the winter and hot and miserable in the summer. Actually, not miserable, but it's hot. What it was used for, okay? What, are you going to put in interior? Plan it from the start. And then the framing, examine the wood that you get. If necessary, sand it smooth unless a rough cut is desired. I like Kapler. I really prefer Mount Alberta, the wood that I use, but I've used various woods. Could be scraps, coffee stirs. They are hard to distress, but they look good. And I even like using siding. I don't want everything to take a long time. Sometimes when I had a project that took me months, I'll go to something that takes me a week at the most. Scale. Wood grain on Z would never be same. And G, you better do wood scale or it's going to look unrealistic. O, S require a little more than HO. But I've built 2 N scale layouts, and I've added on the structures. I've added grain detail at times to those. Must look real. You don't, unless you're trying to get the caricature look, make it look real. Let's go back, sorry. You might want to exaggerate a little to bring out effects, just like Hollywood does. Or don't do it quite as much as a lot of theirs, but some. Must fit into the layout. Structures, work real dirt. Bury your structures. When stuff is just sitting on top, drives me crazy. Put some dirt around it, or put bushes if you don't want it. Put bushes or something to hide it. Planning. I do a lot of planning. I was an engineer and a musician, and as an engineer, I did a lot of planning. So here I built this tool shed. There's just the first page of plans. I drew out everything, okay? And then I plan it out. So I even talk about how I'm going to stain it and stuff, and how, you know, what I'm going to do. I'm going to add details like knot holes. This is for the same project. Here's the color. I'm going to spray a West Side color on the walls, like you saw that first building. I have to confess, I use the scalpel as much as I use the number 11. I put down India ink. I used to use grimy black, a thinned out version, but now I can use Indian ink, or you know, and I use chalks. I like the Hunter stains. Hunter has a really good silver stain that I've gone to now. When you use a stain, you let it dry. I'll stain it and let it dry a week before I do anything else. Tools, X-Acto knife number 11 blade. I buy them by the box. File cleaner. When you got a large amount, you can do that. Wire brush. And I'll talk about, I made a tool that I started a long time ago to make it easier, where I put 5 to 7 blades in something and use that to weather. I've used the Ponce tool for nail holes. I said it's not my favorite. My favorite actually is an old drafting pencil for nail holes. I can't show you today, but I normally would. I use a lot of brushes. I use a lot of inexpensive brushes for dry brushing and stuff where you don't need, you don't need a good brush. Hobby ruler. I use old t-shirts cut up to apply paint quickly. I use lots of scales and weights. I use a ruling pen for applying super glue so I don't use too much. I use a lot of T-pins for holding parts down. Rubber cement pickup. Hairspray, another way to do it is hairspray. I use hairspray a lot for trees, but you can use it for peeling paint. You spray some on, you put your other color over it, and you pull it back. Salt also works. You can lightly get a little saliva on your finger and salt and put it on there. You spray or pad paint on it and pull it off. That works really better even for doing metal. Use a lot of chalks. I use ACC a little. I use carpenter's glue, the yellow glue mainly, and epoxy when something needs to be heavy. I use lots of palette. I use cottage cheese tops, masking tape, blue tape. I have a number of cutting mats. A large one makes it easy. Paints. The isopropyl alcohol with India ink, I prefer the 99%, less chance of warping. And it's pretty good. The Hunter line works really good. Driftwood stain, I have 2 pints left, but you can make it. Here's cyan gray if you can get it. Rubbing alcohol, leather dye. I don't like rubbing alcohol because you get it on your fingers and your fingers stay black. I talk guitar and people look at you, they want to get near you, okay? Lots of stains. You can't get Floquil, but you can get the same type of things from various paint stores. I find I go into different paint stores and I ask them, I show them what I have and they can usually match it. Bragdon's chalks, okay, acrylics. There's the acrylics I use, some of them, polyester substitutes. I like Vallejo paints for some things, but they don't work well for peeling paint. The peeling paint doesn't work as well with the Vallejo and some of the high-end paints. They can be sprayed, brushed on. MIG is another good paint. Safety, and we are all into that now. Wear safety glasses. I work in a well-ventilated area. I work in a garage. I have a spray booth. Wear gloves. I throw dull blades out. I don't even wait. If I think at all they're dull or they've used them a while, always cut away from you. If you can, you have an organized space, all common sense. I like to experiment. I've tried just bleaching wood. I've had some luck with it. Watch lots of DVDs on weathering. Distressing tool. a wood distressor, dental tools, file cleaner, wire brush, barbecue brush. Dental tools really I use a lot. Okay. Wood racker. So here's, I got this from Mount Albert. You can, I first built this like in 30 years ago. I would chuck 5 blades into vice grip. But then I found you could, I tried different things. I epoxied it in, but you can buy channel stock and put it in epoxy, and then I will use the rubber stuff to make a handle, okay? And that really helps. Build your own, you'll have this. The size you need is 5/32 times 5/16 KNS. And I think it holds 6 blades. And you can move them down the wood. Don't try and move them just straight. You know, sort of take the wood, the blade, and do sort of serpentine types patterns. Other tools you can use: a razor saw, file cleaners, any tool. Grain detail, I have knot holes. I explained that already. Here's a close-up of some of the other things I've done. To samples, I really suggest you make a page of samples to show. I used, and then other tools, Northwest Shortline choppers, I have 3. True sander, that really helps. A disc sander, small disc sander, a cut-off saw, duplicator, good for good scribe siding. I use lots of single-edge razor blades to cut the wood. It's better than X-Acto knife. Again, modify windows and doors. I like to scratch build them, but if you have a lot, it will take a lot of time. Again, the bottom of walls should have more roughness to it. Lots of times I'll take, and after I build a building, I'll really work the bottom of some boards and then put a brown-black mixture of stains. I almost always dry brush a little bit. I use some chalks, and I'll use, it's not on here, but I'll use ground foam, really fine ground foam for moss at the bottom, especially if you need to hide something. And then if you have a metal piece, you want some rust coming down the wood from it. I'll use a fan brush to get that. Here's the various methods of peeling paint, salt. You talked about hairspray. Another thing you can do is spray on some alcohol and then immediately try and cover it with acrylics. Acrylics won't stick and you can pull them off. Okay. Another way, get an old t-shirt or similar material, fold it up, get just a little paint on, and then dab it on, and leave, don't try to cover the wood. You can leave spots that look like peeling paint. So I've seen guys that do marvelous jobs on it. I've done it. I think the rubber cement works best for me. After all's done, you can add in some chalks. Remember, more weathering towards the bottom. Light coat of India ink. I don't use actual dull coat. I'll use the Tamiya instead. Dull coat will fog up after alcohol. Krylon or the Tamiya flat finishes work better for me. The Tamiya is really nice, but it's not cheap. And dry brushing, again, I think most of you know, I use it a lot. I use white, I use black sometimes, I use other colors, and by the time you look at the brush, you can't even tell there's any paint on it. You should try what I call snake oil, the Micromart, A West Weathering, experiment. You can get good ideas from some of the kits, magazines, books. Green Frog, Daryl, Huffman, Paul Scholes all have. The internet has a lot. Magazines. Like if you're waiting in a doctor's or dentist's office, that's where you can do a lot of reading. Clinics, other modelers, or my source. So you can contact me there at frank@frankmarkovich.com. My website is frankmarkovich.com. Makes it really easy. If you're in the San Francisco, if you ever come to the San Francisco Bay area, you can contact me. I'm here about 2/3 of the time, but we also spend a lot of time with grandkids. So any questions, you can ask them now.
There are a few. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Have you used regular wood stains from the hardware store?
Oh, yes. Minwax. I've used Minwax a lot. Then you gotta. I like to open them up before I buy them, but lots of times you need to thin them. They're a little thick, but I use them all the time.
Okay. In one of your photos, you showed a window that had the bottom left part of the glass broken. I
Yes, I
know this
actually
is the
use real glass.
real
So
glass.
I break it before I install it.
Wow.
I've used clear acrylic, but I don't like it as much as real glass.
Okay.
It's also easier to clean. I'm in a pretty dusty area, so the real glass is easier to clean with a really soft brush. It doesn't smear.
So the audience is still typing questions, but while we have a few minutes, can you tell us a bit more about the NMRA museum layout?
Yeah. So very briefly, Mike and I were contacted a few years ago we built a number of layouts for the NMRA for display, and to build a memory, I don't know if you remember that program. Charlie approached Mike and I, and we built 3 layouts, one in HO. Problem with HO was transporting it. It wouldn't fit in the back of a car or the back of it had to be vertical in the back of a truck, which meant we had a sail on the back of the truck. No matter how much we tied it down, the wind, Bay Area gets windy. So then we built 2 in N scale that would fit in the bed of a truck or the back of a car, like a CRV or an SUV. So then they asked us to build this layout for the museum project, and we built it in about 6 months. It's taken some time to install, and what the goals of it were as follows. We were to use commercial products as much as possible. Obviously some of the ground cover wasn't, the wood, the foam, that stuff, but everything else was commercial, all the railroad oriented stuff. Woodland Scenics gave us all the structures, they're all lighted. Cotto gave us all the track. Woodland Scenics also gave us a ground cover. Boston gave us the engines and rolling stock. I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out. And the goal was to have 2/3 of it completely scenic and have the last third show like the foam, plaster cloth, and then the framework with the electronics underneath. So we did that. It was picked up by the exhibitor group, and they were building the cover for it because it's going to be covered. And then COVID-19 hit, and we don't know where it is now, but you can't even get in the museum. And it looks like it's going to be a few months before you'll be able to get in the museum.
But that's the layout that people would see, right?
Yeah. I'll go back. Let me start the slideshow again. And I'll show you, I'll get to it pretty quickly. So here's one side. You can see there's a sawmill and various structures. We've got a road. The road was from the material from Woodland Scenics, the asphalt. The track is all the Cotto track, and we weathered the ties, weathered the wet rail, put ballast over it, and it looks pretty good. I defy people looking at it to tell us just the sectional track basically. The rock, Arizona company makes all the rocks and stuff. That's some of their stuff. And here's these woodland scenic structures, by the way, are really pretty good. We weathered them up like some of the things I talked about in the clinic. And with a little bit of work, and I mean like an hour at the most on each structure, they become realistic. There's a far end. If you see the far end by the garage door, you can see how there's plaster cloth, then the blue foam. And the only reason we have blue foam and not pink is it's the manufacturer, and that's what we were able to get.
Okay.
Okay.
So a few more questions. Someone just ordered a label wood kit, and his plan is to use real paint for wood. Would that be worth trying?
If he thins it out, and I put it on really, I'd be very careful of how thick I put it on. Be better to do a few thin coats than one thick coat.
Mm-hmm.
And I would, so that's an HO kit. I built them in my prime, long time ago. You could use regular paint. The acrylics are, even the inexpensive acrylics that you can get at Michael's and Hobby Lobby are pretty good. You thin them with a little bit of water and they look really good. What I would do is take a piece of scrap and try it first before I painted anything was going to spend a lot of time on.
Okay, so he also got a Tichy stock car, and he wants some suggestions for weathering it in the 1910 era.
Well, the first thing I would do is use a silver gray stain as a base stain, very light. And then I'd use various, and you can buy these like at the hobby store or at, actually I would go to a hardware store, light stains, and dab it on, try and go a lot of thin, thin it out really good, a lot of thin rather than one heavy. And every time after you do the stain, let it dry at least a few days, because the stains should be petroleum based, not water based. So they need to soak in and dry.
So gray first or stain first?
Well, the gray will be stained, but a very light silver gray. Any wood that's outside any period of time starts to develop that silver gray look. Yes. But make it very light on that kit, and then add in. Sort of depends what area is he modeling.
We will have to wait for a reply for that.
Okay.
So we got 5 minutes left.
Look at a lot of, because probably Colorado. Look at a lot of the pictures you can find at the Colorado Railroad Museum of some of the items there, or pictures that, a lot of the Colorado Rail annuals will have a lot of pictures that would be a good guide. Again, experiment before you go at it.
So that's all I see for questions. So let's do a little bit of the modeler's life idea, and you tell us about this 1970 Gibson archtop.
47 years, part-time. Nobody gets a full-time job in music, hardly at all. And I played, and I have an older Gibson L5. I have two archtops. I also have a Howard Roberts custom. And the L5 just sounds beautiful. Sounds good acoustic, sounds good electric. And the interesting thing, I have the L5, and then I have an ES335, and they're only a few serial numbers apart.
Wow. So
they came down the line at the same time. And people really like the 335. A lot of students have offered me a lot of money for it, but no, and one of my sons is going to get it. The 335 is a very versatile guitar. I wouldn't probably use it for country, but just about anything else. It's an okay jazz guitar, just okay. It's a really good guitar for rock, R&B, blues, other styles of music. For country, it doesn't have that twang. You can't get the twang that you get out of a telly or some of the straps. You can get that twang out of a strap by doing some things to it, adding more metal. Like I've added metal to the headstock on one. I've swapped the pickups.
So when the social distancing goes away, are there any live performances that we can come see?
When the social distancing, well, lately I've been playing mainly in church, but we'll see what happens. Like, obviously can't do any concerts now. In California, it looks like we can't do anything probably till there's a vaccine. So we're looking probably the end of the year at best.
Wow.
I mean, Governor Newsom really has clamped down hard. And I do have a haircut. I got a haircut 2 weeks ago. But to get it, I had to drive up to Twain Hart to a barber that was open against the rules.
We will cut that part out of the video.
Huh?
We will cut that part out of the video.
Oh,
so
yes,
there's no
please.
evidence.
I don't want him to get in trouble because I'm going to go to him in another 2 weeks.
So, Frank, very, very, very much. Thank you for your time.
And I'll be in contact via email with you on, you asked me to look for other clinics for you.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And to all our listeners, if you are willing to give a clinic here, we still have plenty of open slots.
Okay. I'll get you a couple anyway.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back again. Hopefully I've unmuted everything and everyone can hear me out there. Can you guys hear me in here?
Yep. Yep, got you.
Okay, we are ready to go. Sorry about that. I just had a hiccup pop in the middle of the screen there and I had to get rid of it to see what we were doing. But Jerry Britton's here. Where are you from again, Jerry? I've lost my bit of paper with the program.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a little area called Edders in south central Pennsylvania. Put it in perspective, it's about 2 hours west of Philadelphia and about an hour north of Baltimore.
Ah, so here we go. We're going all the way over basically to the east coast from Australia. So it's only about a 25-hour flight. So I'll hand the stage over to yourself, Jerry, and I'll maximize your PowerPoint when you put it up.
All righty, thank you. So good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining. I want to give a special shout out to my friends from the Pennsylvania Railroad Technical and Historical Society. The presentation that I'm giving today, I'd been working on for a couple of years, and it was supposed to be presented 2 weeks ago at our annual meet. So hopefully some of you are tuning in and listening. So at this point, I'll go ahead and switch to my PowerPoint. Let's see. All right. Are you seeing it?
Yep, we've got that here.
Okay. So I model an HO scale in the 1950s, part of what was the middle division between Harrisburg and Altoona within Pennsylvania. And HO scale, early 1950s. And while I was doing research for a prototype location to model, I came across a trip of the president from Washington, D.C. to State College, Pennsylvania. And I went to school at the University of Pennsylvania State University in the 1980s, and there was a local a short line there called the Bellefonte Central, and it actually closed down in 1984. I was there at the very, very end of it. Fascinating little 11-mile line, but a book came out called Rails to Penn State by Mike Bazila, and I picked it up to learn more about the short line, even though I was already a Pensy modeler, and it's a fascinating book. But a lot of Lime traffic on the line, but they provided the last link between the Pennsylvania Railroad at Bellefonte, reaching out 11 miles to State College, Pennsylvania, the home of Penn State. So the book in and of itself was a fascinating read, but one part caught my eye in particular, and there's 2 or 3 pages where it told the story of in 1953, President Eisenhower took a train to State College, to the university. His brother Milton was the president of the college. So it was interesting in that it provided all the names of the cars that were in the consist, and it just kind of piqued my interest about, you know, how many other trips there might have been across the Pensy. And although this presentation was geared towards the Pensy Society, a lot of this information is going to be of interest to anybody modeling any line. So following reading that, I started Googling, and I found a reference to the book in the center called The President Travels by Train. And I bought a copy, and this thing is like 1.5 inches thick. And it really covers the gamut of history of the president traveling by train. And it has probably well over 100 consists over time over all the railroads. And roads like the B&O, the New York Central, and some of the roads to the south, they got the lion's share of the traffic. The Pensy was actually a minor player. Moving on, just more recently, Mike Bazila put out a second book, Branch Line Empires, which was all about the PRR in the New York Central in the coal fields of Pennsylvania, which is just outside of Bellefonte. And it too referenced the POTUS train going to Penn State. And the one thing that stood out is in Rails to Penn State, Mike had said that the power for the train was 2 PRR E8s. And in Branch Line Empires, he said they were FP7s. And, you know, being a prototype modeler, I'm like, well, which is it? Well, I tracked him down. We'd been virtual acquaintances for years. And he couldn't remember where he got that. The Bellefonte Central closed down in 1984, and all of their records were in the attic above the engine house in Bellefonte. And Mike went in there and saved them and took them to Petit Library at the Pennsylvania State University, and they are now in their archives there. And as you'll see a little later, I've got photos of a lot of those records that Mike saved. So in answering the engine question, I said, well, one thing I got to do is go to Petit Library. So I arranged to make a trip up there to inspect the collection, and I invited Mike along. So that's Mike on the right there, the author of the 2 books. So the two of us poured over all the documents, and you know, that's what really led to this presentation. Going back on the history of the POTUS on the Pensy, there's a couple notable trips early on. Martin Van Buren is thought to be the first president to ride on the Pensy. William Henry Harrison, first campaign on the Pensy. John Tyler and James Buchanan, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Johnson. Quite a few have been on the Pensy at various times. Famous photograph. Almost everybody has seen this at one time or another. Purportedly, in this photo is Abraham Lincoln on his way to deliver the Gettysburg Address. This is on the Northern Central Railway, which was a subsidiary of the Pensy in 1863. Here we have Teddy Roosevelt at Lewistown, 1912. Hoover on the Manhattan Limited in 1928. And here you got another Roosevelt during the war years. Truman, 1947. And here we have Dwight Eisenhower in 1952 on a campaign train. He's actually taking a few moments to chat with some of the PRR employees. And here's Dwight in the cab of a GG-1. And there's JFK after the Army-Navy game in 1961. Talking about the operations, so the presidential train used the call sign POTUS. The Secret Service often had different call signs, and they called it City Hall. And prior to 1942, regular Pullman equipment was used to transport the president. There was 7 Pullman cars that Pullman constructed for rentals in 1927. They were all named after world explorers. And the Raoul Amundsen was the one that was used most often. A typical concept was a baggage car, which carried 2 or 3 automobiles. They get out somewhere, they unload the automobiles and could travel from there. There was a communications car that for years was the B&O Combine 1401 until it was replaced by a new car that we'll discuss later. There were usually 3 or 4 Pullman sleepers for press correspondence. Then they'd have a working press car, which was stripped of its seats and fitted with work tables, a dark room, and a Western Union office. 1 or 2 diners furnished by the host railroad. A lounge car for the staff and press. 2 or 3 Pullmans for the presidential staff. A Pullman for the Secret Service detail, confidential secretaries, and perhaps political advisors. And then the presidential car bringing up the rear. They often ran a pilot train ahead of the POTUS train just to make sure everything on the track was safe. And they often had a protect power following the train or would stage it somewhere along the line. Security was paramount, obviously. And this page, I won't read it word for word, but there was a lot of requirements about oncoming traffic stopping 30 minutes in advance, not being able to use interlockings to cross tracks ahead of this train within like 30 minutes. Any manual turnouts, they would spike in place, and so on and so on. There's an example of the point spiked on a manual switch. I mentioned the B&O Combine 1401. This was the communications car from 1942 to 1952. And now we get into the golden age of travel, which would have been the 40s and 50s. The presidential rail car was the Ferdinand Magellan. It was one of those 7 cars from Pullman. They refitted it in 1942, and it was in use through 1958. There was a new dedicated communications car, which was USA 87325. Call sign was POTUS 1, and it had the name General Albert J. Meyer. It was a converted hospital car. And there was also a Secret Service protection detail car, USA 89426, POTUS 2, and it had the code name Morn, also a converted hospital car. And together, the last 2 cars, the communications car and the detail car, they called Crate. And quite honestly, I have no idea where those came from, but that was the deal. Ferdinand Magellan, built in 1929 by Pullman. Again, one of the cars named after the explorers. And after the United States entered World War II, the Secret Service and the White House press secretary felt that the president needed a dedicated, specially equipped car to protect him. So they selected the Ferdinand Magellan, and here it is at the Pullman shops in Wilmington for the 1942 rebuild. It's already been pretty much stripped in this photo. Note the trucks, because you're going to see new trucks a little later. There's the 2 ends of the car. This is inside the car at the vestibule end. You're looking forward in the left photo, and you're looking rearward in the right photo. And then back in the lounge, looking forward in the left photo, looking rearward in the right photo. And there's new trucks that were specially built for this car. The original car had 5 bedrooms. They reduced it to 4. The dining room and observation lounge were enlarged. 2 of the bedrooms were a suite for the president and the first lady with a fully equipped bathroom, including a bathtub, and it connected the 2 bedrooms. The dining room could also be used as a conference room with a solid mahogany table. And the front end of the car held quarters for 2 stewards, a pantry, a galley, mechanical equipment, storage, and ice bunkers. And these 2 diagrams show the original plan at the top and the new plan at the bottom. So you can see how the dining room got larger, as well as the observation room. And if you look towards the middle of the car, bedroom C is the president's room. And then to the right of that, you have the bathroom facilities. And then bedroom B is the first lady's room. Placed with 3-inch thick 12-ply laminated bullet-resistant glass. And there was a bank of address and a telephone in every room that could be connected train side whenever they were in the station. That took the car from 160,000 pounds to 285,000 pounds, making it the heaviest passenger rail car ever in the United States. It was painted Pullman green to mix in with other Pullmans, but the name was not printed on the car. You'll see photos in later years with the name. That was not while it was in service. And to lessen the chance of sabotage during the war, it didn't have a permanent storage place in D.C. It was moved around, placed at various sidings, intermixed with other Pullmans, etc. Although this photo is dark, this is a builder-style photo showing the car after the rebuild in 1942. That's the lounge looking rearward. Lounge looking forward. Dining room looking forward. And that's the president's stateroom. And that's one of the other staterooms. They also installed a wheelchair elevator for the president. It's currently shown in its up position off to the side of the observation deck. And it was promptly removed after Roosevelt's death in 1945. These 2 shots also show the elevator. On the right, you can see it had an integral ramp. And on the left, that shows the ramp in the up position. The car was presented to Roosevelt in December of 1942, and his first trip was to Miami, Florida, where he boarded a Pan Am Airways flying boat for his trip to the notorious Casablanca Conference in 1943. Roosevelt traveled approximately 50,000 miles in the car over the next 2 years, and his last time was on the trip to Warm Springs, Georgia, 2 weeks before he died there. Truman used the car more than Roosevelt because it was available for his entire presidency, and Eisenhower used the car only 3 times. So it seems like the car had kind of a short life, but what really happened there that changed the landscape was the advent of larger airplanes. So you start getting into what would become Air Force One. Here's a picture in the 1940s showing the car with the loudspeakers affixed to the top. It was General Eisenhower with Winston Churchill in 1946. Here's Truman during his campaign. He traveled more than 29,000 miles on the car, and here's the infamous scene of him holding up the newspaper headline that prematurely said that Dewey defeated Truman in the election. And today the car is restored at the Gold Coast Railroad Museum in Miami, Florida. In 1984, the car was loaned from that museum to the campaign of Ronald Reagan. And in 1992, Hurricane Andrew pretty much totaled the shed that the car was stored under. And as you might expect, based on its specs, it didn't do much to the car. A few scratches, but otherwise not too much damage. And there it is restored more recently under a new shed. Unfortunately, they don't allow anybody to go inside of it. I was on a trip to Florida last year, and I tried to make arrangements to get special permission for this presentation to go inside, and that was declined. There's the restored dining room, the restored presidential room. And now we move on to the communications car. So the General Albert J. Meyer was the new communications car. And here's a photo of it in 1961 in storage. And here's some of the communications equipment inside of it. And I mentioned the other car that was the Secret Service detail car. Here it is in storage in 1961. It contained a lounge area. And I had found that in later years, sometimes they used crate, which was the communications car in this car, for some special trips without using the presidential car. There's crate in Philadelphia in 1961. The Ferdinand Magellan was taken out of service in 1958, and the two communication rail cars were moved, and during the 1960s and 70s, they were stored at the New Cumberland Army Depot, just outside of Harrisburg, PA. Worth noting that when the Magellan was surplused, it was sold to the Gold Coast Museum for $1. All right. So now moving on to POTUS to Penn State. This was the trip that inspired me to do the research. When I found that on May 9th, 1953, President Eisenhower traveled to State College to visit his brother. The original plan was for him to fly, but poor weather prevailed. And what's amazing about this, for a trip that's going to be on May 9th, how quickly they can put together the rail trip, make all the arrangements for that. It was scheduled to depart, Washington around 10:59 on May 8th. It would travel from Washington to Baltimore on the PRR main line, what today is the Northeast Corridor. Then it would travel up the Northern Central Branch to Harrisburg, which would take it from Baltimore through York to Harrisburg. Then the Middle Division main line to Tyrone. So that would be from Harrisburg through Lewistown to Tyrone, which is just short of Altoona. Then it would hang a right and go up the Bald Eagle branch from Tyrone to Milesburg. And then there'd be a short segment on the Bellefonte branch to take it into Bellefonte. At that point, it would take the last 11 miles on the Bellefonte Central Railroad and arrive in State College around 6:30 a.m. So here's the first record we have of official documentation for this trip. And this is at 1:10 p.m. on May 8th, the day before the actual trip. Zooming in on some of that detail, it mentions that they're expecting about 65 people on the train, and it provides the makeup from the head end, several Pullmans, a diner, and the president's private car. Notably absent on this trip, for whatever reason, is the communications car and the Secret Service car for the head end. And if you look at the overall memo in the background, you see kind of a red check mark. The reason we have all these documents is not because of the Pennsylvania Railroad's archives. It's because this was a copy that was received by President McClellan of the Bellefonte Central, and it was in the Bellefonte Central archives. Here's the planned routing of the train. So they have it staged in Washington. And for those of you unfamiliar with the Pennsy trackage, They're showing a route passing through a loop track to turn the train around, and then it would proceed to Baltimore and go up through Clyde, which was a midpoint on the line to Harrisburg, and then provides the rest of the route to State College. The middle division of the Pensy, which would be from Harrisburg to Altoona for the middle part of the trip, issued their first memo, a 2-page document, also on May 8th. It indicated a more granular schedule across the middle division, times leaving Harrisburg and passing basically all the towers along the way, the estimated times. And once again, they repeated the makeup. And here they're calling out some interesting information. Rather than using a dedicated pilot train, they're using one of the Pensy's already scheduled passenger trains to be the pilot train. This train, the POTUS train, is traveling overnight, and overnight on the middle division sees approximately 25 to 30 passenger trains each direction each day. And it's a 4-track main line, so there's dedicated tracks for passenger service versus freight service. So they're using an existing Pensy train as the pilot. They then call out the Altoona Rec train that's going to act as a pilot train from Tyrone to Bellefonte. And there's a couple of freight trains. They're talking about dispatching them early, having them staged at different points. They call out that Superintendent Jeffries and the road foreman of engines will ride the diesel of POTUS across the middle division. Assistant road foreman will ride the pilot train. Assistant road foreman will ride a freight train ahead of the POTUS train on the one branch out of Tyrone to Milesburg, and the Altoona Rec train is again acting as a pilot train. It indicates that POTUS will operate on the passenger track from Banks to Tyrone the whole way, and it's given movement under absolute block protection for the following train. All freight movements to be stopped 30 minutes in advance of the POTUS train, and conductor and instructed to inspect train and report if okay. Advance freight trains as far as possible. No westward freight trains are to be accepted at Banks after 1:40 a.m. until after POTUS passes. Banks is the tower in the entrance of the middle division when you're leaving Harrisburg. So basically, they're saying no freight trains are going to be accepted at that location coming out of Enola after 1:40 until POTUS passes. And then they also indicate no crossover moves are to be made within 30 minutes of the advance of POTUS. They also get into protection of the line side right away, calling out police protection during the change of crews. Nobody else is allowed in the cab, and a lieutenant and another individual that are going to be riding the train. Lewistown Rec train is being called just to be on standby, as is an Altoona Rec train. They're also calling master mechanics and other people to be on site at various sites to protect the operation of the train. The last two items here were kind of interesting at first. Diesel engine 9819 is to be super inspected and fully fueled out of Altoona to haul the Altoona Rec train. And then you also have a K4 locomotive, which was a 462 passenger locomotive, is to be super inspected to be dispatched out of Harrisburg to Denholm, headed west for Protect. So when Mike Bazila and I first read this, super inspected, like, what does that mean? Does that mean you normally slack on your inspections? Or is it more like Animal House and you're on super secret probation? We weren't sure, but I think the correct answer came from Bill Volkmer from the Society, and what that meant was when the engines are inspected, they're inspected by a supervisor rather than the rank and file. So while the rank and file could normally do an inspection on these, it had to be done by a supervisor. So I believe that's the answer there. Here we have the K4 headed west for protection at Tyrone. All grade crossings will be protected 2 hours in advance. There's one tunnel along the route at Spruce Creek that's going to be protected. Here's the direction to spike all of the facing point switches. They're staging an Osceola wreck train and all the protection. Here we have a May 8th notice that's specifically addressed to the Bellefonte Central Railroad. And it basically goes back through most of the details we've already discussed. Here we have a telegram at 4 p.m. the day before where one sleeper is canceled and the loop operation is annulled. So the sleeper being canceled is obvious. They decided they didn't need it. The loop operation. So another thing about the track arrangement, the previous order showed that there was going to be a loop operation in Washington to send the train to Baltimore. I think somebody realized that in the planning of this, the track arrangement at Baltimore is such that when you're coming from Washington to Baltimore and then you want to proceed up the Northern Central branch, it's a trailing point connection. So the regular passenger trains would actually be pulled reverse consist from Washington to Baltimore. The locomotive does a runaround, reconnects, and then they pull the regular direction up the Northern Central branch. So somebody, realized that, hey, when this train gets to Baltimore, you're going to have everything in the reverse order. So they did indeed cancel the loop operation at Washington, ran backwards to Baltimore. The engines did a runaround, and then they were oriented correctly for the rest of the trip. Now, here's a handwritten note of Bellefonte Central, George McClellan, at 4:40 p.m. on the 8th, indicating the cancellation of the one Pullman. Mike had discovered that McClellan, being a small railroad and he was the president, he was very hands-on. They didn't have a ton of employees for an 11-mile short line. He was known for making all these handwritten notes on the backside of blank waybills. And just for this POTUS trip, there must have been several dozen of these handwritten notes. So here's one noting the cancellation of that last Pullman. Then at 6:40 p.m. on May 8th, we've got a telegram that's including the car names. And you can see there on the left, we've got the PRR Diner number, and we've got the 5 Pullman names, McKee-Freehold, Being, Glencliff, Floatel, and Afton Canyon. The Afton Canyon is actually a Pensy car. Here's another handwritten note from McClellan, and at the top it suggests that there's confusion about the time that it's supposed to arrive in State College. The original documentation said 6:30. He's got a handwritten note here saying 5:30, and then there's another place there where it's talking about 7:30. So Mike and I are kind of wondering if this was a problem with Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Daylight Time. We weren't sure. They also noted it could flex from that schedule up to a half an hour. In the middle there, it says State College will not live in cars. It's just pointing out they're not going to be living on board the train while they're in State College, and that they may possibly then move the cars to Altoona. Another handwritten note from McClellan, return movement, not definite, probably Sunday. And there's a couple of other names listed here. We're not exactly sure what they are. And this is an interesting piece here. When you get to State College, on the Bellefonte Central, there's a passenger train would typically pull past State College, and there was a Y, and they would then back into State College. It was a very, very long siding into State College. So the length of the train wasn't too much of a concern, but because with the president on board, they want to make sure that the tail end is at a specific point. So I think what they were doing was determining the length of the train so they could put a marker out for the engineer so they knew, when he had backed in enough and the observation platform would be at the right place. So he's included the length of the president's car at 100 feet and the Pullman's at 90 feet each, and he's doing the math. But what's telling about this is it says engines, 2 units, 140 foot, 6 inches. That gave Mike and I the clarification of what power was on this. That is exactly the length of 2 EMD E8s. You can't get that length from any combinations of E7s or FP7s. So we don't have the engine numbers, but we know that they were E8s for sure. More information about the arrival. Now it's saying 7:30. The railroad police will be around the whole train. It's going to back into the station. And down near the bottom, rear end of USA 1 at, and I can't read what the heck the last part is. But the very last line is interesting. The Bellefonte Central for passenger service had a rail motor car. And it's showing here that the rail motor car is going to be used as a pilot ahead of the special. Here we have a list of the various Pullmans with some numbers after them. Number dash number for each one, and then there's a total. Mike and I are totally guessing that these are passenger counts, possibly in the format adult dash child. The total is 56-0. So that would make sense. You wouldn't have any children on the train. They were looking for about 65 passengers initially. 56 is in that ballpark. So we think this is probably passenger counts. On the right side, the handwritten note, you can see that there's notes about 2 representatives that are in specific cars and what rooms. And we have the business card of one of them, the general passenger agent, for reference for the Bellefonte Central. An 11-mile railroad, and they had to arrange grade crossing protection for every single grade crossing. The other thing we found that was interesting is there was an envelope full of canceled tickets. And these tickets were canceled on the 7th of May, 2 days before the trip. So I guess for reimbursement, they basically issued and canceled a whole bunch of tickets, but they ended up in an envelope in the Bellefonte Central Archives, which is kind of cool. Although they were never in the hands of the people on the trip, it was kind of cool being able to go through these tickets and know that one of them was representative of the President of the United States. The train station can be seen there on the right. That building still exists today and used as a bus station. While they were in town, Milton and his wife Helen, the brother, boarded the Magellan and they had breakfast with Dwight and Mamie. They went fishing at nearby Spruce Creek, Pennsylvania, which is a renowned trout stream. I know President Carter went there quite a bit. They went and played golf at Center Hills Country Club. They only got 15 holes in. They stayed over for church on Sunday, and then Ike flew home on the then presidential plane, a Lockheed Constellation named Columbine 2. Mamie stayed over and crowned Miss Penn State on Monday evening, then was chauffeured back to Washington by car. Here they are disembarking at State College after breakfast. And after the fishing trip, it mentions that one of the university professors, George Harvey, a renowned fly fisherman, escorted them, and Ike caught over 20 rainbow, brook, and brown trout. That would be Milton on the left. And there's the 2 brothers. Displaying the fish. We found a clipping from Des Moines, Iowa that was in the Bellefonte Central Archives. So this is a different angle of the photo where they were showing all the fish they had caught. Here we have another memo. This one's from May 11th, and it is showing that the POTUS private car was deadheaded home on train 502 from Harrisburg to Washington. And for their efforts in transporting POTUS for 11 miles, the Bellefonte Central got $158.14. Wow. But they got another $3.30 for delivering 20 tons of ice for the air conditioning. And an HO scale, I model Lewistown so in the 50s, so I can prototypically have this train run by my station every now and then during an operating session. And so I'm building out the train as detailed as I can. I've got two EMD E8s, which are Walthers. I have a Pullman McKeefrey 12-1, which is Walthers for the crew dorm. The Pullman Holbein 6.3 for the press, which is Walthers. Diner D78 DR. The actual, I'm using the Bachmann and heavily modifying it. The Bachmann represents a class D78C diner. So I'm modernizing the roof, and I got to change some windows out. That's a work in progress. The Pullman Glencliff 6.3 for White House staff is a Walthers. Pullman Flotow 6.3 White House staff is a Walthers. The PRR Afton Canyon is a 3-1 solarium observation for the Secret Service. That's from Walthers. And finally, the Ferdinand Magellan itself was produced in brass by Overland Models a number of years ago. There were only 150 made. Actually, there were two versions. There was a Truman era version, which is what I needed, and there was a Ronald Reagan era version. The Truman era version, there were only 150 made. And I had a search listing set up on eBay, and it took me 8 years to locate one. So I snagged it, and that's part of my collection. I went out to the Presidential Library online and found Roosevelt's appointment calendar. And here we have showing at 11 o'clock that the party is traveling from the White House to Union Station, and it's saying at 11:59 they left Union Station. Notes that they spent the weekend at the home of Dr. and Mrs. Milton Eisenhower, Pennsylvania State College. Penn State would become a university later that year. The log continues that they attended church services at the Pennsylvania State College Chapel. The president flew back to Washington and arrived at 6:50 p.m., motored to the White House, and Mrs. Eisenhower remained in State College. And that is the end. So at this point, I can try to field any questions there might be.
Perfect, Jerry. Look, wealth of knowledge. So I'm sure there's going to be some questions out there in the chat, but I'll ask the first lot. This research that you've put together, what sort of time frame have you been working on it, and what's kept your interest? What's some interesting points that you've stumbled across that's kept you interested in continuing with the research?
Well, so I did my undergraduate work at Penn State. I was there in the early to mid 80s. So I was there at the time of the Bellefonte Central, and when Mike's book came out, you know, I wanted more information about that short line, just as kind of a passing thing. And when I saw the POTUS information in there, I'm thinking, okay, if I'm modeling Lewistown and part of the middle division, it's extremely likely that that train went over that route. I'm thinking, that'd be interesting to model. So it was kind of one of those casual interests for the longest time. And this probably goes back about 10, 12 years. because it took me 8 years to find the Ferdinand Magellan. So I was looking that early. But it wasn't until after the second book came out from Mike, which I think now is about 3 or 4 years ago, that it really pushed me to go to the archives at Penn State. And, once you go down that rabbit hole, it just, one question leads to another. And the biggest outstanding question at this point, which isn't critical, but what were the locomotive numbers? Everything else has fallen into place, and I'm modeling the exact car names and all that. So it's just one of those things. Like as a modeler, if you learn about Sanborn maps, you learn about Val maps, you can't forget that you've seen them. You've gone down a rabbit hole and you're stuck there.
Yeah. Okay. For a kind of newbie into the prototype scenarios like that, like I am, how would you recommend going about researching where to start and how to go about it?
You're talking about the railroad in general?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on where your mindset is from you got the freelance end of the spectrum to the prototype end of the spectrum. Freelance, as your railroad, you can do whatever the heck you want. Prototype, you're modeling a specific location, probably at a specific time, and you're trying to make it absolutely as accurate as possible. Somewhere in the middle, you got proto freelance, where you look at the V&O or the Tony Custer's original railroad, where you place a fictional railroad in a setting that's plausible, like it could have really happened. If you want to do a prototype model like I do, and I'm doing Lewistown in the 1950s, you've got employee timetables that will give you the various locations along the railroad, the towers, stuff like that. The Pensy has a book called the CT1000 that literally lists all the online customers. So that will give you the names of the customers along the route. I know other railroads have similar documents. Some of the Western roads use something that they call them click numbers. Same kind of concept. So that'll give you a list of the names of the customers. Sanborn maps are fire insurance maps, and they were done for most of the major cities from the late 1800s into like the 1920s, and then in some cases they were updated as late as the 1940s. I don't think any were done after that, but the Sanborn maps for fire insurance document the structures of the town, how many stories they are they brick, masonry, or wood, stuff like that. It also shows the street addresses. They're very accurate for footprints of buildings, but the track work isn't necessarily accurate. So the other piece that you need to get is valuation maps. During World War I, the U.S. government had to take over the railroads to get all the material expedited for the war effort, and because the railroads weren't getting it done themselves. But then in order to compensate the railroads for the use of their railroads, they required them to produce detailed maps of their infrastructure, and they'd be paid back based on their rail miles, etc. The valuation maps are to scale. You might get a map about 7 feet long that represents a mile of track. You can look at there's a part of the template on the page shows you the last time the map was updated. So you might find multiple versions of a map and you want to get it as close to your era as possible. And it will give you a very accurate view of how the trackage was laid out. You think of a track chart, which is a schematic. It doesn't give you any idea of curvature of the right-of-way. And it's like one line represents a track. When you have a valuation map, you get all the curvatures, and there's 2 lines per track, approximately 1/8 of an inch apart. So it just gives you a lot more detail. You can look at telephone books. If you know that the line was on a specific street and the Sanborn maps give you the address, the telephone books back then, you could look up a specific street and address by address find out who was there, versus looking up a name and getting a phone number like we did more recently. So there's a ton of sources. And in fact, my website, which is pensyrr.com, PENNSYRR.com, if you go there and use the search function and type in the word resources, that should bring up a description of all the resources I just described, as well as links to a few sources online where you can get some of those maps.
Great.
I just warn everybody though, it's a rabbit hole. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Great. I'll be jumping over there, and the sounds of a rabbit hole interest me and Martin greatly. How's the chat over on YouTube looking, Martin? Any questions there?
Well, there's one question here, but I think you answered it at the beginning. What and when was the first presidential car or train?
My research was Pensy based, so I don't have that information at hand. I'm sure it is in that thick book, The President Travels by Train. I would have to pull that out and look that up to find out what the original, the earliest documented version is, because early on there was no special contests. In fact, I'm sure they traveled in regular public trains originally. But then the question is, okay, when was the first dedicated train? And, they all would have used common equipment at the time until you get to 1942.
Okay, and it says there's another one here. I don't know if you breached this, Brad, because I had to race inside to attend to some dog emergencies. The dog wanted to go to bed and couldn't get in its own bedroom. So anyway, well, that's another story. But anyway,
been there, done that.
There was one about modifications you're doing to the diner. I modeled a Pensy myself in about the same era, only a little further east.
So the Bachmann diner is a D78C. The D just denotes diner. 78 is 78 foot outside of between the vestibules. So there's subtle differences when you get into the D78 series. Perhaps the number of seats in the dining room, perhaps the kitchen arrangement. In this specific case, I needed two things. First, the Bachmann model comes with a clerestory roof. Most of those were replaced with a rounder arch roof when they were rebuilt, mostly in the 40s. My website for the Pensy has a lot of information about. There's a full roster of all the passenger cars, and if you dive into the diners for each car, it shows when they were upgraded. So the first thing I had to do was get a rounder roof on it, and it's probably not 100% accurate, but I took a very simple approach. I just took squadron putty and filled in both sides of the clerestory and multiple layers and shaped it out, and that worked out pretty well. The second thing that I needed to do is on the kitchen side of the car, the Bachmann car has 3 windows. The D78 that I needed only had 2 there, so I had to fill one and move one. On the walkway side of the car, there's 2 windows. They needed to be smaller in a slightly different place. So externally, it was kind of like patch and recut. And then the windows are pretty much laid out the same. I am going to do an interior, which will require a little bit of change, but I'm not at that point yet.
Cool. Well, I think that's about all the extra questions I got over here. Brad, you got any others?
No, I think that's about it. here on Facebook too. So
It's a pretty specific subject, so I wouldn't expect a ton of questions.
not a ton of questions. Also, I think you did a really well covered clinic, wealth of knowledge there, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, thank you.
Yes,
And best wishes to everybody out there during this time.
Yep. Too true. I'm the same. Every time I watch these history, even though I don't model it, I don't live there, but it's fascinating. But anyway, thanks very much, Jerry. If you hop in the chat there, I think there's a few people in the Facebook chat that would probably have a conversation with yourself.
All right, I'll jump over there.
And thanks very much for your time, and we'll speak to you soon.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Perry.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Perry, I'm not hearing you.
I'm supposed
I don't know if you're
to
hearing
be
me.
here. Yeah, you are, Gordy. But I can hear people, and I guess they can hear me.
Perry?
Yes, sir. Oh, okay.
Oh dear.
Good morning, folks. I will get started on sharing desktop and dump what's on the screen up here. Come on, let's share, please. It says, there we go. And let me minimize this, bring up detailing diesel locomotives, and get the screen, get the show started. Good morning, folks. My name is Perry Lamb. I'm a member of the Piedmont Division of the National Model Railroad Association. I'm a member of its board. I'm the board secretary. I am the coordinator of our training camp program. At some point, we'll probably start putting those. We may start putting some of those online. It sounds like it would be an interesting thing to do. I'm a technical support engineer in the healthcare environment, and I enjoy model railroading. I have a proto-freelanced railroad based in history. If you saw my clinic back in April, you saw the history of my railroad. Even though it's freelanced, it has a prototype history. And one of the questions that came about in that discussion or that presentation was my prototype freelanced railroad has a long history, a number of acquisitions. It started with a merger back in the 1800s. And one of the questions that came out of this was, with all of that history and with all of those acquisitions, do your locomotives have a family appearance? And the answer to that question is a most resounding yes. And at the very end of this presentation, you'll see a good example of that, but you'll see examples of it through the entire presentation. And this is what I do in detailing locomotives. I like detailing locomotives, and as Gordy pointed out, yes, you can purchase a scaletrains.com rivet counter engine, or you can purchase a Athearn Genesis engine, and they are gorgeous. Maybe in an operating environment, they're not so useful, maybe not, because there are a lot of details and those details can disappear. But I enjoy detailing locomotives, and this is my process in all of this. We're going to look at these basic concepts, and yes, there'll be a handout for this at the very end that I'll forward up to Gordy, and he can produce or put out when this clinic shows up online. But we're going to look at various places to start, whether they're with kits or some finished model that you then continue with, a variety of detail parts. Decals to me are important because they add color and splash and some realism, some definite realism to your locomotives. But what I really like out of it is when a locomotive is traveling down the track at 45 or 50 miles an hour, scale miles an hour, and you can't really see underbody details or brake rigging or piping for sand dispensers. The colors of the decals that are added to the sides of the locomotives for stenciling are very apparent, and you can see those. Adding paint to your locomotives as you add detail products or detail parts. Weathering to me is very important, and I'll show you some examples of it. We won't do a weathering clinic here, however, and then I'll show you examples of the work, and there'll also be some advertisements at the end. Now, something that is very important to remember when you're working away on detailing a diesel locomotive is that it is very important to start with a locomotive. While I believe this would be a really cool project, it could probably be scratch built or maybe kit bashed. This is cool. It's really great. There are a couple of ballast hoppers back there, a Diffco side dump car, and somebody's home built, or maybe even a Bowser ballast car with dump gates on the side and this really neat truck. But this is not a locomotive. So this is not an appropriate starting place. Okay. The place that I got first really interested in this was when I found this book, How to Detail Diesel Locomotives. I bought this many years ago after the last time I delivered this clinic for our Piedmont division presentation in April. I went looking online to see if I could find this book. At least I went to Kalmbach and went looking for it since it came from Model Railroader and it wasn't there. I haven't gone looking on eBay or anywhere else for it, and so there may still be copies out there, but I found this book to be invaluable. It covered a wide variety of subjects. It covered painting, it covered detailing, it covered weathering. You can look online. Railpix.com has great sources of detailing pictures for locomotives, but I found this to be a really interesting book, and I've used it extensively. Okay, when we start with a project, in this case, I've started with Kato SD9043s, and they come painted and with some of their detailing added to them, but a lot of their parts are not. So these more or less start kind of like kits, which I really like. Kato locomotives are some of my favorites. They run really well. Adding DCC and sound to them has become kind of a side hobby of mine. I've added sound and DCC to most of them. They all have DCC, but most of them have sound. I'm going back now and adding sound to them. But they're a really good place to start. I like that they come with their own handrails and grab irons and stuff like that. And from that point on, I can add my parts to them to move them into the family appearance of locomotives that I model. This was a starting point for a locomotive that I still have not yet finished. I really need to, but I keep getting sidetracked with projects towards my civil certificate and MMR and scenery on my model railroad. So the locomotive that started as a kit from Athearn Genesis, this SD70 Ace, has been interesting. It's kind of fun because all of these are the parts, but all of these parts have just been removed from their sprue and have just been dumped into plastic bags. And that makes it very entertaining because the instructions say that for example, BNSF SD70 Ace, you need the B air filter. Which one is the B? So then you got to go pull out your reference photographs and start looking. But it's a really interesting kit. A starting point here was an Athearn SD40-2, one of the old blue box ones, added detailing to it and so on and so forth. Later, you'll see this locomotive again later because I have the decals to update it to BNSF because there were Kodachrome painted there were Kodachrome SD40-2s in Santa Fe that did make it into BNSF service, and I kind of like that, and I want to add one add that to my fleet. This started off as a Kato SD40-2. It was in lease service. It got purchased out of lease service, and it's since then been re-stenciled, but it got the normal accessories that my locomotives get, and we'll take a look at that after a little bit. This is this SD70 Ace kit. These are these parts spread out a little bit better so you can see them. This is just a bag of loose parts. There's clear parts in here, handrails, extra handrails, the nose rails and all that stuff. That one's kind of fun. And this is where mine is at this point and has been in this state for quite some time. And this is how it starts with all of these parts completely missing. Really interesting project. I'm not sure. I've got a second one to build, and I don't think I'll ever do another one again. What a pain. In starting with adding detail parts, we'll start looking at a locomotive headed from the nose to the tail. Most people, when they take their roster shots, do a 3/4 front view. So we'll look at locomotive projects starting in that direction and head that way. Starting with snow plows. My railroad runs through a lot of west and north. The modeled portions of my railroad run through a lot of west and northwestern parts of the United States. We get lots of snow. Snow plows are necessary. Adding to the fronts of the locomotives, MU hoses, blank covers for MU receptacles, MU hoses and plugs, the hoses themselves, snow plows, all those things added to the noses of locomotives. This is this locomotive that I started with some time ago, and it's now finished. It's had its weathering applied to it and so on. But all of those details adding to the nose of the locomotive are part of what bring the nose to life. We continue working on our way back through the locomotive. We have headlight castings for locomotive kits that don't come with them, like Rail Power Products kits don't. Lift rings, MV headlight lenses for places that aren't going to get lit, or maybe classification lights. One of the things that, for some reason, I decided that I liked long ago, probably from BN locomotives, are flashers up on the roof. So locomotives that are in service on my railroad, whether they're road or yard locomotives, have a roof flasher. We'll take a look at some of those things added to them. Overland Models has done a lot of really nice detail products, stuff for electronics for the tops of cabs. You can go out now and buy signaling systems for your locomotives, all that stuff. And I model today, but a lot of the same sort of information can apply to locomotives in years gone by. Radio antennas, end of train antennas, that kind of stuff. And we add those things to the roofs of locomotives. We've got the standard antenna for my railroad is this can antenna that lives up here. Cab air conditioners, I like them up there. They look kind of interesting to me. Haven't quite finished this locomotive yet, but it'll get there. The same sorts of things on this SD70. Cab air conditioner, it's beacon up here on the roof. The can air conditioner moved over to this side. Windshield wipers, that kind of stuff added to the nose and the hood and the top of the cab of the locomotive. Continuing on our way, we can see things like coupler lift rings, these brass wire fittings, fan grabs, the angular fan grabs, lift rings themselves. Some kits some models come with things like these already included or already attached, like the Kato locomotives come with the grabs and the coupler lift bars, but Rail Power Products shells do not. So we'll add those. One of the things that I really like adding to Athearn Blue Box and older locomotives of that style, and also the Rail Power Products shells, are these Run 8 Products locomotive windows. They're acetate, they were molded into the appropriate shape, and they press fit, or you can use a little bit of canopy glue or crystal clear, and add these into the cabs of locomotives. Run 8 added new ones as time went by, and you'll see later in examples where I had to make do with different products from before. But the Run 8 products for those windows are really nice. There are also some laser cut ones that are even nicer. And you just pull them out of their fret more or less and apply them. But in the beginning, these Run 8 Products windows were really, really cool. BLMA, which no longer exists, produces these RV style locomotive air conditioners. I've got several of them. It's nice because they'll go on switchers in my yards. The air conditioners, vapor air conditioners, or even the kits for air conditioners, which are kind of nice because you can detail those even further. And of course, they get added up to the roof of the locomotive. This is a Kato locomotive with the parts that I've added to it, and then the parts that came with it. So like I said, the Kato locomotives are in my book are really cool. We continue working our way back through more of the locomotive itself. For some unknown reason, I really like these Western bells. A number of railroads ran them and I mount them on the long hood of my locomotive, the rear of the long hood of my locomotive, reasoning that in a backing move, say in a yard or in a locomotive service facility, it'd be nice to have that kind of noise out back as a safety feature. You don't want yard crews or hostler crews or service people getting run over by a locomotive. That kind of dampens the day. So I add those bells to my locomotives as a detail. And we can see them back here on these two locomotives. For some reason, the crew mounted them in different places, but these Western bells back here, these gong bells back here, I just really kind of like. Depending upon where your locomotive came from or what your starting point was, for example, a rail power products shell for an SD90 mounted on an Athearn chassis or an Overland Products chassis or a rail power products chassis, all of whom made chassis for diesel locomotives, the correct side frames for those locomotives are separate detail parts, and these are absolutely gorgeous. These Detail Associates side frames are nicely detailed. You can plumb them if you so wish. They come with the appropriate mix of shock absorbers and dampeners and brake cylinders, and you can build them in whatever format you want to match your prototype. And the JB nickel silver 43-inch wheels or 45-inch wheels for the larger diesel locomotives are really nice wheel sets to go underneath whatever gear train you are using, gear towers you are using. Adding speed recorders. I'm not sure why spark arresters I left in here, but that's okay. But these side frames, these side frame kits turn out really, really nice. Now, something that I mentioned kind of briefly ahead of at the beginning of the clinic was, you know, you can get a Genesis locomotive, or you can get a scaletrains.com locomotive, a rivet counter version with all of the plumbing added to the trucks and sanding lines and you know, all those other really cool things. They look really nice, but do they live really well on an operating model railroad? Maybe, maybe not. If I were building a locomotive that I was going to enter into a contest, would I plumb all of this, all the brake rigging and all the sand lines, all of that out of brass that I hand bent? Oh, yes. But if I'm going to operate it on my model railroad, will I do that? Maybe not. You know, it's back to the, I heard this sometime many years ago. What can you see at 3 feet running down 3 feet away from you running down the track? Can you see the plumbing? Probably not. But can you see things like high voltage or the builder's plates or the flag on the nose, the Operation Lifesaver decals? And if we looked higher up on the shell here, other high voltage and warning and fuel filler down the side frame of this locomotive. Can you see that kind of stuff? Oh, yes. Something else I've decided, and I'll get to this a little bit more in weathering, is that washes on truck side frames are really nice. Tamiya washes are excellent. And we'll go on from there. We'll continue with some of the details that work their way down the sides of the locomotive or down the hood. Various horns. There are more horns than you can shake a stick at. There are horn kits. There are just brass castings. There are white metal horn kits. There are plastic horn kits. There is a horn for almost every variety that you can get. And the nice thing is that the DCC manufacturers, the DCC sound manufacturers, are taking into account that we want prototype horns and we want them to sound like the prototypes. And you can do that. Something else that I've done quite a bit of, and I've sold off because I'm not a GE modeler anymore, is Details West came out with these detail kits that had all of the underframe plumbing and the air filters and air pumps and all of the nifty components that go along underneath the underframe of a locomotive. And they really look nice. So if we look at this war bonnet GE, we can see these parts underneath here. We can see the traction motor cables wedged up underneath the fuel tank in here. And they really do add to the model itself. Can you really see them when when that engine is on the track moving? Yeah, no, but they're there and you know it. And then it's another detail, and those kits are really kind of cool. Some more basic things that you can add, especially on those kits that don't have them, or those starting points that don't have them. For example, the chain that would go between the two center posts on the anti-climber on the front of a locomotive, or even over drop steps, the safety chains that people would take down and put up, you can cut loose and hang on open hooks, or lift rings that you can open, slide the chain on, and then reclose and attach to your front handrails. It's interesting, this piece of square plastic tubing. I've actually used and scratch built my own ditch lights for my Rail Power Products diesels. You take a razor saw and cut a very short section of it out, build up a base underneath it or behind it. And for pilot mounted ditch lights, it's really nice. And then you have the tip of the bulb right at the end of the little piece of plastic. And this is actually, the inside of this square tubing is actually round. So all you need to do is have the end of the light bulb protrude out through that just half a millimeter, and you have an instant lens. And you can fix that in place with canopy cement. Okay. We will continue into decals, because like I've said before, I think decals are really important in a diesel locomotive project. And not just for diesel locomotives. You can, reweigh and put new stencils on freight cars, because they're out there, they're available. There are locomotives that are out that don't have all the warnings and placards and things like that on them as they should. You can get them in decals. Microscale is one. There are others, lots of others, and Microscale just happens to do a really nice job, and I have a fair collection of their decals. In this case, SD70 series diesel locomotives, and I like SD70s, and I run a lot of them, so I have their decal kits. I've stolen the decals off of this UP set to do my own flags on the sides of locomotives. I can't steal the Building America trademarked and their shields, because of course that's Union Pacific, but the flags are not. So I can add them onto my own SD90s in this case. And they really look nice. I like them. And as you can see here, the extra little bits of color from the decals really add. There are a number of manufacturers. These ones are by the company that do my custom decals for my railroad, Rail Graphics, but I think they have since gone out of business, so I'm going to have to find another source for my railroad's custom decals. But they produce their own line of diesel data, and there's some ones in here that are really cool. So there's some older stencils in here for older locomotives, B series GEs and older SDs, and even Alcos in here. They did number board stencils. They did some really cool radio equipped decals in this set, and I like those. This is that set that I'm eventually going to use to modernize that Kodachrome Santa Fe SD40-2, because they did make it into BNSF service, and that'll be something cool to model. And it will go on to this. They've got the patch film in there to patch out the old numbers and renumber them, re-stencil them and renumber them. As as locomotives modernized, Microscale and others have added decals to match the newer models that have come out. Decals from Microscale to do this locomotive. This is a commemorative locomotive. This is this one that is still sitting on my workbench, ready for its handrails, and I've just been sidetracked. But this is this commemorative locomotive for me. Eventually, I'm going to do one for the Navy and probably paint it in Blue Angel colors. It'll be interesting. I just have to get to it. The NMRA has produced microscale decals. So these Operation Lifesaver decals are prime candidate for a locomotive project someplace or something else. Demonstrator decals from EMD or GE or Alco can all be used on different projects that you're working on. The 50-star flags in this set I really like, because the ones in these little bit smaller side ranges are perfect to fit on the noses of my locomotives. And the smallest number jumbles I have ever seen came on this Boston and Maine set, and I used those for the number boards on diesels, especially some of the ones with much smaller number boards. It makes life entertaining. So these really small numbers on these Kato diesels, on the small number boards on Kato diesels, are much nicer. Because most other small numbers are just too large. General diesel detailing stuff does come with number board decals and the gaskets that go around them, so that's kind of cool. But like I said before, just the details themselves, the high voltage, danger, if we work our way down the side of the locomotive, the other colors that fit along there and add to what people see. And finally, and I really should redo this and add a complete set. This rail graphics company did custom decals for my railroad, the Utah, Colorado, and Western. It did initials, it did heralds. What I have is heralds, the number jumbles, and then side slogans that I can put on the sides of locomotives or whatever else, whether or not it's for intermodal service or where empty cars are returned to or who it's owned and leased by, are all things that came on this decal set. Once you add details to your locomotive, they need to be blended in, and mixing and matching paint, like the the air conditioner up here and the radio antenna and the base for the beacon down here, takes a little bit of work. But once you do that and then add weathering, you end up with something that you can really not tell had detail parts added to it. In this case, it was a little bit easier. I added all of the detail parts and then just airbrushed it. And then once I finally get it finished and get the weathering done to it, it'll finish that off. But adding the paint down the running board or down the side of the sill stripes, to the ends of the footboards, the steps up the side, all that paint adds to it, and really helps bring out a little bit of extra to your locomotive project. Like I was talking about earlier, you can do a fairly decent job of matching the paint. I think I actually ended up adding some white to some Amtrak blue from Floquil and got blue that more or less matched the EMD blue on this diesel locomotive from Kato. But then once I added pan pastel at weathering and some washes to it, it blended it all together and worked really, really well. The real world, most things are weathered in layers. Like the last presentation was just talking about, you get older rust out to the side, you get newer rust in towards the center, and then on top of that, you get a layer of dust. The real world works that way, and it's what I strive for when I'm weathering my models. And I do a lot with pan pastels and then with washes. I started with washes many years ago following armor modelers, and I started way back then with washes out of watercolors. I'm much happier with Tamiya washes now. Adding weathering to a much newer locomotive, the weathering is less dense, less opaque. We work really hard at trying to keep our locomotives clean anyway, but along the tops of the hoods, especially around the exhaust stacks, the vents themselves need a good wash. Any kind of vents, fans, any of those grills need a good wash. Grime and whatever built up along the underframes, the undercarriages, along the fuel tanks. I probably need to go back and add some more to the snow plow on this one, because the pilots would get messy from whatever it is that's around them. And we can build it up in layers. This was a very early project, and it needs to go back into the weathering booth. Okay, here are some examples, and this is my first example of kit bashing a locomotive from back in 1990. And you can tell that it's really of that vintage, because if you look down here on this Rail Power Products shell, you know that it was built to go on an Athearn blue box SD40-2, because it's got those goofy lugs to match the pins that were cast into the side of those really odd, prototypically narrow framed, finally, Athearn blue box diesels, but you put Athearn truck towers, the Athearn underframe, a Rail Power Products SD60 long hood, but it came with a standard cab. So you bought a separate SD60 wide cab, cut the front of it off, grafted it on, added the details, and bought a locomotive handrail kit separate, and added all of those parts together, drilled holes for all the handrails and the grab irons, and still added the same details up on the top. Yeah, early in my days of locomotive construction. Holy cow, that's been a long time ago. From about 1999, this is this SD40-2. I tried my first hand at scratch building a platform for the antenna up here, and I'll do better next time. This was from 2001. This is a Rail Power Products SD90 on one of their chassis. This is before Run 8 Products came out with the specific window set for this cab. So I had to make do. Would I do that again? Probably not, but that you work with what you can. This is the same one from a little bit later, and Run 8 product. It was either Run 8 Products or the laser cut window kits that came out. And these are the flush set windows in there, and that really improves things. That made life a lot easier. And there was a detail set out for these that had etched brass rail or side guards for here. The walkway guards are up here that were really, really, really nice. This entire plate here is all etched brass, as is the walkway across here, and I really like that. This was another SD90 Mac. This was an H kit. It came with the H kit came with a separate prime mover cover engine cover, and you had to cut out the old one and put the new one in. And so I did that there, and I like it. I will never do this antenna set again. I put it on this locomotive, will never do it again. This was an SD40-2 I did in 2004. It's sitting on my layout right now, just sitting there looking bored. This was an Akato SD9043 from about 2005. This is where I added the large American flag. I really kind of like that. It looks nice and it works well. This was a Proto 2000 SD60. I think I've discovered that it needs new gears because those Proto 2000s had issues with split gearing. So I'm going to drop those out and put new gear, drop the wheel sets out and put new gears in. But I'm working my way towards finishing this one, and they'll get it weathered. Since my railroad purchased Norfolk Southern for cash back in 2009, I'm getting all of these re-stenciled and detailed to match mine, but I haven't sat down to strip all the paint off of them and repaint them yet. And this is that SD70 Ace that I started in 2013 and is still sitting in this current state on my workbench. Poor locomotive. This was a Kato SD9043 that I started in 2015. We've seen pictures of it before. It's had extra decals added to it because the Kato diesels don't have all of those. It is nice that they come with the really nice handrail set and all the grab irons and all the lift rings and all that stuff, and much of the brake plumbing. To my eye, this is about what's good for an operating locomotive at 3 feet away, running down the main line or through a yard or whatever. This is more of that SD9043, a little bit better view of its nose and so on. And an overhead view of it after I started doing some weathering on it and continuing it. This is a picture I took a couple of days ago on my railroad. I collected a number of these locomotives and did kind of a roster shot. A friend of mine, Dave Berman, who's the next clinician, wondered if I was getting ready for ops. It would be nice, but in this day of social distancing, no, not quite. But I wish we were. It'll go back to operating soon. It's a fun railroad to operate, but this was kind of a roster shot that I took the other day on the railroad. Okay, now we'll get into doing some advertising for the railroad. The Utah, Colorado, and Western is, like I said, my proto freelance locomotive. This is our railroad. This is the Chirella Creek Bridge. It's a I've forgotten whose it is. It's a micro engineering bridge kit that my friend Al Chirella MMR put together, and it runs across Chirella Creek. The backdrop was painted by my first wife before she died, and then I followed her painting and did the creek bed, the river bed to follow what she had painted in the backdrop. We added kayakers to it, and they're kayaking through the rocks down here at the bottom of the river. This is the approach to Mystery, Idaho in April of 2015 with our excursion train. It's made up of old Santa Fe equipment that we've salvaged and restored and put back into operating condition. We've got a match set of EMDF units and a collection of Santa Fe Super Chief and El Capitan equipment that we run around for rail fans and important customers and folks like that. And then this is the latest area that I've been working on my railroad. This is the track maintenance facility in Moose Crossing, Washington. And this picture was taken a little bit earlier this month. And I'm continuing the scenery around this end of the railroad now. I got tired of looking at plain plywood. That's the end of this clinic as it stands to right now, and I will stop sharing my desktop and go back to the questions, if there are any.
Oh, there's quite a few. So, first one from Mr. Fitch. Where can you buy mats like that?
The what?
The mat that you were underneath your engines?
That one I bought from, I think, Micromark. And that one is it's a matte one. It is matte, not shiny, and it's a self-healing cutting knife, and that's the large one.
Cool. Mr. Dodd says he uses cheap GP thinners. Have you blown back through the nozzle?
Cheap thinners?
That's what he uses. But then he's asking if you get the nozzle to be blown back through.
I have not tried that.
Then a few questions about the decals.
Okay.
Do you have a suggestion for the detailed N-scale decals? They seem to be hard to come by.
Oh, that would be hard. I've often thought that if Godzilla came by and stepped to my house, I'd start all over again in N-scale, just because the scenery to track ratio would be a lot higher. I know I would probably end up with custom decals for my road name, but I don't know about the small detail decals in scale. I know Microscale does do in scale decals. I would suspect, although I have not looked, that you could find them there.
Okay. So someone asked, can you address using old decals and the best way to do it? Apparently there was a discussion about new decals.
Yes. And it's interesting because there was actually a small feature about that on, and this is a plug, I apologize, Model Railroader Video Plus did something on that a couple of days ago. And there is a spray-on film that you can spray on an old set of decals, and it will fuse that film back together. What I think it actually does is create just a completely new layer of film across the top of the decal. And so what you then have to do is very carefully, like you would anyway, cut around the decal with a very, very, very sharp knife or very fine scissors, and use it like a decal and then seal it down immediately. But you can reuse old decals by resealing them.
Okay.
I have seen it. I know of it. I haven't seen it recently, but I know it exists.
And then someone wanted to know, second time, why you're not going to do the antenna set again?
I just think it looks weird. It was just, I bought a couple of them on sale at a hobby shop that was closing, and I liked the Overland parts, and I thought it looked cool. I applied it, and 10 minutes after the super glue set, I thought, nope, never again.
Oh.
Yeah.
So where did you purchase the undecorated kits?
Kato produces undecorated kits on a relatively regular basis. I mean, they're not all the time out there, but I found them. Athearn does do them. They're part of their, Athearn Genesis does do them. They're part of a regular, when they do a run of Genesis locomotives, you can get them that way.
Okay.
Scale Trains has actually talked about them, and I think I actually saw them on their website not too long ago. Maybe GE-9s, I'm trying to remember, but I know that I have seen them. Okay. So you just have to hunt, but they are out there. I've got 3 or 4 different ones in my storage room waiting for construction projects.
And then the last question from Mr. Neil, do different metals like aluminum and weather conditions like saltwater air make different weathering colors?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That is where you would need to have prototype photos. So for example, an aluminum car body coal hopper. obviously won't rust, but they do, and I don't want to say tarnish because that's not quite the word for it either, because that's more of a brass function, but they do discolor. And you can simulate that really well with a really light color basic finish to your whatever, the aluminum car body. Kind of corrosion, it bleaches out the aluminum, it dulls it down quite a bit. So what I would do is in this order. First, I would flat finish it with probably Tamiya flat finish, and then I would add a complete over the entire surface of the car body, a really light color of either paint to fade it and kind of corrode it, or pan pastels or Bragdon or our Uncle Ben's, whatever it is, do over the entire body in a vertical pattern, that as a base color, and then I would put layers of grime over that.
Okay. Well, Perry, I have to change the colors of quite a number of engines to make them blue like the trans number. And I'm not sure if you scared me out of this or if I'm now highly encouraged to do it.
I enjoy it. It's a fun project. I enjoy locomotive building. Buying a ready-to-run locomotive from Genesis, a Genesis or a rivet counter, is nice, but I still like building locomotives.
Cool. So thank you very, very much for your time.
Yes, sir.
You got quite a number of compliments down the stream, so please go back to the live feed and read through them. And if we missed a question or two, you're welcome to answer it there as well.
I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so here we are. Australia kicks off again with the NMRAX convention. We've started at 8 p.m. tonight in Australia, and I think we've got everything right. We had a couple of problems with the stream earlier on. We've got a couple of new things that we're going to be trying out later on as well. So stay tuned. Brad's there joining me. G'day, Brad.
How you going, Martin? Yeah, we've had a few little gremlins in the system. I think we've got all the bugs sorted out from what I can see.
Yeah, it looks good to me. Well, it does down in Australia, so yeah.
Yeah, I think it's all working well down here for once for the technology.
So we've got Arthur Hayes with us to start off. Arthur is a Queensland modeler and based up here in Brisbane. He's just south of Brisbane itself. He's about an hour away from myself. He's got a fantastic layout, which we'll probably see in upcoming clinics. But I understand you're going to teach us how to build an 8-wheeled wagon and freight car today, Arthur.
Yep, the way I do it anyway. With I guess over the years I've built quite a number of wagons and or freight cars, and every time I do one, I do it different. So technology is changing, and so are my freight cars.
Not a problem. Well, I'll maximise your PowerPoint, and we'll hand it over to you, and we'll keep an eye out for the questions to pop up in the chat.
Okay, thanks, Marty. Well, first of all, good day to everybody, or morning, afternoon, wherever you might be tuning in. I think it's awesome that these guys have given up their modelling time so that we can still come together and meet and see what each other's doing, because I think that's the part that's so good about exhibitions, train shows, conventions. We go along to see what others are doing, how they do it, and then we go home and the fun starts and we try to do it ourselves. So just a little bit, as Marty says, so we're in Queensland, the Sunshine State of Australia, down under. My layout, I model 2 scales or 2 rail systems. I model mainly my Queensland system, which is a 3'6" system. That's the state system. And then coming in from the south, we have a standard gauge system, which is standard gauge. So I've got both on the layout. So why would we build our own rolling stock when today there's so much on the market we're ready to run? Well, I know I have a wish list and there are many things that are not available. And sometimes things are available, but you don't think the guy who's done it or the manufacturer has captured what you want. So there is always a need for doing something special, and why not build your own? That's the way I look at it, and I get a lot of fun out of building my own rolling stock. What kicked it, one of my models off is that it was available, but I didn't like it. It didn't. I felt it missed a lot of the things that made the wagon look what it was, and so I decided, yep, one day I'll build that wagon, and I'll have one that I'm comfortable with. So I was at a meeting one day, and a guy come and dropped a few sticks on the table and said, "Oh, I've been trimming the yard. Too small." He's modelled S scale, and he said these are too small. So anyway, I grabbed them, and that was the start. I had my sticks, I had my log load. So time passed by, and another meeting, and some plans dropped out. I said, "Oh yeah, this is it. I've got everything I want now to start." So before we start, I think we need to ask some questions. Is it going to be a contest model? Because if it's going to be a model that you sort of want to use for your APs, or a model that you're going to put in a contest, it's going to be looked at in various ways. So the more detail you can add to it, the better. But in some cases, it may not be the best model to have on a layout for operations. I like doing operations. The layout's not very big, but operations is a part of my game, and I like to be able to pull strings, and I like to hook onto a track and pull the whole track, and then boot wagons down the various sidings so that we can put a train together. So when you're sort of doing these sorts of things, lightweight models don't sort of hit the custard all that well. So you need a little bit of weight in, and that's the way I build most of my wagons, is so that they will operate. And I generally put them through a pretty vigorous test to make sure that they're going to do what I want them to do. Is it going to be a display model? A few years back, I was asked to build 60 odd pieces of rolling stock for a display layout that was going to travel around the state in a boxcar. So seeing it was 60 odd wagons, there was a time limit, and detail, they just had to look the part, and detail didn't even come into the question. And even when you do say a static model, if you're not going to show all sides, why put a lot of time into doing all sides when you're not going to see one side? So you might want to do it that way as well. So what I'll have a look at is what's in a wagon, the research, materials, what makes up a wagon, various parts, couplings, weight, painting, decals, and a couple of loads just to sort of to whet your appetite. So it's very quick to have a quick look at it. So I model Queensland Railway, so I've use those terms. It doesn't matter where you go. Each railway system, even here in Australia, have different terms for different parts, which all are the same thing. So at the front end of the wagon, you got a headstock. Down the side, you got a sole bar, and you know, if you got draw hooks, you'll have buffers, and you'll have truss rods, bogies, yard brakes, hand brakes, queen post struts, and on the wagon you might have bolsters and stanchions. Bogey's a bogey, or a truck as they might call it in other parts of the world, but once again you've got centre bowl, bolsters, side frames, axle boxes, wheel sets, brake beam, side bearers, and these all play a part in what we're going to do. This photo basically shows you the king and queen casting. Depending on the prototype, how this all works out. Some networks, the kingpin is fixed to the body of the wagon and passes down through the bogie, and there's a cotter goes in the bottom. This particular standard gauge vehicle, the kingpin just sits in a carrier, and if you lift the wagon, the bogie runs away. That's what happened in this case. The containers didn't release from the wagon, and the bogie took off until all the slack ran out when the pull rods, etc. So depends on how you do it, but you know, when we go modelling, we all have we don't really want the bogie running away. So research plays a big part in what we're going to do. It's always, it comes up at a time when you can't find exactly what you're looking for, but once you built the model, it comes out of the woodwork everywhere, and you might have to make some adjustments. So if I can't find anything, I generally let a few guys know and say, what do you know? Ask a few questions, and it might save you time later. So when I look at, you know, most networks will have a plan that'll highlight the various classes of wagons and what they are. And if I have a look at this timber wagon or log wagon, you'll see that there are various different types. You'll also need some photos, and when you have a look at the photos, what you see in the plans is not always the same. And if we sort of have a look at this one here, it shows you these sides, but none of those photos showed it. So you sort of got to start asking your question, you know, what era of my model, was this ever on the wagon, and do a little bit more research. And once again, I find it easier if I buy mostly in styrene. It's just as easy to make 4 wagons as it is 1 wagon. So I'll have a look around and see what else is in that same sort of series of wagons, so that instead of just having 1 or go back later and do another one, I'll build 4, and there'll be four wagons, maybe the same class, but they'll be different. The similar wagon, this is a molasses wagon. Once again, it's come from one of those timber wagons. This one's a water wagon, and it's come from that same series of wagons. Molasses, again, with a little bit of sign writing, which can give you something to think about when you get towards the end. This one's a molasses wagon as well. And you'll notice with this one, there's no flooring in the wagon whatsoever. So what you might find is that the network that you model, or the prototype you model, there could be a series of standard drawings that will help you. And this is one of the things that fell into place when I started thinking about this wagon. I wasn't quite sure what was in the timber work under the wagon. I had a fair idea what was there, and I had a mate draw it up in a scale for me with some basic dimensions on it, so that it's a standard frame, and for a 32-foot wagon, that's what you would use, particularly if you were thinking of a contest model. My models, you probably wouldn't go that much detailed under the floor. But then we all have our own favourite materials that we like to use. A lot of guys like wood, and I understand, that's their thing. They were wooden wagons, so they'll model them in wood. Brass, I'm not real crash hot at soldering, and you'll see that a little later. And I generally go for styrene because it's fairly simple and easy to manage. So I record everything I do when I build something, because you never know when you might want to go back to it. So I sort of keep notes. And from the drawing, I noticed that the pivot beam was so wide, so high. So then I reference it to the product that I'm going to use. I also calculate how high my floor is going to be, what am I going to fix the bogey to the wagon with. And even though there's a dimension on the plan, in the modeling world, we might have to compromise a little bit in that way. So mainly I do something like this. I put a ready reckoner there at the side. Most of our stuff's in millimeters down here, but I buy evergreen and it's all in inches. So I've sort of got to try and translate that across to what it is. My rail system was imperial till 1972, and then it went metric. So some plans are imperial, some plans are in metric. So having a ready reckoner, it sort of helps me quite a bit. Open frame wagons, why carry around timber on a wagon? At the end of the day, it's freight that you're not getting, because at the end of the day, the tear of the wagon sort of takes off what you can carry off the carrying capacity of the wagon. So when you don't need timber deck, why have it? So the way I normally do that is I sort of make myself a little jig. That way I've got something that's there. I can rule it all out, and I can mark in what I want to do it and where I want to do it. Working in styrene, it's very easy to keep. It's very easy for your sides to splay outwards. It's hard to keep it nice and straight. And even with the jig, if you force something in, some of them cross bearers, if you force them in, when you pull it out of your little jig, you'll find that you've got a bow in your side. So I generally cut them a little bit short. The prototype actually uses angles to join these to the main bearers and the side sole bar. So I sort of come up with that sort of arrangement, in which way it gives me a little bit of room and it doesn't push them out so far. If you're going to do a wagon with a floor, well, why not start with the floor? Make the floor the size of the wagon and add in your headstocks, then your sole bars. You've worked out what you want to do and how you fix your bogies. And I normally put something down the middle of them to help them keep them straight, because I'm going to fill the underneath of my wagons full of lead, so I've got a bit of weight, particularly a platform wagon like this. You want to run it empty, or you're going to have some vehicles on it. There's not much weight in it, so I generally fill it full of lead, so I don't put too much detail in there. So in styrene, wood graining, file card, sandpaper, wet and dry, or file, and make sure you go with the grain. Like if it's a floor, it's generally boards, so you go across. If it's along the sides, you run along the side, so you got longitudinal timber. Pivot beam, that's where you're going to put your bogey or fix your bogey, so you need to find out what bogey you're using, or different manufacturers have different bolster heights, etc. How am I going to put it on? The things that's important, because at the end of the day, you're modeling a prototype. You want wagons that are higher than others to be higher than others, and not the shorter wagons being higher than the high wagons. So that's something I try to get spot on, is my floor height. And of course that also affects your couplings, and because your coupling line is going to be the same all the way through the train. And then you might have to have a look at how is your bogies going to operate. And you might have steps in the side that's going to restrict your movement in your bogies. So you need to have a good look around and see how you're going to do that. I model a system. The floor height's roughly 3'2", and we have rolling stock that have 3-foot wheels. So in the prototype, they're playing with a couple of inches. Modeling a couple of inches, well, I don't stand a hope. And some of the manufacturers, they knock a hole in the floor to allow your wheels to be able to turn without scraping the floor. For me, I make them out of styrene. I normally use a metal thread screw. In recent years, I've standardized on a 2mm screw. So you work it out, get your center. I try as much as possible to drill it out in a drill press, but that may not be everybody's cup of tea. You know, we all don't have these sorts of equipment, so you try and make your pivot hole as square as possible. And this is just an example of various bogies. And as you can see, there's a motley mixture of bolster heights. Some have big holes for mounting, others have smaller. So these are the things that you need to have a look at. Side bearers. The early wagons, all your timber wagons, basically it's just a couple of brackets or a couple of blocks. The later wagons have constant contact bearers, and it's generally the wagons that run a little bit faster than the standard ones. These wagons got along at about 35 mile an hour, and we still had them in the system up until the mid-80s. So a bit antiquated, but that's how they were. When it comes to side bearers, suspension, our track may be better than the prototype of some of what I've seen, but we still got joints and wagons bump over them, and they need to turn. So by putting constant or putting side bearers in could hinder and cause derailments. And at the end of and we fix our bogies to our wagons a bit different. And as you can sort of see of this one, there's a 10BA screw going up, which is probably 10 times bigger than what the prototype is. So, and we don't have to rely on side bearers to keep the wagon level. Suspension, you might want to have a look at suspension. As your wagon gets down the track, it's going to be going up and back, forward, half sort of thing. It's going to be going around curves, so the bogie is going to travel to and from across your track. And also, you know, rail joints, and you know, your track maybe have a few little problems somewhere. Well, your bogie's going to go up and down. So these are the things that we sort of got to look at to make sure our wagons stay on the track. And as they sort of say, centre of gravity plays a big part in any rail system, and you need it as low as possible, and it needs to be in the centre. So if we have a look, if you got it down one end, well, you're going to have issues of your bogie riding out above the rail, and you're going to have a derailment. So the best place is to get your centre of gravity towards the centre of the wagon. This one is a four-wheeler, but you can sort of see that the way the bogies are pinned, one end on the left has got 2 pins in it, so that bogie is virtually fixed, but the bogie on the right has got 1 pin in, so it'll get suspension in it if you think that's what you need. One end it runs across, the other end it runs long, which gives you that same sort of effect. Others just give you a hole and something to screw into, and your bogie runs on that. I always try and put my rolling stock on a piece of glass once I've got to the stage where I'm fitting bogies. Put them on a sheet of glass and see that all your tyres, flanges are touching the glass. If your mounting screw is not quite square or something, you might find that one side of your bogie will kick out, and you might need to have just a little ream in that centre so that there's room for that bogie to settle properly. This one's an S-scale model. It's a brass model, but they've put springs in the centre of the mounting their bogie to give their bogie some suspension. And if you're down here in the down under region, there's plenty of places where you can get some information on how these things work for you. Couplings. The system I model has draw hooks and it also has automatics. Matter of fact, there's 3 different standards in draw hooks, and then there's automatics, and we've got to cover that some way in the model form. I tried it with having 711s on my draw hook and number 5s on automatic wagons, but I've gone to the scale couplings now, 58s, and the 711s I found I was having a lot of trouble with them, especially with long strings, and in the end I pulled them all off, and I've standardised a whole coupling irrespective of what the wagon might have. It makes it easier when you're doing operations. You know what you're dealing with. If you've got something like this, and it's also possible, but it takes a lot of time out of your operation sessions trying to put links into place. I have buffers on my stock, so where do I mount the KD? I generally mount the back of the pocket of the KD just in front of me buffers so that I don't get buffer locking. I run a 2-foot radius on my points, so buffers do move across outside each other. If that was too close, when they moved out, they're likely to come back in behind each other. You have buffer locking and then you have derailments. So I compromise a little bit by sticking the knuckle out a little bit so that I don't get that. The greatest thing since sliced bread is the whisker coupling. A lot of our bogies are on the end of the wagon. Modelling a 12mm gauge means I don't have a lot of room. The standard KD box doesn't allow the bogie to move. So if the wagon is going to be a box car or something along those lines where you're not going to see the floor of the wagon, I quite often adjust the tension just by undoing the screw and get it to operate the way you want it to do. If the wagon is going to have say a flat car where you don't want a screw sticking up through the floor, I'm not okay with gluing. I don't like gluing couplings to wagons, so I try to fix all my couplings. This is one method I've come up with, is using a 1/8 brass tube where I cut it to the length, the same thickness of the KD shaft. Then I use a bit of styrene tube as a filler, and it's all mounted on a bit of 40 thou rod. That wagon will have a sheet over the top of it, and I pick the bottom of the coupling box. Depending on the size of the headstock, how this might be done. That one's 40 thou. I've come back to 20 thou in recent times, and the couplings work quite fine in that sort of arrangement. Building your own coupling boxes also allows you to make the size of the throat of the coupling to something that suits you, because I feel that a lot of couplings move far too much to the sides, and when you're pushing and pulling strings or wagons, the couplings go out into an angle and you don't get a straight push when you're pushing back, and I feel that causes some derailments at times. By making your own pocket, you can buy KDs in the bulk pack, and I generally buy the 25 pair of 1/5/8, and I think that lasts, and so far this year that's lasted me just on 12 months. So I've built over 25 wagons this year so far. another thing I tried with brass wagons, because when you look at the diagram, even on a hook wagon, that draw gear goes from one hook to the other. It's continuous through the wagon, and I'd line right through the whole wagon that was going to take the pushing and pulling of my rolling stock that would take the pressure. As you can sort of see, my soldering is not all that crash hot, and that's the first time I've sort of made a brass wagon. And this photo highlights that draw gear going through the headstock, down to past the pivot beam, and then out the other side of the wagon that continues right through to the other end. Adding weight, a lot of guys say use buckshot or lead shot. I don't find it all that successful. You need a lot of it to make a difference, and generally as a rule under a wagon you don't get enough under there. I have used it to weight down hoppers and things like that, where I can sort of drill a hole and tip it in and put a bit of glue in there and turn it upside down and get it all in one bulk mass underneath, and that's about the only thing that I ever use the lead shot for. And when it comes to weight, there's various standards out there. We're all aware of the NMRA standards. AMRA standards here in Australia has another formula. If you have a look at Europe, they've got another thing. Various people use their own, and that's what I've largely done. I've sort of played around with weighing various wagons for my layout to see how they perform, and that's the standard I've sort of come across. Most of mine wagons are pretty simple underneath. I only put the detail on that I see when I'm looking at the wagon. I got no plans of tipping them upside down to have a look. So normally they just have a plumber's lead, which it's about a 1 mil thick, and it comes in a roll that's about a foot wide. So you just cut it off to the size that you want, and you pack it in as much as you can. And a lot of it depends on what size wheels you've got too. This wagon's only got small wheels, so I can get it right up to the pivot beam. But if it had larger wheels, I probably wouldn't get so much underneath. The last lot of wagons I've made, the center sill, I've used a brass channel. It's a K&S brass channel. I've super glued or used CA glue to put it in there. When you're modeling styrene, I learnt the hard way, you don't use contact anywhere. So the Evergreen book basically says use CA. So I put the channel in there, and gives me something nice and stiff down the center of the wagon. Plus it gives me somewhere to put some extra weight. The things that make a wagon, I believe, are the things that you can sort of, the extras, your truss rods, struts, queen posts, turnbuckles, handbrake levers. These are the things that you can see. So they need to be on the wagon, otherwise the wagon is not dressed. It looks wrong. And once again, for your network, you might be able to find drawings, or if you're in a museum, you can take some measurements and work those things out for you. This wagon, the struts are a lump of timber, so there's nothing flash about it, but it's very interesting. It makes it easy for you. When it comes to truss rods, they'll vary from wagon to wagon. This one sort of shows a double set. There's a set outside the sole bar plus a set inside. Some of them will have 4 across the wagon. Towards the neck, the 2 will be inside towards the center sill. Some just have 1 on each side. So just check that out when you're having a look at the parts that you want. detailing parts, there's plenty of companies out there. Tichy Train Group, I think Granite Line's probably not available now from what I'm hearing. Precision Scale, Builders and Scale, and we have our own local manufacturers here that are doing bits and pieces that will help you in those parts. That's the wagon getting towards completion. This one I've got to add some lead to it yet to weight it out a little bit. Other detail you might be looking at is the stanchions, chain to secure your load. It's interesting in that there's a little loop. Not only does it carry the chain across the wagon to secure the load, it also has a piece of chain on it so the stanchion doesn't go walkabout. If you get it in the yard and you don't need it, loaders are likely to toss it in the scrub somewhere, and next time somebody wants it, it's not there. Here it's chained on. At the end of the day, that was what my model looked like, with the detail added to it and ready for decals. Painting, I used to like Flowquill, but can't buy it anymore. You find an odd bottle here or there. Humbrol I sort of use as a last resort. I don't get along too well with a tin of Humbrol, but today I'm mainly using lacquers, and there's a little bit of True Colour getting around, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that too much longer. But I try and etch prime most of my stuff first, so the paint's got something good to stick to. In some cases, you might have to ask the question, what colour? I've got photos of this wagon in the 70s, but in 1969 there was a colour change. So I don't know whether it is black or whether it was red. Anyway, I painted it black, and to this day no one's told me I'm wrong. So maybe I'm right. Painting, have a look around, look at prototype photos. This one sort of highlights the inside on one wagon is not. On this one here, I'm going to using the Valero range quite a bit now, and for little touch-up pieces, I find it goes a long way, and I have a lot of success with it. And then I've used some Dr. Ben pigments just to sort of to give it that little aged look. Markings, once again, this will vary. This wagon was stenciled in 1973, and that was a year after the network went from imperial to metric measure. So the wagon is carrying both measures in this case. So you got a wagon number, the date when it was painted, the draw gear type. This one's got D4, the old imperial, and 2.1 is the new measure in lengths. The 77, 76, that was actual expiry dates. But in the 80s, we went on to computers, and a lot of these stuff, markings disappeared off the side of the wagons. Plus, when the wagon's serviced, when it was lifted in oil, there's generally some markings to tell you when this happened, because in this era, it relied on people looking at the wagon to know when it was next to go to the shops for repairs or to be serviced. So once again, your network may have a drawing that tells you what goes where on the various wagons. So it's worth looking at. The drawing will also probably give you the size that they should be. Just be careful when you go to museums. This is a classic example. This wagon shows it was painted in 1951, pretty good for 50 years. The wagon was serviced in 81, but the axle expired in 79. So none of those dates really add up. So you need to sort of have a good look at what people are sort of putting up and presenting. The top model I used in the frame. I used Titchy Train Group nuts and bolts to highlight the thing, highlights the various things on the sole bar. But on the bottom one, on the weed spray wagon, the orange wagon, I used Decals on that case. But normally when I use Decals, I like to have a nice gloss finish on the rolling stock. I apply the Decals. Once the Decals have set and I've got them in the position, there may be rivets and things you might have to put Decals over, so you might have to soften them at certain stages so that they shrink over them. So, but then once that's all finished, I gloss coated them again to hide the decal film. And weathering, I think we've all got our own choices there, but I feel weathering is an era thing. I'm glad I don't model today's era because I just detest graffiti, and I would never have graffiti on a piece of rolling stock. But okay, if I'm modeling now, I'd probably have to have it. But so I don't like graffiti. So, and the era I model, which is the 60s, it wasn't about. So go to photos and check it all out, what might be. There's plenty of guys who give good talks, and there's some wonderful job in powders and pigments and chalks, dry brushing. I generally model an era where wagons went to workshop fairly regularly. It was an era where railways had a bit of pride, and wagons, if they looked half shabby, well, they got a paint job. So most of my modelling, I use an airbrush for weathering, and I just sort of give it a dusting so that it sort of highlights the detail, pulls the detail out of the model more than anything. But at the workshops, and they weather it and then put it in service, and I just don't sort of feel that that's the way things were. On this one, painted, then the bottom it's just got a light dusting, which highlights the bogies and it highlights the underneath detail. Loads, well, logs, a lot of branch lines that log traffic. My sticks that we had at the start will take the bark off them, and they fill the bill of what I wanted to do. This wagon shows a wagon of timber, and at the time all I had was bolster, so I cut it into strips. But basswood or northeastern and those sort of lumbers would make a nice load. Even though the wagon is a log wagon or a timber wagon, it carried other things like bridge timbers if you had to do repairs to bridges, bridge girders. The bottom one shows a portable mobile hut where the guys moving camp, so they knock down their hut, throw it on a wagon. So even though it might be classed as a timber wagon, there are other uses for that wagon. The same wagon was converted to carry motor cars and have a deck and securing. Some were also converted into water wagons, so a tank was added. Rainwater tank. It was too big, I felt, to put it beside a building, so I said, whoop, make a good wagon load. Drums, not particularly on the wagon that I built, but there's a couple of other wagons that I built, and that loading method for drums would highlight the drums are empty because you don't load full drums on their sides, so they're both empty loads of empty drums. You might want to sort of, once you get the hang of it, you can sort of start then branching out and trying other wagons, because at the end of the day, once you got your platform and your main bogey, main body of your underframe built, well, the rest can be added, and in this case, they're just boxes being added with some detail. So my railway's got a blog site, and you'll find it there, Westgate SWR. And if you want to have a bit of a look at the layout, there's also some YouTube videos there as well. And that's it. Thank you very much. Back to the boys. Thank you.
Thanks, Arthur.
Okay. Yeah,
Arthur, that was a good clinic.
I had to go diving for a couple of buttons there. That's why I was late in getting in. No, that was excellent, Arthur. Yeah, excellent. So, how's the chat looking there, Brad?
We've got a few questions in there. We've got quite a few people joined in. There's about 80 across both platforms. We'll start off. I just want to give a few shout outs that have come up through there. We're joined by YouTube royalty, I guess you could say at the moment, in the YouTube chat with Sparky107107, all the way from over in Canada. And I see Facebook's got the range of the world: New Zealand, England, Texas. I've even got a local from Lismore here, so that's good. So questions. There's been a few that's popped up. Dan on Facebook says that he uses a spreadsheet for his modules and the items that he needs for him, and now he'll be going back and modifying it to suit the wagon and to suit his layout. So thanks for the idea.
Okay, good. Thank you.
YouTube, there was a question from Mark. How do you glue or fix your truss rods?
What I do now is make my own truss rods, and I make them out of brass wire, and I form a loop in the end of it. But over the years, I've purchased the various manufacturers and I've tried those. I normally just, sometimes I might even put a block behind the sole bar and drill into that, and that secures them. But I normally just use super glue and put them in. I normally put the queen posts or struts in first, and then I bend up my truss rods to go in. Because some come outside, some go inside. So I find with a narrow gauge system, the ones inside can give you a bit of pain at times. You don't get movement you don't get the movement that you want in your bogey at times. So you sort of might have to make a compromise on that one. But I form them out of, normally these days it's just out of 12th thou brass. I've made up a pair of pliers that are a bit like, they're just very round. They're more like circlip pliers, and I file them down to a very small radius, and I can bend a loop that's got about a millimetre or so, and I use that for my truss rods now. At one stage I was using number 10 fishing hooks, cutting the ends off and using that, but they're a bit bulky, and for say some of the larger scale, say S scale, they might be okay using fish hooks, and that's one way around them. Simple, easy.
Yeah, okay, good. A keen viewer there on Facebook, Craig, noticed the Bundy rum wagon and wanted to know, is it empty or full?
Full.
That's right.
But it's molasses. It hasn't got rum in it.
Yeah, lucky.
Sorry.
Lucky. If it was rum, I dare say it'd be emptied out by us Australians down here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Andy on Facebook asked, what material do you like to build with? Plastic, brass, wood? And is it dependent on the prototype that you're modelling at this?
I mainly model in styrene because the range is so big and it makes it so simple for you. And I find if I build 4 wagons at a time, you sort of move from one to the other, and by the time you finish the 4, well, you can go back to the first one and take it the next step. Just sort of progress them that way. And I have done it in brass, and as I mentioned, I'm not a Rhodes Scholar when it comes to soldering, basically self-taught, so I'm learning there, and he virtually nearly threw it out the door. He thought it was such a big dinosaur. So so I sort of, I don't know, may not have the right equipment, but it's all a learning curve, and that's what I find so great about the hobby is that you sort of
Facebook. I think he's all the way from over in the States. He's got another question. Do you like to build open cars or covered wagons? And do you only build what you need for the era you're modeling?
At one stage of the game, I was only building what I wanted for the era. But the network that I model, there was no ready-to-run rolling stock. And about 5-6 years ago, there was starting to some ready-to-run rolling stock coming on the market. But it was all the modern stuff because a lot of guys don't model QR with 3'6". They model it and run it on standard gauge. And the wooden rolling stock that in my era on standard gauge looks a bit hideous because the bogies stick outside the wagon when in actual fact they're under the wagon. But with the modern stuff, a lot of it's about 9'4" across, so the standard gauge bogie fits under it. So at the moment, the manufacturers, there's about 50% of QR modelers now doing it in HO on standard gauge. So they've produced all this modern stuff. So I have modern stuff, so I am building some modern stuff now. But normally I try to build certain train makeups that I'm aware of and do it that way. But the ones that I like doing best are the older 60s era wooden wagons. And of course, we started getting steel blasted on the network up until the mid-80s. So there's still plenty of scope for me in the wooden wagons.
Great. So that's all the questions I can see over here on Facebook, Martin. How's YouTube chat looking?
Well, I think you pinched one of the ones from most of the ones out of YouTube, but I think Mark has actually put another one there and says, what an idea regarding weathering for the 20s. Were there little photos and were there available? There is no colour. So, yeah. He's talking about weathering in the 1920s where all the photographs, I guess, you're going to get are going to be black and white anyway.
Yeah, that's probably as good as you're going to get. But, you know, the way I look at it, even in the 60s and in the 50s, the era that I sort of grew up in, I didn't think wagons, they got a little bit dusty and things like that. And where they're working and what area that they're running in, largely weathering reflects that area too, because often I'd see wagons on the Mount Isa line during the wet season and they were absolutely red because that was the countryside that they were running through. But, after a few more showers along the coast, they sort of dropped back.
Yeah.
And I feel that, in those eras, the railway management and staff had pride in their railways, and if they got a bit shabby, they hooked them into shops because, let's face it, wooden wagons went into shops quite regularly.
I could imagine, yes.
Yeah. So if they're in there to have some timber replaced and they weren't looking the best, they got a paint job as well.
Yeah.
Because the paint job wasn't flash on them by any means. The ones I saw at Ipswich workshops, it was just a compressor with a half-inch garden hose with a pipe on the end of it with a spray, and it just went along the side, and it was all over in about 10 minutes.
There was no fine Duco put on there.
No.
Well, Arthur, I'd like to thank you again for the informative clinic there. And I know Arthur is he's got quite a number of clinics up his sleeve, so I guess we'll definitely be seeing Arthur back again. Yes, Arthur's got the MMR up here in Queensland, the AP chair. Now, I said we were going to have something new, so let me see if I hit this button, whether this works. So, now we're going to have the NMRAX Wheel of Chat. So we thought it might be a little bit interesting for us to spin the wheel at the end of each presenter, and a subject had come up, and you guys in the chat can answer it while we get the next presenter ready for his clinic. So Arthur's going to spin the first one, the very first time we've done it. So on 3, Arthur, 1, 2, 3. And it's going. And the question is, what is the time with you at the moment? So in the chat, put in the time and the day, because remember, we're an international show here, so people are all over the world. So put your time and your day in the chat, and we should be back in about 2 or 3 minutes with Jerry Hopkins and another picture.
Okay, everyone, it's Gordy and the NMRAX team here. We're back. Sorry for the little delay, but I think it takes a few minutes to stop the stream and restart it. And also, you've got to understand that we are doing this via a PC that's in out there, so I can see us in the stream, and hopefully everyone can hear me talking. So we're a little bit over, but that will be fine because we have an absolute expert historian into the hobby here. The untold, unheard, not unheard of. You're not unheard of. That's unfair. The silent expert in the back of the room who makes sure that our manufacturers are held to account through that fantastic magazine that is Model Railroad News. We have the editor-in-chief of Model Railroad News, Tony Cook, who is here with us this afternoon in the US, this evening in the UK, and some early hours in the morning in Australia. If you're still with us in Australia, give us a shout out on the feed. But Tony is here. He's going to talk to you about prototype to model, and in specific prototypes, EMD, SD50s, and SD60s. So, Tony, say hello to everyone.
Hey, hello everybody. This is Tony Cook. Hi, Gordy. I know you've had a crazy couple weeks getting all this together, but man, it has really been awesome watching the presentations last night. I think it's really been exciting. You can see from the feedback that everybody's having a lot of fun. So I know there's been a lot of, hey, I'm having trouble connecting or this or that, but as you say, we're bouncing all around the globe with this, and this is our first time through on it. So I think it's pretty exciting. I'm coming to you from the Kansas City area in Missouri, almost dead center in the continental United States. And it's a sunny spring afternoon here. Everyone's out mowing their yards in my neighborhood. So I assume I'm ducking yard work to get to talk trains, but that's not a bad thing to do. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about EMD's 1980s SD50s and 1990s SD60s. And I think these are kind of somewhat forgotten prototypes. And I say forgotten because, as we know, the transition era from steam to diesel was always talked about as being really popular, and that's kind of the World War II 1940s up into the 1960s, so the first generation of diesels. And then we always have a group of guys, out there that are modeling what they see out on the railroads now, which of course that's Tier 4s, GEVOs, SD70 Aces. But there's kind of that area in between that's been gaining a lot of popularity because you have a lot of modelers that grew up in the 1980s, 1990s, and that's what they remember seeing. And a lot of times what you saw first when you really got into rail fanning is something that you end up modeling. And this is EMD's kind of their fade out point as far as being what they were, that the SD5060 follows the Dash 2 era of the 1970s. And we'll get into that in just a second. But speaking of what you grew up with, I'll give you a little bit of background on me in case you aren't familiar with me. I'm a lifelong railroad enthusiast and also model railroad collector. I grew up in Illinois, north of the St. Louis, Missouri area. And these are pictures you're looking at here of me now in that top corner where you see home of Walther's Model Trains. That's 1968, I believe. And my dad worked up in Milwaukee for Walther's. And that's me on my mom's shoulders. And then next there is GM and OF units coming by in my hometown of Jerseyville, Illinois, which, as I say, is about an hour or so north of St. Louis. In the Kansas City area, one of the things I did before I got into magazines, you see below there, it says Marketing Director at Union Station, and that's the model railroad experience that we opened at Union Station, Kansas City in it might have been 2009, actually. That far back, we always did Christmas displays of model trains, and then people would ask all year long, where can we see the model trains? And so we set up, it's an 8,000 square foot area that's available to people to come see, and they've been upgrading it and doing a lot to it. It's closed at the moment because of the coronavirus situation, but check out USKC, their website, unionstation.org, and that's for Kansas City's Union Station. And you can see events, traveling exhibits, there's restaurants, all sorts of things to do. And I worked for 10 years at Union Station after it was renovated in the late 1990s. And in the last 10 years, I've been serving as the editor of Model Railroad News magazine, which this year is celebrating its 25th anniversary. It's a monthly publication from White River Productions, and it covers news of all scale model trains as well as in-depth reviews. I also am the co-editor of HO Collector, which is a quarterly publication, also from White River Productions. I do that with a buddy of mine, Tony Lucio, in Kentucky, that we're both kind of hobby historians and collectors of old trains. And HO Quarterly is a project that we started in 2017 with White River Productions letting us kind of have some fun with a 48-page quarterly magazine. This is our latest issue, the second quarter 2020, and we cover the Revell product line, and the feedback has really been incredible on this one. A lot of things that you collect or you're interested in, at times you wonder, are there other collectors out there with the same interest? And, from eBay and swap meets, you can kind of see things that people go after and what's fun to collect. But Revell was a product line that I always enjoyed, but wondered, what its impact was with people and how much they liked it. And I've been amazed at the feedback from people saying, oh, the Revell line, that was so awesome. And it was one we've been asked about a lot. So this latest issue that just came out in the last few weeks essentially is all Revell, other than, as you see at the bottom cover there, I've got a little section on Burlington Northern as it hit 50 years, which that almost doesn't seem possible, that it was 50 years ago that Burlington Northern started in 1970. But that's HO Collectors, one of my other responsibilities with White River. And then Otto Vondrock, when he took over as Railroad Model Craftsman's editor, started back up the Collector Consist. And I do it in the St. Louis area. And that's the March issue. That's the most recent one I believe I have a Collector Consist in. And again, I did something Burlington Northern for its 50th anniversary. I did that great Lionel Jeep 30 of 1975 or 6, I believe, is when it comes out. I'd have to look at the article and remind myself now. But that comes out quarterly, and that's in Railroad Model Craftsman. And now Dash 2 in the fifth decade, Alco had been gone by 1969-70. General Electric kind of was always an also ran. The 1970s, they certainly were coming back around with their Dash 7 series. But in general, EMD was king of the hill when it came to diesels. And in the late 70s, their test beds for what would be the 50 series were introduced. And they were these awesome GP40X units, the 4-axle predecessor to the GP50. And as always kind of seemed to be on some of EMD's test beds, it got flared radiators, even though the standard production, it would be the GP50 would be what this regular model would be, didn't get flares. And I think that's also duplicated in a couple of the demonstrator SD40s and GP40s from the early 60s also had flares, and then the production models didn't. So it always seems to be a bell or whistle they show, and then the regular units don't follow through. But these 40Xs were awesome units. They went out to a number of the major Class 1 railroads. I think 1978 is when they first hit the rails. I remember seeing the UP ones on vacations out west in Nebraska on UP's Overland route, and they were so awesome. They have these special trucks. I think that's HTC. I may be wrong on what I'm saying on those trucks now that I say that. But that and the flared radiators, they were really awesome units. But this is what was setting the basis for what EMD thought would be its, next round of things that would be as successful as like their SD40-2, which in this picture, that Northwestern unit behind the UP unit is one of the 40-2s, which is one of UP's biggest, or one of EMD's biggest sellers. So the SD50 in 1981 rolls out. This, if you look close and think about it for a minute, you'll realize what road name that is, even though it's not lettered. That's a Seaboard system unit, and it's actually testing in this picture on the Santa Fe. A lot of railroads looked at them. You know, again, EMD was king of the hill, so everyone was interested to see what was coming next. And this 50 series, as it was introduced in 1981, 3,500 horsepower, was a 16-cylinder unit, and a lot of railroads took a look at them, but sales didn't match what the SD 40-2 and the -2 series in general was. I'm going to talk a lot of HO, but as I get into the people that owned the SD50s, I know I'm going to get in trouble from my associate editor, Shane Mason, if I don't show some in scale. So here's an in scale. This is an Atlas Master, and this is a Conrail, of course. Conrail owned 135 examples of EMD's SD50, and I believe that is the largest single roster that was on any railroad. Next, Seaboard system had 81, and we saw the color picture of the Seaboard, so you can kind of see that. The Seaboard's got around, too. I know the Rio Grande looked at Seaboard units were sent out to work on the Rio Grande to convince them to buy SD50s as well. But here's some Seaboard units, and remember, this is that short-lived after the family lines and before CSX. We had Seaboard system for a few years, and so this is one of the few new power things to carry that scheme. And speaking of CSX, both B&O C&O purchased SD50s. C&O had 43 examples, and this is one of the last, I think this is actually the last new power to come delivered in the chassis system scheme. We've got a review coming up of this in Model Railroad News by Wesley James. He and his boys take a look at models for us from time to time, and they're working on these chassis SD50s from Walther's Mainline, which is a new release that's come out recently for this in HO. Northwestern was a big buyer of them. This is an awesome picture. This is actually on the Duluth, Mesabi, and Iron Range, and you can see I assume that's smoking brakes there as it's coming in from someplace, but an awesome picture there. The Northwestern SD50 roster was 35 units. They also purchased SD60s. As I mentioned, B&O C&O were buyers. B&O had a few less than the C&O as they were still dividing things up. Remember, chassis system power always carried the reporting marks of the home roads or the owning roads, B&O, C&O, and WM for Western Maryland. This is a B&O example a little bit later in its career. If you look close under the ampersand, there's the CSXT has been stamped on that one. The B&O C&Os and the Seaboards, and then as well as the Rio Grande group, because they were bought on the same order, that slot you see to the left of the road number, I think that's called a mailbox slot. And the idea behind that was you could look in, I think, to check there's batteries and equipment in there. So they cut a slot basically for easy access to, check on the equipment inside there. And that's kind of a signature thing that was on the chassis, but did end up on other models as well. One of those awesome places in the world, the east portal of the Moffat Tunnel under the Continental Divide. That's about an hour west of Denver. And speaking of Colorado in that area, I hope everybody enjoyed Michelle Kempema's visit that she gave to the Greeley Museum. I was lucky enough to get to go out there last fall in September with my buddy Lionel Strang from Modeler's Life, that we took our Cadillac out and spent a week out chasing the big boy, and then stopped down there in Greeley. And that, what you saw in the video, there's DVDs that they sell. So if you didn't get enough of it, go to the website for Model Railroad Museum out there. And the DVDs, I think I picked a couple up and they were maybe like $10. And it's an unbelievable HO model railroad, one that you definitely got to put on your list of things to do. Anyway, back to the Rio Grande. This is a great Jim Boyd shot of a set of SD50s exiting the Moffat Tunnel. Rio Grande actually went back wanting more of their SD40 T-2 tunnel motors, but by the time they got around to ordering them in the early 80s, EMD had moved on to the SD50s. And as I mentioned, the Seaboard power was sent out to test on the Rio Grande to try to convince them to buy. I think the original plan, Rio Grande was going to purchase 20 tunnel motors, and these SD50s they've got the radar stuff on the axles for better slippage stuff, which is important, of course, to the Rio Grande for hauling coal trains in the mountains proved to be beneficial. So they ended up getting 17 SD50s versus the 20 tunnel motors. And they were, again, built on the end of a chassis order, as I recall. So they do come with a mailbox slot on the side, which would be kind of a chassis feature. I'll be reviewing this in a Rio Grande themed issue that's coming up in Nebraska that I've on how it, these were added to the end of a chassis order. They were to be tunnel motors. They're some of the last new power for the Rio. The model review, you'll find some interesting things because the Walthers model comes without that set of lights in the nose. So you'd say, well, it's not correct. But I do have pictures from White River Productions' Kevin Udaly. He has pictures of them when they were on their way to the Rio Grande. They stopped at Mid-America Rail Car in Kansas City, and those lights got put in there. So they actually did leave EMD as the Walthers model looks with no lights in the nose. So the guys at Mid-America Rail Car in Kansas City had to file down the noses, and I guess there's giant Details West or Detail Associates lights that you buy and cut into those. So if you'd have driven by there on the right day, you'd have seen all those yellow little cardboard packages from Details West or Associates laying around Kansas City, Mid-America Rail Car as they were putting those on. Another odd SD50 as we move on is Canadian National, who had SD50Fs for full body. And if you see, it's kind of has the draper taper cut into the side. Now, these are things that Rapido Trains has been working on in HO and N, I think in SD50s. The N scale is maybe about to come out. This is an HO model that was built by Ajin in Korea and imported by Overland some years back. But this is kind of one of the variants that were built for the SD50. Kansas City Southern had 10 SD50s, and I believe they and Norfolk and Western have some interesting early examples that are SD50S, and that S is for short, that they're on a shorter frame, so they're not the same length as an SD50. And I forget some of the reasoning on that, if it's maybe an SD40-2 frame, but that if you look in Diesel Era, which is another great magazine, we don't actually publish that at White River, but I got to put out a plug for Paul Withers and Diesel Era. The Diesel Era is one you really ought to take if you're any kind of a diesel fan, because it comes out every other month and is always full of great information on diesels. And again, I think that's where I read the stuff on some of these SD50S units being made, and KCS had some of those. This one always throws me when I see them at shows, because I always get excited going, wow, a Mopac SD50, and I'm picturing Jinx Blue with a big screaming eagle, and then I open it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's painted Union Pacific. That these came after the Union Pacific merger, but they were lettered Missouri Pacific down the side. You can kind of see it on the long hood that these were the last of the Mopac power, and this is 4 SD50s on a coal train. And again, they are technically Mopac, but at a glance, you'd think they were, UP roster members. Again, back to the shorties, Norfolk and Western got some of the very early SD50s, I think in 1981, but then Norfolk Southern goes back and purchases 20. So there are 20 regular length SD50s and also regular cab. By this time, high hoods were out of favor with both Norfolk and Western and Southern. So sadly, there's no high hood SD50s, although that would be a fun kit bash to put together. And this is actually, see the Southern reporting marks under it. So this is one of the regular body SD50s that was on the NS roster. We'll take a little break here. I wanted to let everybody know about something that we were doing at Model Railroad News. Weathering My Car Weathering Contest was a project that my associate editor, Shane Mason, came up with while so many of us have been at home with something to do. And you see the 6 cars here, and they did voting on this in the last week. And what they did was each guy took a car and sent it to somebody else. So you took a car from your collection and you shared it with another modeler, and you asked them to weather it for you. So you're weathering my car, and Shane dubbed this first one the Quarantine Classic. And I believe our winner was Clem Harris of Arizona, I believe, or New Mexico, maybe New Mexico. And he's there in the bottom center, the Katy Hopper, and he got a $100 gift certificate from Midwest Model Railroad in Independence. And then I forget our others, the order of the others, but I think Adam Pinales, which is the BNSF car in the bottom right, might have been second place. And I sponsored the event after Shane came up with the idea. So I picked up the gift certificates. The main one was Midwest Model Railroad, $100. And then I did $50 gift certificates from trainlife.com, Lombard Hobbies in the Chicago area, and the Zuckers out in Spring Creek Model Trains, which of course, every time I bought a gift certificate, I also ended up thinking, well, since I'm getting an order anyway, I'll get this and this and this. As I say, I got that Rio Grande SD50 from Spring Creek, and I picked up the True Line Trains New Mexico Roadrunner MP36 from Spring Creek, because I didn't have one of those in my collection. And I saw that recently thinking, oh, I think I remember seeing one there, and they still had it. So these gift certificates cost me a fortune when I added in all the stuff I decided I needed to buy while I was doing it. But we're going to do another one of these weathering contests. We'll probably be doing it in the fall, and you'll see more pictures and more information. We're going to have a 2-page spread in the July edition of Model Railroad News, which will be out in early June. And Shane Mason will detail this Weathering My Car. So look for that. Search it on Facebook. Just go to Facebook and search Weather My Car Weathering Contest, and you can find out more. It is open to about anybody that wants to, I believe. And as I say, we'll be doing it again. So fun thing and a fun way to win some stuff. On to the SD60s. This was the successor to the SD50. It came out in 1984, so about 4 years after the 50s. It's 3,800 horsepower, so 300 more horses than they put in the SD50. And this, to me, this was the face of the SD60s, that anybody that remembers rail fanning at that time, Burlington Northern had 100 of these on kind of a long-term lease agreement with, they were the Oakway units, as I remember them being called. And boy, were they pretty. Aren't those awesome? And that blue and white scheme with silver trucks. The Oakway units served the BN for a number of years and then sold and went to other places. But at first, they weren't actual BN units, so they always stayed in this kind of demonstrator paint. But you saw them, all over the BN. This is a great Jim Boyd shot. That's on the joint line between Denver and Pueblo. That's in Larkspur, which I think is north of Colorado Springs and south of Denver. There's 3 of the SD60s when they were fairly new. Canadian National had a large roster of SD60s, again, regular Spartan cabs. And that's another thing by this point, the regular Spartan cab that came in the early 1960s, the GP 3035s were kind of the first look of this style to have this on an EMD unit. The 60s were towards the end of this. There are some 70s with regular cabs, but I think the 60 was kind of the last round of it being this is the standard way you'd expect to get them. CN had 90 SD60s. Union Pacific had 85, and I had to add in, I added in an N-scale unit so I wouldn't leave out N-scale friends. And this, boy, I tell you, this is a rabbit hole that whenever I see these at shows, I look for a few minutes and then it's like, okay, keep moving, because I'm going to end up buying Legos. But isn't this cool? This is a Lego SD60. I can't identify the face here exactly, and those trucks look a little suspect to me. But isn't that awesome? I'm sure you guys see these at shows, and it's a really fun thing. This is an internet sourced picture that I found in looking for a regular cab UP SD60. And again, UP had 85 of these on its roster. Two Line had 58 SD60s. Chicago Northwestern, as I mentioned, also came back after buying SD50s. They buy SD60s. And is that broom on the nose like a signature Northwestern feature? I know I've seen brooms as details on a lot of units over the years, but somehow that broom sticking to the nose of a unit to me is such a Chicago Northwestern thing. We've got reviews coming up from Andy Dorsch, who has a Chicago Northwestern YouTube channel and is a big Northwestern modeler. He's doing reviews of the HO scaletrains.com SD40-2s. And I remember that was one of the things when I opened those up to do photography on them. It's like, oh, wow, cool. They added the little broom to the nose. So if you're a Northwestern modeler, somehow you got to have one of those. They must have been the neat road that had to have them. Kansas City Southern came back for SD60s as well. As you see, this is the ones I showed of the short 50s were the white scheme. This is their gray scheme. Still very plain when you consider the awesome bell scheme that KCS has today. I think it's one of the best schemes out there for a modern Class 1. This is the gray with yellow stripes on the nose and the red billboard KCS on the side. They had 46 examples of the SD60. I mentioned Burlington Northern and the Oakways. They did legitimately have a trio of SD60s. I think these were the demonstrators that EMD built, and BN did buy them, and then they went into that lease agreement on the 100 Oakway units. And this is the kind of tiger striped face. If you remember at that time, BN was tinkering a lot with its look. I kind of call that the Lionel or Tycho, the giant BN and Burlington Northern on the side. Looks a little toyish. And they did some white face, and they had this tiger face for a while, but this was a scheme that was on the 3 SD60s that were actual roster members in the 8300 number series on the BN. This is an older Athearn ready-to-roll release. This was an all-new tooling piece that Athearn did. Some of the Athearn models in the ready-to-roll line come from rail power products, as well as other sources, but this was one they tooled up, and I always felt like it was kind of a in-between ready-to-roll and Genesis, because it's such an awesome unit with so many details on it that it's really a step above a lot of their ready-to-roll pieces. And this 50, or the 60 rather, the 50 and 60s that they did are neat models to go out and find, and they've got more coming. I'll go over some of the coming items in this series at the end of the presentation. Secondhand for the Conrail units, most of them went over to the CSX. Again, here's a look at a repainted Conrail that moved over to CSX. It works down in Central America on the Panama Canal, and it adopted the same Bell heritage livery. And they have, I think, 3 at least SD60s down there on Panama Canal, and this is an Athearn example of those. And isn't that a sharp scheme with the silver roof? And it's interesting that if you look at the design across the nose and such, how well it works on a Spartan cab, because you think of all of the contemporary like BNSF and other paint schemes, and all of them essentially are designed for that wide nose that is the de facto standard today. But look how great on a regular nose that KCS scheme looks. I see a lot of the little 4-axle power over where my folks live in Illinois. They're on the old GM&O. And some of the locals will have like old rebuilt Jeep 40s and Jeep 38s in this scheme. And I think it's really, really attractive. We'll take another little break here. You've been seeing a lot of slides during this presentation. These are from the collection of the president of White River Productions, Kevin U. Daly. And Kevin is an avid collector of slides and has been for years. And one of the things that I do is I scan and archive the slides that Kevin accumulates, and they're used in all of our publications. You see a number of our titles across the bottom of the ad here, and Kevin is always on the lookout for slide collections. You can go to our website to get information, or you can call that toll-free number. And if you've got a slide collection, I mean, the worst thing that can happen is spending all that time and effort rail fanning, documenting, taking pictures, and then either not have a use for your slides anymore, or just to have them go away. We have that a lot where people are like, oh, I don't have a slide projector anymore. I don't shoot slides. I just got a collection recently from a person. Same thing. I've had a number of slides in a box for years. I'll never use them, but I hate to just throw them out. And it's like, for goodness sakes, don't throw them out, because there's always that chance you've got a cool picture of something that somebody's been looking for. So again, contact us at White River if you have slides, and we certainly are always interested in talking to somebody about what they might have, again, to kind of document and just to preserve this, because it's our railroad history stuff, and so much was shot on slides now that everyone does digital, to where again, we don't want to lose that as we move forward. Going on with our SD60s, we were talking wide noses a minute ago when I was mentioning the KCS paint schemes. The 60s is where a lot of the wide nose EMDs came in. There weren't any wide nose EMD 50s basically, but 60s started it. And here is the 60F. Canadian National bought 90 of these. And isn't that an awesome shot with the CN unit there? That's obviously on the Santa Fe, as you can see from the bridge, and no less than 4 of, I believe those are Amtrak. At least the first 2 are Amtrak SDP 40Fs that got rebuilt. And then I think the last two are maybe old F45s. And then you see the business car there ahead of what is obviously a hot intermodal train with UPS trailers. So I'm wondering if maybe Santa Fe was giving a look at these SD60s at the time and evaluating. 80 SD60Is. They did get split up later between Norfolk Southern and CSX when Conrail broke up in 99, but you can find an HO scale Genesis model of this, and there's one right there in the Conrail quality paint scheme of a 60i. We're going to move on to the SD60Ms. They were introduced in 1990, and how about that for a cool shot? That basically looks like what my train table usually looks like. I see an AHM BL2. There's an old Athearn Blue Box Santa Fe FP45. There's a Bachmann Spectrum Reading Jeep 30. I mean, this was an EMD open house, I believe, in the fall of 1989. And that Northwestern Jeep back there in the corner left, I think that's the first Jeep 7, if I'm correct, if I know my Northwestern stuff. I'm sure if I don't, someone will let me know. But new at the time would have been this in the foreground. Union Pacific 6200 is a Triclops SD60M. It had the North American safety or wide cab, and it has a 3-window face on the cab, and that's the early production of the SD60s. Here's what the two look like. On the left, that's an early 3-window SD60M, and then later production, after about 1991 or 2 and on into the 90s, it went to this 2-window, and if you notice, the nose is a bit different too. See, the nose on the 3-window is kind of flatter and wider, and it's kind of a more narrow and pointed nose on the 2-window version of the 60M. These are both available in HO scale. Athearn has announced this 3-window SD60M is a brand new Genesis model, and I'll show you a pre-production example of it in a moment. The big roster on those was Burlington Northern, had 100 of those, and again, here's kind of one of their modified late era paint schemes with the white cab face and the white vertical stripes on the side and the very large BN on its nose. And how about that for a beautiful shot? This is a Dick Kelb shot from the Kevin U. Daly collection. This is down in Texas on a coal train. I shared this with the folks at Athearn, and you may have seen it already. This was put out on their Facebook page as part of the announcement for this model. But how sharp is that? 4 brand new SD60M 3-window versions running elephant style in Texas on a coal train. UP had 281 examples of this unit. Here's that promised look at the pre-production Triclops. This is coming out from Athearn next year as a Genesis model. This early version, it's always fun to get to see these because we get a look at what the details all are. Like you can see it's brass on like the speed recorder on the trucks, the cab shade, the horn is brass. You can see the other pieces that are styrene, but this is the early 60Ms, and you can go to athearn.com and see the information on those. Those will be coming out, and naturally there'll be DCC and sound, as well as 21-pin socket-ready standard DC models, and that's in HO from Athearn Genesis. I mentioned the later production SD60s. Walthers has just brought this out, or bringing this out, as a mainline model, and the Rio Grande SD50, and I think I've got the Speed Letter Southern Pacific repaint of a Rio Grande to include with the Rio Grande reviews, are built to they're economically priced and a little bit lower on the details. You can see there's no lift rings, there's no grab irons on the nose. The pilots don't have coupler cut levers and hoses, but these have been tremendous sellers. They're great looking units. As I say, I got the Chessie and sent it off to our Wesley James to review for Model Railroad News. And I had the Southern Pacific repaint and thought, boy, this is pretty cool. And I picked up the Rio Grande to go with it. They're excellent runners. They're good priced, and they do have detail kits that you can purchase and add some of those things on. So if you have that hankering to do a little bit more than open the box and set it on the rails, these give you a great starting point, and they're at a good price. And again, this is the 2-window later version of the SD60. We jump ahead here towards the end of this presentation and go through, everybody knows the 90 aces that are around now, all the heritage units for Norfolk Southern, like the George Bush and other units on the Union Pacific. But that in between after the 50s, 60s, in the early 90s, EMD continued with SD70s. This is a 70 Mac from Burlington Northern Santa Fe's early days. And this has been announced. I don't know if I have a picture of it handy here, but this was just announced by Athearn this week as a coming Genesis piece in that wonderfully odd war bonnet-y mix of the Santa Fe paint scheme design with the late era Burlington Northern kind of executive green and cream scheme. But 1992 is the first of the SD70s. The Mac came along a little bit later. This is Athearn's Genesis Mac. Then the SD80, Cato also makes this, and this is a new model coming from Athearn, also for the Genesis line in HO scale. It was introduced in 1995. And then the 90 Mac was the odd convertible piece where they were shooting for a 6,000 horsepower unit. General Electric did the same with their AC 6000s. And the 90 Mac, I think sometimes you hear it referred to as the 4390, because I believe it comes out as a 4,300 horsepower unit. The idea being they would exchange the prime mover when it was ready, which it wasn't ready when they were rolling them out in 95, that it could turn into a 6,000 horsepower. And several, Athearn brought this out just recently. This is a 90 Mac-H Phase 2. This is in an EMD scheme. Harry K. Wong in Railroad Model Craftsman reviewed the Union Pacific just recently. And then coming up in Model Railroad News, we're going to have this awesome Australian model. Tony Lucio in Kentucky are one of our contributing editors at Model Railroad News. He's reviewing this model, and this is a picture of the prototype 901 that's the Athearn model we'll be reviewing. I believe I'm going to have that in July's edition of Model Railroad News. And it's a really awesome model. These are pictures from 2018 and a trip that our White River president, Kevin Udaly, made down under to Australia and got to see these in action. But again, as I say, they didn't fare well with roads in North America, and so they ended up other places. And this FMG is an ore road in Western Australia, up on the northern tip of the western part of Australia, that hauls ore. And this is one of theirs. We'll have this coming up in Model Railroad News this summer. We'll turn back around here real quick to the 4-axle units. I basically focused on the SDs, but there were 4 axles, and we started that off with those test bed GP40Xs. This is the rail power shell that was available as a Craftsman level kit for, it was one of the last shells done by Rail Power. Horizon Hobby purchased those assets and then turned a number of them into ready to run models. This is an Athearn 60th anniversary edition, and it's the 40X, which I said is one of the better jobs they did of upgrading the Rail Power shells. It's truly a neat unit. But there's that 40X in HO. Athearn does a all new tooling GP50. This was announced or brought out some years back. And then they just announced Friday, this would be the Blue Box GP60 of the 1990s, is going to be an Athearn Roundhouse release, and they're going to do Jeep 59 Jeep 60s. And if you remember the demonstrators on those, they had all the rounded corners to the cab. Now, of course, this is Athearn Roundhouse, so they won't be road specific. They won't have all those details. And as I recall, these had the light package on the nose for the Southern Pacific and such. So these won't have that. These are more basic, just runner models. But that paint scheme is so awesome. I know I'm going to definitely have to have one of those. That's kind of my presentation. I'm going to go through a couple of things here to let you know what we've got going on with the magazines and give you a couple of references, and then we'll take time for a few questions. June's Model Railroad News went off to our printer in the last week, and there's its cover. Rapido Trains B36-7 is the cover model. And again, another one of these 1980s prototypes that now is really coming into favor. You know, Scale Trains did the C39-8 recently, which I never thought we'd see as a high-end, mass-produced model. And then Rapido added the B36-7. So the 80s, 90s modeler suddenly has a lot of models available that they didn't in just, a few years ago. We've also got reviews of the new Oxford diecast HO scale late 60s Dodge Charger and Daytona. That's the orange Dodge you see up in the corner. And then I'm reviewing that's Bluford Shop's International bay window caboose in Union Pacific. That's also in the June edition of Model Railroad News. That's a new in-scale model. Also coming in June, I do these prototype profiles. If you don't pick up Model Railroad News, we do this on a regular basis where we dig into the prototype and share pictures. This is Montreal Locomotive Works M420, which is another Rapido project, and they're doing the CN models in the first round, but I've got a 4-page prototype profile where, as you see, there's the B unit from BC Rail, the different variants of that 420. I cover all that information. So that's one of those things you get by going through the magazine, that you get that news that you may have seen or heard elsewhere, but I kind of go behind a little bit and kind of flesh out the prototype and give you some information that once you see, oh yeah, I heard that was announced, but I had a question about this, or I wondered, are they doing the early ones or the late ones, or what's different about this? That's one of those things that we deliver each month in Model Railroad News. Later this year in HO Collector, by request, I had Bill, I think it's Mosteller is his name, of Great Decals. Go to greatdecals.com. He does a lot of decal sets. He's a big Virginian fan, and he asked me a couple of times about how many different Virginian C430s paint schemes did Tyco do. And of course, if you know the Virginian, you also know they never had an Alco Century on their roster. Their diesels were Fairbanks Morse products, and we'll also be doing the Virginian unloading hopper car set, and that'll be the third or fourth quarter HO Collector later on this year. One of the fun things I think about an event like this one, or conventions or shows, tell me something I don't know. What did I find out? What is new that, you can surprise me with? I'm very close to sending off for proofing the Penline story. This is going to be a soft cover book that we'll be announcing soon from White River Productions. I'm doing it in collaboration with one of the 3 founders of Penline. His son was researching his father's company, basically because he wanted to know more about that company his dad once had in Pennsylvania that built model trains. And the Penline story will be about a 115-page book. It'll be similar to the annuals that White River does. I don't have a lot more specifics on it, but that's kind of the surprise I wanted to share with some of the HO people, that our Penline history book is due to be announced sometime later this year. And it's an exciting project. For as much as a hobby historian as I am, when it's Gary Stauffer that came to me with the book idea and started talking about it, I was excited because Penline was one that I never really collected a lot and didn't know a lot about. And so it was an exciting thing for me of, oh yeah, I don't know a lot either. This will be fun to discover. So I know you're going to enjoy it. They had that Reading Crusader kit was their first in the mid-50s, and they went on into plastic later on. Their F unit served as Varney and Lifelike's F unit in later days. So a lot of this tooling you're going to recognize moved on to other companies. But the Penline story will be around, our announcement for that later this year. And I hope we have it out maybe by the end of this year, Christmas time, or if not sooner. And it'll be a fun book. This is the first of kind of the HO Collector softcover book projects that are in the works. And while I'm on the subject of White River Productions, our latest magazine acquisition, the Dailies now have Rail Pace News Magazine. You see it there on the left. Before that, O Scale Trains Magazine was added to the fold. The Jewel of the Wasatch book there is the latest, the third in the series from Chuck Conway, laid out by Dale Sanders, and is a fantastic kind of coffee table style book on the Rio Grande. You can find a review of that in a recent Model Railroad News by my friend Adam Pinellas did a review of it, and he lives out in that area and has always been a big Rio Grande fan, and so the book was just a fantastic, group of memories. There's a lot of other books from White River. Southland's a great one on Southern California, as it says there, in the golden age of Kodachrome. So lots of wonderful pictures there. And some of our other titles, Passenger Train Journal is a quarterly publication done by, everybody knows, Mike Schaefer. And then Rail Fan and Railroad is Steve Barry and Otto Vondruk do that, the monthly magazine. And then Bob Brown is still putting out the Narrow Gauge Gazette in Shortline, and that's also now part of the White River family. So shop.whiteriverproductions.com will get you all that information. Now, this is not White River, but I know I talked to you about the Lego thing, and I can tell that Gordy is going to come back and start asking me, okay, I got to get into Legos. Tony, how can I learn more? Here is a rabbit hole to consider venturing down. Brick Model Railroader. It's brickmodelrailroader.com, and that magazine, Rail Bricks, you can download and page through. I know a lot of people are at home now, and they've been through their complete DVD library of Green Acres now 3 times. They don't have anything else to do, and they're saying, I need something different to excite me. So there you go, brick model railroader, and get into Legos. I hope I don't look at that too closely, because I know I'm going to end up buying some Lego sets, and that's just one more thing that I'll have to put together shelves for. That's my presentation, and I appreciate everything that Gordy and the other folks that have volunteered and put together, time on for this. This has been just an amazing thing to see happen. Gordy talked about this. We talked about this back at I'd like to have more of this kind of virtual or online. And it's wonderful to see that this has actually happened. And I appreciate getting to be a part of it. I think it's been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot of stuff already in the presentations. I'm eager to see some more, and I'll join in this evening for kind of the wrap-up party. But I hope you had some fun there. There's a nice Saturday afternoon of kind of a slideshow and talking model trains, which is something I'm sure a lot of us would all like to get together and do. So there's my version of it.
Thanks, Tony. So I got some questions that came in for you.
Okay.
Despite all your advertising there, you can't avoid the questions. Seth is ready to come in. So people that are sick of my elevator music or seeing Lionel Strang or other things, you might not have to see it this time. We may go straight to Seth. But for now, I got some questions for you from the peanut gallery here. So Aaron asks, Tony, what is the one unit you would like to see mass produced in plastic?
I would really like to see something that's never been done, the Ingalls 4S, but it would be fun to see it done, but no one else would buy it. A serious thing that doesn't exist in a good model is the Century 415. And Lee English at Bowser has talked about it. As you know, that Mahano from Yugoslavia, one from the late 60s, it's been around a few times, is the closest thing we have outside of brass. So a serious 415, and everybody's a bit of an alcoholic, as they say. So yeah, I think it would have sales. So I'd say a 415.
Okay, that's cool. Ralph says, when are you going to start doing your weekly product news reports on the Modelers Life podcast again?
I need to do that. Lionel and I did a podcast of Modeler's Life where we talked about new products. I think it goes better if he and I talk, that every time I start to record it, I keep stopping and trying, or my dog starts barking, or, the phone. Shane Mason and I have talked about doing it that way. And Lionel and I did at least one. We talked about the new Rapido, the Roar Turbo Train project. So we may see more of those. Sadly, even though I work from home and this is all I do, that my office is one room away from the bedroom and one room away from the kitchen, that I basically here all day on doing train stuff, there's still not enough hours in the day. But yes, I would like to do more.
Absolutely. I know that feeling recently. Okay. Yeah, I thought lockdown I'd have more time, and no, just no. Not doing crazy things like this. So I have 3 more questions for you while Seth just gets set up there. What do you think will be the biggest change in our hobby this year?
This year? I think it's a good thing that I think, we talk so much about what's happening with supplies and other things, that there won't be a toilet paper pandemic in model railroading, that trains are coming over from China. I know as of early March, stuff was getting back into production. So anybody worried about, well, what are we going to see ahead? I think Rapido trains just showed their flexi flow hoppers being put together. They've showed those in-scale draper tapers. There's plenty of product on the way. And I think one of the things that's changed that's of interest, I've talked to, when I was buying those gift certificates, I talked to a number of hobby shops. I had Dave Zucker up at Spring Creek tell me this. I had Stephen Atwell at Midwest Model Railroad in Independence, Missouri tell me this. So many people are buying model train stuff, and not just locomotives, rolling stock, books. They're buying track, they're buying road bed, they're buying kits. It seems like a lot of people have been hit with this. I never have time to work on my railroad. And now suddenly it's stay-at-home order. I have time to work on my railroad. And so, yeah, I think that there seems to be a big rush, and it's great to see. I've seen that tons of emails, questions about who makes this. I had somebody asking me for instructions because they had a kit they'd had for years and lost the instructions and said, I'm finally going to build this and I don't have the instructions. So I found my sample of it, scanned the instructions for him, and sent it to him. So it was the static HO scale monogram big boys. He said, all I have is like the German or Spanish version of the instructions. Do you have it in English? And so I scanned and put those together. So I see more people that are like rediscovering their hobby, which is such a great thing.
Okay, final question. We've only got kind of like a minute and 30 seconds before we speak. Mr. Speed is going to slap me round the head. Is the hobby growing?
Yes, it is. It really is. And again, this, as you saw, I think this even more, what we're doing here in this virtual situation, subscription numbers on like Model Railroad News have been climbing. I was told that recently with the situation, the stay-at-homes, that a lot of people that can't get to their hobby shop or their hobby shop's closed, there's more interest in these things. And the internet is just, Lionel Strang likes to say this, and I know you've heard him say it, that this combination of what we have available now with Facebook, these visual things we can do here, sharing things. Model railroading always was kind of that stay-at-home order. In fact, I've had people that ask me that, where they say, so how has this been for you? I don't know. I worked at home for the last 10 years. It's kind of the same thing. I'm always at home in my shorts and a t-shirt working. So I think that this ability for model railroaders, that we always are kind of these introvert, on our own type people, that this gives us that connection, Facebook and these kind of virtual things. So it just sets the stage here. So is an example of it. And Gordy, again, I know I've said this a bunch of times, but thank you. This is tremendous. I definitely will buy you a pint the next time I see you.
Excellent. I'll hold you to it.
I know you will.
Okay, well, thank you, Tony. That's been fantastic. We will let you go, and we're going to bring Seth in to do his layout tour. But thank you, Tony. We will touch base with you again in a few hours' time to wrap everything up. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gordy.
I believe we're live again. This is Speed at the bottom of the helix. Now we have the owner of City Classics, producing realistic miniature buildings and accessories for model railroaders since 1989. This gentleman has to attend every big model railroad show just so the podcast crew from A Modeler's Life know where to take their group photo. Please teach us some tips on modeling streets, Mr. Jim Sacco.
Okay, we on?
Good to go.
Okay. Thanks, everyone, for joining me. As Gert said, this clinic's going to be on an easy way to model city streets. At least I think it's easy. It's a way I stumbled upon by accident about 10 or 12 years ago. But there's also a lot of tips that apply to making modeling city streets, regardless of which method you use. But so we'll go through the different methods briefly. Then I'll cover my method, and hopefully there'll be a lot of other useful tips along the way. So this is a PowerPoint presentation because there's too much information to present in a live hands-on clinic. So we'll just start the program if I can figure out how to do it here, right? Sorry. And why are we not? Oh, here it is. Wait, sorry.
Take your time.
It was there 1 second ago. Hang on. For some reason now it's not showing up.
The Adobe file is open.
Yes. I mean, I could.
Share application doesn't find it.
Could I close it and start it again?
You could.
Okay, sorry for the. Okay, it shows up and then it disappears again. No.
There's your screen. So I would stop sharing that.
Okay. You want to go back to share, right?
And share and pick application.
But you're not seeing it, right?
Not yet.
Okay. It shows up for a second and then it disappears. Let's try this again. I'm sorry about this. Oh boy. What am I doing wrong this time? I'm sorry for the delay, folks. How many different ways are there to open it?
You could make the PDF full screen and then share your screen.
There it is. Okay. Now, do we have it?
We can see it.
Is it full screen?
There's a border around it, but that's okay.
Okay, so we're ready to go?
You can go.
Okay. So this is called Easy City Streets using Sintra and some helpful hints on modeling streets. Just like I said, we're going to go through it pretty quickly. But generally, an easy way to make a street is to paint a piece of wood or a sheet of plastic gray. And you've often seen it in articles. People say, well, I spray painted a sheet of styrene and to make my street. But the trouble is when you look at real streets, they're not real smooth and they're not always one shade of gray. There's another street, for example. So my question has always been, why don't we spend as much time on our streets as we do on our models? And is there an easy way to make realistic looking streets? Well, there's many different ways to model urban streets. There's not really any best way because every method has its good and its bad points. Some common methods are plaster or a similar material, hydrocal or Durham's rock putty, whatever you prefer. There's also sheet styrene or cardstock. And you have modular street systems, some of which are molded in plastic, some are printed on foam. But for example, though, to me, there's some difficulties in modeling city streets with plaster. It can look really, they can look really, really nice, but it can be very messy to work with. It can be time consuming, as I'll show you in a minute. You have to work quickly before the plaster dries. If weight's a concern, it can start to get very heavy, especially if it's on a portable layout. And it has the potential to turn out badly, especially if you have street trackage and turnouts. If you get plaster into them, then you have a real mess on your hands. Or even if you just don't get it smoothed out nicely before it dries. For example, this is a street I made on an HO module in another lifetime. As you can see, I set up some form work using strip wood, and I poured little sections at a time. There's a better view of it. Now, this took me forever because I scribed in Belgian blocks, which is sort of like the equivalent of square cobblestones in the area I live, which is Pittsburgh. And it took forever to scribe all of these blocks. Now, here it doesn't look too good. When it was done, I was very happy with how it turned out. I couldn't have been more pleased. All the blocks were scribed. It turned out smooth. I did the sidewalks the same way. But honestly, I won't live long enough to ever do that again. So there has to be an easier way. to make city streets. Well, what about other methods, such as foam board and foam core? Well, they can warp if your layout is anywhere where there's any humidity, or maybe if they get wet while you're doing scenicking, applying diluted glue or a matte medium. So that's the drawback of that, if it's a material that can absorb moisture. And also, modular street systems are nice, but they're not flexible enough for many modelers, because not every modeler is modeling every street on a 90-degree grid. And I think they're usually on the wide side, the streets. Now, you can use styrene, but as we said at the outset, it's awfully smooth, and it can be difficult to scribe. Again, we've all seen articles where someone said, I use sheets of styrene painted gray for my streets. But really, like any good model, though, it just takes more effort than spray painting a piece of plastic gray to achieve really realistic results. So we're going to look at a different method that I think is easier and less messy than using plaster. It's more realistic, I think, than styrene if done properly. It's relatively inexpensive, and it's more flexible than modular streets. And it's also something I discovered by accident one day, because I had an old plastic sign that I cut up and started using for something. And you'll see why the sign part is important in just a couple minutes here. Okay, you're saying, well, what is it? But we're talking. Okay, so you're saying, well, what is Sintra? Are you ready? It's a plastic that's commonly used by sign makers, like the sign you see on the left, often used in trade show exhibits or in store point of purchase displays. Now, you're wondering, why Sintra? Well, because it's a lightweight yet rigid board of moderately expanded closed cell polyvinyl chloride extruded in a homogeneous sheet with a low gloss matte finish. There, that tells you everything you need to know, right? No, not really. You're saying, well, what does that mean? Well, what it means is, under magnification, you can't see it with your naked eye, Sintra has a foam-like quality. That makes it lighter than solid plastics. Well, basically, when they produce it somehow, microscopic bubbles are introduced into the sheet of plastic, of Sintra. So that's what makes it perfect for signs and displays. It's so much lighter than a solid piece of plexiglass or styrene. Now, weight may be a consideration in some instances. It really is for sign makers. But for us, there's a better reason to use Sintra. And just to be clear, it's also called expanded PVC. And we'll cover that in just a minute too. But in our case, the foam-like quality has another more important feature that most sign makers and display makers pay no attention to. Because it has these microscopic bubbles, it's relatively soft, which means you can easily scribe and impress details into it. Now, just to be clear, Sintra looks and feels like any other sheet plastic, except that it's softer. Now, if I was to hand you a piece of sheet styrene and a piece of white Sintra or PVC, you probably would not be able to tell the difference. We're not talking about something like styrofoam or foam core. That's totally different. It's sheet plastic. But the softness makes it perfect for scribing in cracks, concrete joints, bricks, and other street details. Because if you've ever scribed styrene with a knife, you've probably seen that when you do it, it raises ribs on either side of your groove. You're sort of like displacing the material. Then you have to sand or cut or file those ribs off because it just doesn't look very good. But with sending into the detail, you're pressing the detail into it. Really, it's soft enough that you really don't need a sharp knife to scribe Sintra. You could do it with something like a butter knife if you press hard enough. And we'll cover that too. Now, what about if you want to reproduce common sites found on concrete streets, like chipping, cracking, or spalling, where the top layer of cement starts to crumble away and you see the aggregate underneath? Now, how would you do it if you were using plaster? Well, plaster you could chip and crack and you could achieve it. Styrene, not so much because it's pretty hard. And the same with poster board. How would you chip and crack paper? You don't really. But with Sintra, it's easy. All you need are some highly specialized tools. I have my own, and I basically, and what I do is you can use them to press in little divots and chips and potholes and break broken sections of concrete very easily. I call my tools rocks. That's all you need. A couple rocks that you can hold in your hand. And here you can see what I mean. You can just bang away on your plastic and put divots in it and chips. And it's perfect for doing broken concrete. There's a few more. Okay, we're going to skip this one because that's actually a handout model I pass out in clinics in person. Also, because Sintra is fairly soft, you can cut openings very easily with a chisel point blade, really any blade. If you want to put in manholes, grates, different things, you can just press it right through the plastic. You don't have to scribe it and break it and file it. Now, are there any drawbacks to it? Because no method is perfect. Well, it's just sheet plastic. So you probably couldn't use it to do extremely old or very crooked streets, like these streets on George Selio's layout that twist and turn up a hill because it is sheet plastic and it's just not that flexible. But if you're modeling city streets like this part of his layout, I think it's the perfect material to use. So what we're going to do first is go through some steps in making city streets using Sintra. But first, one of the most important points is obtaining the material. So just to explain a little bit, Sintra comes in a variety of thicknesses and colors. The largest variety of thicknesses is in white. The colors only come in 1 or 2 thicknesses, and they're on the pretty thick, stiff side. You can see there's some samples. And I really wish the color Sintra would come in a wider variety of sheets because they have a perfect light tan that's a perfect shade of old concrete, different shades of gray, but they're pretty thick. And also they're very hard to find and they're more expensive. Whereas the white, you can see it steps down. It comes in a very thick piece, almost like a board, all the way down to 1 millimeter. For me, it doesn't really matter what scale I should say, but for me, 2 millimeters seems to work well for streets. In HO scale, I found the 1 millimeter thickness works well for sidewalks. And it would probably work well for N scale because they don't make it any thinner than 1 millimeter. But again, these thicknesses are usually only available in white. Now, go use the name Comatex, Comacell, Celtec, or simply expanded PVC. I just use Sintra because it was the most common at the time when I did this clinic. Okay, so probably saying now, well, where do I get it? Well, the easiest place is a sign shop. You can use Google to find one, unless you know of one that's near you in your area. Most sign shops I've just found have boxes of scrap material because they're always cutting signs to different shapes depending on what the customer wants. So they have strips and pieces of scraps all over the place. Some of them will be happy to give you your scraps if they know you're not going to be going into competition with them. I don't know why, but some sign makers are paranoid about that. Others may just charge you a token amount for leftovers. Really, I think this is the best way to find some, because if you get their scraps, you'll get a variety of shapes, thicknesses, maybe even colors that you can play and experiment with to see which ones you like the best. Now, what if you want large sheets? Well, again, some sign shops may be willing to sell it to you or order what you want for a small markup. For the best prices, though, you'll likely have to go to a plastics distributor. Unfortunately, though, most suppliers of plastics seem to focus more on industrial type plastics, like the ones at the bottom: Delrin, nylon, Teflon, ABS, plexiglass, and a bunch of other fancy names that I can't spell. But Sintra, on the other hand, is used more in the field of graphic arts and displays. So you're more likely to find Sintra, or expanded PVC, at suppliers who cater to graphic arts, and they're often listed under sign equipment and supplies or screen printing supplies. Now, sometimes you'll find one that won't sell to you if you don't have a sign shop or a sign store, but others will. You just don't know what you'll find. Thankfully, though, there are some that will sell directly to consumers, which is good for us as model railroaders. Some of them will even roll it up if you're getting the thinner sheets and ship it to you via UPS. One of the ones I've used, sometimes my local plastic supplier will have Sintra in stock, sometimes it won't. But I've used this company, United States Plastic Corporation, and they're in Lima, Ohio. And they'll roll it up and ship it to you. And just to be clear, that's Lima, Ohio, not Lima High. You don't want that. So finding a source is the first step. And another thing too, which I noticed the other day, if you go on and Google expanded PVC or Sintra, some of the first names that will come up are the sponsored ads. Don't go to them because they're misleading and they will charge you an arm and a leg. You really want just a basic plastic supplier or sign shop supplier. And just to give you an idea, you really shouldn't pay more than between $20 to $30 for a 4x8 sheet. It's not that expensive. Anybody else that charges you more than that is ripping you off. Okay, so now let's say we have our material and we want to make our streets. Now, many of these suggestions, as I said at the beginning, are applicable to any method. But the first thing you want to do is prepare your subbase to support your streets. Any rigid material will work: plywood, masonite, homosote. Now, if you're just putting your streets on a flat tabletop, like a 4x8 sheet of plywood, you don't have to worry. Your subbase is there. But if you're having different grades, then things become a little more involved. You have to build up some type of support for your street, and it needs to be rigid. You can see this is a picture of the last layout I built and how I used thin plywood to support the track and where the streets were going to go, the cookie cutter style. Now, you could, if you're going to use blue foam, you don't want to just hack away at it because this plastic is not that much of a support. It's not that self-supporting, I should say. But you can use the foam if you cut it to a reasonably close profile where you want your street. The next step is decide on your street width. Now, this is an important step regardless of what method points of the whole clinic. If you're at any internet news groups, you may have seen that maybe once every 2 months or so, on the more popular forums, someone will come on and say, how wide should I make my streets and roads? And someone invariably, invariably replies by giving the width of actual roads. Well, civil engineering standards say that a street should be blah, 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 wide. Well, my answer to that is no. I don't actually really pound on my desk because then I knock everything off. But here's why I say no. The hobby of model railroading is about making compromises and selective compression. Because we're all, most of us, except for very few, are limited by the amount of room we have. So our towns are closer together than real towns. Our trains are shorter than most prototype trains. Our trees are often smaller than real ones. Our towns are generally smaller than actual towns. and most of our structures are smaller than real ones. So instead of making everything the same size as the prototype, we try to make our layouts so that they look right to our eyes, given the amount of space that most of us have to use. So to accomplish that, as the slide says, many items on a layout are compressed, or need to be compressed. For example, if you compare most real prototype buildings to models, like as in storefronts, the models are usually 2 to 3 times shorter than prototype buildings. Now, we may not notice this because when we look at actual buildings, we're looking at them from ground level. Most of us are not flying around in helicopters. But this is what I mean. Look at this aerial photograph, and you can see where the arrow is pointing. Look how
Hey everyone, it's Gordy here. So that was the end of the first half of NMR AX Gateway this morning. It's done. That ran a little bit ahead of schedule, so we had an NMR AX first. We were actually ahead of schedule. No, actually second, because I'm pretty sure the first time we did this, Martin started the clinic early. But I hope you've enjoyed. If you've missed the clinic that you were looking for, just do a bit of a rewind on the live stream and you should be able to pick it up. Obviously, everything will be available later for everyone to pick up on YouTube or on Facebook. So what we just need to do here is, because the stream has been going on for so long today, we need to actually kill this stream and start it again. But don't disappear, because our next clinic will start at 4 o'clock, but between now and 4 o'clock, me and Brad have a really cool story to tell you about something that happened here in Orkney this afternoon. Okay, so we'll be killing this stream, and a new stream will start. It'll probably be looking for that in the next 5 minutes, and we'll be posting that all up in Facebook and everything, and it'll be restarting with a new video on YouTube. So you'll need to go back to the YouTube channel to find the new video. It'll be part 2, Brad? And yep, and same on Facebook, but we'll pin the post to the top of the NMRA's Facebook group. So thank you everybody for watching. It's had some really good positive comments today, some great feedback, and if you've not already done so, please post on the post related to the roundtable that's happening at 5 p.m. today. All right, thanks guys. We'll be back shortly.